ನನ್ನಿಟ್ಟು ಬದುಕಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಯಾರ ಮುಲಾಜು ಇನ್ಯಾಕೆ ಮುಲಾಜು ಆವ ಮುಲಾಜು ಮತ್ಯಾಕೆ ಮುಲಾಜು ಮತ್ತೇನು ಮುಲಾಜು ಅದ್ಯಾರ ಮುಲಾಜು
इज ए गुड ऑल्टरनेटिव टू ट्रॉली। हम लोग वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट बिजनेस में पिछले 12 साल से हैं। रिसेंटली हमने सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का काम शुरू किया है ईस्टर्न इंडिया में, इंक्लूडिंग वेस्ट बंगाल और न्यू दिल्ली। वेस्ट बंगाल एक ट्रॉपिकल वेदर का एरिया है। जहाँ पे ट्रॉपिकल वेदर होता है वहाँ पे बरसात बहुत ज्यादा होती है। तो बंगाल एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पे 6 महीने पानी पड़ता है। ऐसे परिस्थिति में जो लेगेसी वेस्ट और उसमें मॉइस्चर बहुत ज्यादा होता है। जहाँ पर वेस्ट में मॉइस्चर होता है ऐसी परिस्थिति में ट्रॉमल जिसके सीव्स बहुत छोटे होते वो जैम हो जाते हैं और जैम होने के कारण प्रोडक्टिविटी बहुत अंतर हो जाती है। तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में एक विकल्प के रूप में हमने पावर स्क्रीन वॉरियर 1200 को लॉन्च किया। उस प्रोडक्ट के माध्यम से हमने बहुत अच्छा आउटपुट पाया। यह मशीन, इसका मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट बहुत कम है, फ्यूल कंजम्पशन इसका बहुत कम है और बहुत ही अच्छे से रिलेटेड फ्रैक्शंस भी देती है।
नगर निगम में, कोलकाता मेट्रोपॉलिटन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के साथ में, जम्मू म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के साथ और कंटोनमेंट बोर्ड में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। टोटल कैपेसिटी की अगर बात की जाए तो करीब 18 लाख टन हम लोग इसमें प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। और लीगेसी वेस्ट के ट्रीटमेंट में बेसिकली सबसे बड़ी जो बात होती है वो होती है इक्विपमेंट का सिलेक्शन। उसके लिए हम लोगों ने जो है कई जगह बातचीत की, पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड जो है हमने सर्च किया और लास्ट में हमें ऐसा मिला वो है बेसिकली वॉरियर 1200 पावर स्क्रीन। ये मशीन राइट माउंटेड मशीन है, साइड के अंदर जा करके जहाँ पे आपका कचरा है वहां जाकर के काम करती है। कचरे को आपको ठो करके नहीं लाना है मशीन के पास में, तो आपका जो लीड कॉस्ट है वो उसमें सेव होता है। दूसरा चीज, इस मशीन की जो पर आवर डीजल की अगर हम बात करें तो वो बाकी टेक्नोलॉजीज के
नगर निगम भोपाल सीमा क्षेत्र अंतर्गत भानपुर डंपसाइट, जिसमें लगभग 40 से 45 वर्षों से कचरा डंप किया जा रहा था। यह डंपसाइट 37 एकड़ भूमि पर फैली हुई थी। इसमें लगभग 12 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर कचरे का ऊंचा पहाड़ बन चुका था। एक और जहां गंदगी एवं बदबू से आसपास के रहवासियों का जीना दूभर था, वहीं दूसरी ओर भूमिगत जल प्रदूषण, भूमि प्रदूषण एवं वायु प्रदूषण का खतरा भी बढ़ गया था। अंततः नगर निगम भोपाल ने 3 वर्ष पूर्व स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अभियान के अंतर्गत इस डंप साइट के साइंटिफिक क्लोजर का निर्णय लिया।
भोपाल नगर निगम के एरिया के अंतर्गत भानपुर क्षेत्र में कचरा की डंपिंग होती थी। लगभग 50 सालों से उधर इतना कचरा डल गया था, प्रॉपर रूप से डिस्पोजल ना हो पाने के कारण उधर 12 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर की कचरा इकट्ठा हो गया।
Hello. Check. Mic check. Hello. Super.
Mission Let's go. But here we go now. Batman scoop on the mic, mix in the mix on the wheels of steel. This is what I was fucking born to do. Let's go. From the top, let's go. One, two. One, two.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಶುಭೋದಯ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಕುರಿತು ಪೌರಾಡಳಿತ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನಾಲಯ, ಫೆಡರಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಕೋಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಟೈಡ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಬೋರ್ಡಾದವರ ಸಹಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ, ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸುವ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕೆಂದು ಕೋರಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Elrigu namaskara. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my pleasure to request the dignitaries to kindly come over. I would request Honorable Justice Shri Subhash Biyadi, Chairman NGT SLC, to kindly come over. Srimati M.S. Archana, Director of Urban Development Department, kindly come over, Madam. We also have with us Shri Akim Burkhardt, Consul General of Germany, Bangalore. Welcome to you, Mr. Burkhardt. Shri Stanzin Sefel, Regional Director of BORDA SA, to kindly come over.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಶ್ರೀದೇವಿ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸೋಣ.
ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಕೊಡು ನೀನು ನಮಗೆ ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮಯ ಲಂಬೋದರ, ನೀ ನಮ್ಮಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಧರ. ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಕೊಡು ನೀನು ನಮಗೆ ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮಯ ಲಂಬೋದರ, ನೀ ನಮ್ಮಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಧರ. ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಸುತನಾಗಿ ಜನಿಸಿದ ನೀನು ಶಿವನ ಕೋಪಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿಯಾದೆ. ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಸುತನಾಗಿ ಜನಿಸಿದ ನೀನು ಶಿವನ ಕೋಪಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿಯಾದೆ. ಆದರೂ ನೀನೇ ಪ್ರಥಮ ವಂದಿತ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅಧಿದೇವ ನೀನೇ ಗಣಪ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅಧಿದೇವ ನೀನೇ ಗಣಪ. ಅಧಿಪತಿಯಾಗಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಎನ್ನಿಸಿ ಪೂಜೆಯ ಗಳಿಸಿ ಗಣಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀ ಅಧಿಪತಿಯಾಗಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಎನ್ನಿಸಿ ಪೂಜೆಯ ಗಳಿಸಿ. ನಿನ್ನನೆ ನಂಬಿದ ಭಕುತರ ಭೀಷ್ಟವ, ನಿನ್ನನೆ ನಂಬಿದ ಭಕುತರ ಭೀಷ್ಟವ ಸಲಿಸೋ ವಿಘ್ನೇಶ್ವರ, ಸಲಿಸೋ ವಿಘ್ನೇಶ್ವರ. ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಕೊಡು ನೀನು ನಮಗೆ ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮಯ ಲಂಬೋದರ, ನೀ ನಮ್ಮಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಧರ, ನಮ್ಮಯ ಲಂಬೋದರ, ನೀ ನಮ್ಮಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಧರ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Srimati M.S. Archana to kindly give saplings, as our conference is also environment friendly. First of all, to Honorable Justice Shri Subhash Biyadi, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಸಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have the energy going. ಬರ್ಲಿ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. The more we clap, the more energized we are. I would also request Madam to kindly give a bouquet to Shri Akim Burkhardt. She stands in Sefel. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Stanson. And as a token of love and affection on behalf of the entire team, I would request the Director of Urban Development Department, Srimati Archana, to kindly accept a sapling.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ದೀಪ ಬೆಳಗಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಚಾಲನೆ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಕೋರಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇನೆ.
The traditional lighting of the lamp will signify the beginning of this conference and will go a long way towards imparting the very purpose of this conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's our... Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Sir, please. Welcome ಮಾಡಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹರೀಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ SWM BBMP ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ.
I would request Dr. Harish to kindly accept this sapling.
Yes, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference, as we are all aware, this conference will focus on tackling legacy waste, key challenges, technology options, and business models. The experience sharing, case studies from selected ULBs and SWM practitioners, and also the policy interventions, discussion on regulations, bottlenecks, and further courses of action. At the outset, I would request the Senior Advisor of BORDA SA, Shri Manas Rath, for the opening remarks. Mr. Manas Rath. Yeah. Let's give a round of applause to Shri Manas Rath.
Thank you very much, and good morning and welcome to everyone. On behalf of BORDA and TIDE, it is my pleasure to invite you all to this workshop on behalf of the DMA, and it is our pleasure to support the DMA in organizing this workshop on managing legacy waste in the towns of Karnataka. Now, we all know that this is an important issue. Legacy waste sites and landfills have been a huge problem, not only in India, but in countries across the world. And, we obviously know and we'll be hearing today a lot more about the environment and the health consequences, the air pollution, water pollution, that these landfills are creating, and contributing to to reducing the quality of life in and around our cities, to the problems of global and climate change and other global issues. One statistic that hit me when I started in my early days of working on waste is in Mumbai, where I live. The waste pickers who work on and near landfills live an average of 13 years less than people of their similar socio-economic class, right? So it's 13 years of reduced life. And of course, the quality of that life is a whole different aspect. What is even more, maybe equally shocking, is that people who live near landfills, and of course, generally what you find is low-income groups that are forced to live near landfills, or rather that we force our garbage onto people, who cannot fight back as effectively. you find that residents who live near landfills have a lifespan which is about 4 to 6 years, and of course, a lot more health problems, respiratory problems, etc. And increasingly, we are seeing issues of fires as temperatures go up, the leaching of waste as rains come down and flooding happens, and so on. So, as solid waste management activities are gradually improving in this country, over the last several years, you'll see the Swachh Bharat mission, Amrut, smart cities, and there has been a pretty significant improvement in the collection of waste, the transportation, segregation, and recycling. It's also important that we clean up all the past problems that we have created, and therefore it is extremely positive and very important that the DMA has taken the administrative and also the financial leadership to work on this issue of legacy waste. With regard to what is going on, and why we are here today, so I'll just give a quick introduction to BORDA and to TIDE. BORDA has experience working on legacy landfills in at least 3 cities of India. We have been working in Leh, in Ladakh, and then more close to Bangalore in Chintamani and Chikbalapur, and you'll hear later today about what's been going on, so I won't go into that. For over 40 years, BORDA has worked in India and in many other countries across the world on various urban and rural issues, including wastewater treatment, decentralized sanitation, 24/7 water supply, fecal sludge management, and energy. And what we hope is we can bring an integrated approach to looking at not each problem separately, but really looking at all our water and waste issues as part of a larger problem of how we urbanize and how we create societies that are more sustainable for the environment, and also improve the quality of lives of people and improve the quality of lives of all people, whether they're rich or poor, men, women, different ages. That's sort of our goal. We have been supporting municipalities and governments through research, capacity building programs and workshops like this one, product development, preparing DPRs and technical reports, multi-stakeholder dialogues, and also executing projects and public-private partnerships like what we have done in Ladakh. We're currently working with 10 small towns across South Asia and many more across the world. TIDE is a 30-year-old NGO that is focused on holistic social and environmental protection and development. Their focus really has been on leveraging technology to protect the environment, create livelihoods, and create social change. They initiated a lot of the legacy solid waste work in Ladakh, where there's over 1 lakh tons of solid waste accumulated over the decades. And now they're working, BORDA and TIDE are working in 2 towns, Chintamani and Chikbalapur, which have about 40,000 metric tons each of accumulated legacy waste. So it's not a huge problem, it's not a small problem, but it's an important problem that needs to get addressed as quickly as possible. The program today has got 3 main parts after we have the special addresses by our eminent guests. We have some excellent case studies from small and large cities, which will help us understand the end-to-end process of how to take care of dump sites, what to do with the land, after, what preparation is required, and how to create successful projects so that we all get the end goal that we want. We then have presentations and a panel discussion after lunch, which will focus on technologies, the operational aspects, and the financial costs of such projects. And finally, later in the afternoon, we'll have a great panel discussion about the policies, regulations, and the procurement mechanisms, which are very important to make sure that these are done transparently and cost effectively. Now, the objective of the DMA in hosting this workshop, or calling for this workshop, is to start the conversation about landfill remediation, to bring everyone on the same page, and to create a certain common set of knowledge and language so that we all can move forward as quickly as possible in the years to come to take care of these issues. And therefore, the goal of this workshop is to understand the basics and to understand what the first steps need to be so that the process is set in the right direction and can move forward well. So therefore, today focuses on the basics of processes, technologies, the machines, the regulations, the costs, the budgets, so that each town can collect the right information, they can ask the right questions, they know how to create, take the first steps in creating the right kind of plan so that they can move in the right direction to solving this problem for themselves. So with that, welcome to this workshop on all our behalf. I now request our esteemed guests and keynote speakers to share their thoughts and their wisdom with us and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Shri Manasrath, for giving us an insight into what is in store for all of us. And as you are all aware, Shri Manasrath of BORDA is developed business models for PPPs, and he co-founded the Blue Water Company and is an advisor to several companies. So definitely we are in safe hands, and ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಸಹ ಸಾಂಗವಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಕೂಲಂಕುಷವಾದ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಷ್ಕೃತವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಧಾನಗಳ ಮುಖೇನ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾನಸ್. ವೆಲ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಿವಿಲೇಜ್ ದಟ್ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಬಿ ಆದಿ, ದ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆಫ್ NGT SLC Karnataka, is here. I would request Honorable Justice Subhash to kindly address all of us.
Very good morning to everyone here. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais and the invitees. Indeed, it is a great workshop and throwing light on the very important aspect, legacy waste. Now, the topic chosen is the legacy waste, but I can mention it, increasing legacy waste. Now, the legacy waste, if you look behind, till 1972, there was nothing on record. Even UNO has not decided as to the what is the impact of the environment, particularly of the solid waste. 72 UNO resolution made many of the countries to legislate a law. And India, after 14 years, in 1986, they brought the legislation, Environment Protection Act. Now, after that, even in the Environment Protection Act, there was no such definition of solid waste or legacy waste. Even today, there is no definition of legacy waste anywhere in the environment or the rules or anywhere. Nevertheless, there were some allied provisions in the criminal law, municipal law, and other things like nuisance and other things. These were the provisions which were taking care of this waste management. But nobody has understood what is the impact of this dumping. Now, this legacy waste is accumulated waste for over several decades. For example, our Bangalore and the Karnataka state, if I had to speak, as per the statistics and as per the figures available, it is nearly more than 1.5 crores ton legacy waste is there in Karnataka, and the major substantial portion is in Bangalore, that is more than 1.07 crores of the legacy waste. Now, it is covering hundreds of acres elsewhere also. Now, as it is mentioned by previous speaker, that the people living around or surrounding people, the villages, they are vitally affected by this kind of legacy waste, because there is a leachate which flows into the soil, and there is a contaminated water, and there is also contaminated air because of biomethane gas, greenhouse gas, which is generated out of it. I recollect my memories sometimes back, about a decades or so. There was a news item in the media saying that there is a fire coming from the ground. And most of the media described it as a gas, there is enough gas storage in the soil. But it was a waste which was buried in it generated biomethane gas, and there was a fire. And many fire accidents are taking place in the legacy waste. The management of legacy waste is a Herculean task today. Today there are dumping sites, several dumping sites, and in Bangalore itself we have 7 sites also. And about 10 years or 15 years back, there was a huge amount of hesitation because of this, the menace of this legacy waste, particularly creating environmental problem. Mandur, for example, Mandur. Now, this opened the eyes. Now, the Supreme Court also was dealing with these matters, many right from 1996, after this, the Environment Protection Act. Now, how to bring it? Like the judicial activism, you may call it, or otherwise. The Supreme Court brought under Article 32, right to live means right to live with a good air and good water and good environment. It's a right to live. That is our right from 1988, now 2003. Then the question arises, what about the developments? Because one side you have to make a sustainable living, and other side development. So balance it also, there is a decision by the Supreme Court how to balance it all. Now every time the judicial proceedings are taking place for the purpose of regulating these procedures, even for the legacy waste, the waste management, it started only by the Supreme Court by constituting a committee and monitoring it by itself. And thereafter it matter was went to the National Green Tribunal, and 2016, the first time the central government frames the rules. There were rules 2010, but for the first time regulating the waste management, that comes in 2016. Now 2016 rules also provided for compliance with those rules within 3 years, that is by 19. But today, even today also, even after lapse of nearly 6 years, the status of the legacy waste or waste management is at the same place where it was. Now question is, why it is happening? One side, there is a huge budget allocation for the waste management. There is a central government, because there is a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, there is the Prime Minister Gram Vikas Yojana, there are various schemes. For money flows from the central government, money flows from the state government, a lot of money is spent. But still we are searching for the dump sites, not for the management of the waste. This is where there is a need for elaborate discussion why this legacy waste is created. Now legacy waste, the origin of legacy waste, if you look back, now we had the waste earlier also, before all these rules came, before we started managing our waste. See, there is a waste which was there, and it is used to be composted or used recycling or any other method. Because of inclusion of plastic, it is recognized by the UNO also, because of inclusion of the plastic, it created huge menace in creating huge problem of legacy waste, because plastic is one thing which cannot, it is not a biodegradable, and it never dies also. And today we are facing huge task of, and after several decades, now the central government for the first time from July 1st, it has banned the plastic, particularly single-use plastic. And that is very seriously taken now to ban this single-use plastic. Now these are the areas where there is a need for discussion and understand why the legacy waste is coming and what is the impact of legacy waste on the human being, all the living creatures. Right to live is also right to live with all good air and good water and also good environment. Now what about those people just now mentioned? What about those people living surrounding this waste, the dumping site? Because they don't have to go out of that, because most of the villages are abutting these dumping sites. And for example, every city, forget about the small towns and the villages, but every city in Karnataka or Maharashtra, whichever state or elsewhere, other part of our country, the legacy waste is the biggest problem. And the biggest problem is how to solve it, how to manage it. Now under the rules, you have 3 types of the management of legacy waste. One is biomining, one is bioremediation, and capping. Now none of these things are working even effectively, and the legacy waste as it was available is increased because of continued dumping of the legacy waste. Now today's topic, the discussion which is taken, very important discussion, and most probably the experts and the technical experts and other dignitaries who speak on this topic, they may throw light how to manage this legacy waste. And this will give a eye-opener for the authorities, also the local bodies, to manage the legacy waste. And every time I visited the places, I have emphasized on the legacy waste. And the government also is taking care, and maybe in sooner they will definitely come out with a solution. I wish the conference to be successful, and at the end, I will all be participating in this policy making decisions. And at the end, there should be a proper solution that very easily we can manage this legacy waste. Today, what is necessary is the simple, expeditious, cost-effective legacy management. That is most important, and I wish all the dignitaries, all the experts to throw light on this. Thank you very much.
Managing of legacy waste will be indeed challenging, and all of us should strive together so these challenges are met and then we move forward. Thank you, Honorable Justice Sri Subhash Biyadi, for your address. Due to some exigency, Dr. Harish Kumar is leaving. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence and be a part of the inauguration. We also have with us on the stage Sri Akim Burkhardt, the Consul General of Germany in Bengaluru. I would request Sri Akim Burkhardt to kindly give us more insights into this particular aspect.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Just have to prepare my little computer to help me. Up. There. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me today. Whenever I heard that topic, I thought I should be here because it's a topic which is very not only dear to myself, but also very important for my government. If the way in which we consume resources does not change, we would need 3 Earths by 2050 to meet our needs. With these haunting words, the European Union describes the importance of waste management in its current action plan for the circular economy. We have to rethink away from society with a throwaway culture and towards a climate-neutral, ecologically sustainable circular economy. This applies not only within the EU, but also beyond. It is important to make better use of the waste generated. And I think the Honorable Chief Judge already mentioned that. This is also confirmed by the Federal Association of German Waste Management, Water and Raw Materials Management, the so-called BDE. And I cite, if you want to achieve the ambitious climate goals and still want to remain a competitive business location, it will not work without a circular economy. We have to move from resource consumption to resource use. Germany is relatively far ahead when it comes to waste management. German technology is also in demand worldwide. The German waste management and recycling industry is regarded internationally as a role model. The companies in the industry offer relevant, proven, and competitive solutions based on the wide range of experience in all areas of waste disposal chain. Technological and entrepreneurial innovations are considered to be the key lever for making the complex circular economy manageable. Waste problems are a particular burden on cities and urban agglomerations worldwide. All of us living here in Bangalore, we realize that day to day. It is estimated that cities in Africa and Asia will double their waste generation in the next 15 to 20 years. However, many developing and emerging countries do not have the necessary structures to deal with the increasing and complex volumes of waste. Although municipalities spend between 20 and 50% of their budgets on the collection and disposal of waste alone, around 2 billion people in the world currently have no access to regulated waste collection. This results, and it was already mentioned, in hygiene and health risks, which mainly affect the poorer section of the population. However, the problem affects everyone. Wide landfills and improperly treated and disposed waste contaminate water, air, and soil. In addition, landfill in particular generates significant greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to climate change. The German and the Indian governments have agreed on projects for sustainable urban development. These projects cooperate in particular with municipal administrations, associations, authorities, ministries, universities, non-governmental organizations, and industry and business representatives, so with the whole of society. The aim of the cooperation is to develop viable, consensual solutions that stakeholders can negotiate and implement in a participatory manner. The informal collectors of recycled materials, who earn a small living by collecting and selling recyclable waste, are, however, important stakeholders too. They are hardly involved in the formal waste management and socially marginalized and work under precarious health conditions. These projects, while I was talking for, also support their integration into integrated recycling and waste management concepts, which can then create new formal jobs in the sense of a green economy, thus improving their health and working conditions and increasing income security. In addition to the opportunities for the informal sector, the environmental service branch offers many other ecological and economic opportunities within the framework of new business models and can make a considerable contribution to climate protection. This potential must be exploited largely in emerging and developing countries. Less waste is to be produced, and the waste produced is to be recycled as far as possible, either materially or even energetically. Non-usable residual materials must be disposed of in an environmentally friendly manner. Our common approach also has to go beyond waste management to changing production and consumption patterns, which play a central role in waste prevention. It all starts with ourselves. The necessary change is taking place over several years, involving political, economic, and social change, new structures, and technical innovations. This paradigm shift, however, has to be implemented with locally appropriate solution. There is no one-fits-for-all solution, I believe. So, for example, biomining or landfill mining is an effective and eco-friendly process which involves the stabilization of old legacy waste in landfill through recovery of valuable resources. In accordance with circularity, involves reuse, recycle, and recovery, aiming to build up a sustainable resource in order to give protection through the elimination of waste, which also enables a society to become more autonomous and pollution-free. And you already mentioned plastics. Plastics assumed to be remain by an amount of 80% in the landfill. Metal and glass remain by an amount of 75%, and for inert it is assumed that the inert turned into soil-like material under the action of weathering by an amount of about only 5%. So revenue generation from compost product, anaerobic digester, power generation, and recycling products will enhance the economy to meet the sustainable circularity solution. These dumpsites have emerged as pollution hubs in the middle of human settlements. And you mentioned Mumbai as one of these towns. As cities have grown over the decades, it even got more important to deal with it. It has therefore become a necessity for the city authorities to reclaim the existing dumpsites in an environmentally sound and economically viable manner. Management of legacy waste should be combined with the integrated waste management facility having adequate capacities for collecting, transporting, and disposing of the municipal solid waste produced on a day-to-day basis, as well as legacy waste trapped in the dump site. The revenue-generating fractions can help articulate the circular economy in a sustainable business model for India in the coming years. And actually, we will have the sustainable and circular economy topic as our topic at the Bangalore Tech Summit in autumn this year. So you can see there, high tech and dump sites really come together in this particular area. It can, however, be challenging for all the stakeholders to embrace these tactics in real-life scenarios due to several socio-economic and regulatory factors. There are many uncertainties and unpredictable circumstances that may arise and affect the so-called green businesses. And I just want to give you one example. Just yesterday, in my office, a German company told me, which is working in this field, they will leave India due to the cumbersome procedures and non-payments of bills by the public sector. A lot of money for waste seems unfortunately been wasted. Yes, there's a lot of easy money in this field, but it has to be used rightly to protect citizens from the hazardous conditions. And the last comment. The whole thing starts with all of us and will only be successful if all parts of society see this as a need to protect health, life, and nature. When I was a young boy, and that's about 55 years ago, I'm now over 60, I can remember that some people at that time went into on a remote forest parking place to make an oil change for their car, letting the oil freely flow into nature. If you would do that today in Germany, you would not come away with it. People would see it, call the police, and it will cost you a fortune and probably even a criminal charge. But again, that is a lifespan of over 50 years, and I've seen Germany changing. So I will see India changing over the next decades, and I'm very sure with all your qualities and all your work you're putting into that, you will be successful. Thank you for taking up these topics today in the interest of the Bangaloreans, in the interest of the whole of India and mankind at large. Thank you and have a good conference today.
Indeed, golden words from you, sir, and India is definitely changing for good. Thank you very much, Sri Akim Burkhardt, Consul General of Germany in Bangalore, for your highly inspiring presentation. Thank you, sir.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸುಲು ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ KSPCB ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ.
At this juncture, I would request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly take your seats in the front, because we are now going to start with the keynote and other presentations.
ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಲೈವ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಲಿಂಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶೇರ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್.
Well, we now start with the more deliberations with the keynote speech. We have with us Mr. Sampath Kumar, Managing Director of Tide Technologies. He's also the founder and CEO. Mr. Sampath Kumar has got close to 3 decades of experience and has worked technical advisors for various departments. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Sampath Kumar.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be here with such a mix of people, the administration, the legal aspect, the technical expert, the practitioners, and also the municipal system. I think it's a very great privilege for me to be here and giving this initial introduction onto this legacy waste and what I think is the way we should be looking at this. Okay, I think more closer to the mic. Justice Adi actually pointed out what is legacy waste. Now, I think I will redo this definition a bit more before I get into what are the next steps to this. So the legacy waste is something which we have not managed the waste in the past and which is now the heap which is lying at the back of our location. Now, that's, I think, the legacy waste. Year 2000 was sort of a change when this SWM rules had come. And prior to that, there was an option of people to burn their waste and be happy and forget it. And there was, today when we go back and look at legacy waste, all our legacy wastes are typically of the last 2 decades. Very old legacy wastes are in very few places in large cities and so on. But primarily, even if you take Bangalore, all the legacy waste which is there at this point where we are looking at cleaning them are all less than 2 decades old. And so is everywhere in Karnataka. So legacy waste is the waste which we have not maintained at the past. We have dumped. One thing which changed about 20 years back was we stopped burning. When we were burning, there was really no problem of legacy waste because everything used to get burnt out and go away. Now we are not burning, and so these heaps have started building up, and now there's a heaps available in front of us. Now, having got these heaps, now what do we do with this? Now, that's, I think, the core of the discussion which is going to be held today. I will point out 3, 4, 5 points from my side as to what my understanding, which I have seen over the last 5, 6 years when legacy waste management has become very important. Prior to that, another few years back when the sanitary landfill concept was slightly important. Legacy waste as a concept, especially the biomining, is less than 5 years old. I will tell you that much. Prior to that, there was no biomining in India. First thing is this legacy waste which is there. There are 3 strategies. Again, as pointed out by Justice Adi, you could do biomining, you could do bioremediation, and you could do closure, scientific closure of the waste. And all the 3 options are reasonably good options. Bioremediation and biomining are comparatively similar kind of options, and people basically, one is taken as equivalence of the other, although there might be a bit more technical angle. The technical team can actually point out this. There's some more technical part of the bioremediation. Ideally, why would we do an biomining / bioremediation or an covering the waste and closing it, capping the waste? If you take the cost perspective, capping of waste is about 30% of the cost of the total. If I do biomining, that means I clean up all the waste and remove it. Capping the waste is only about 30% cost. So ideally, I should be doing capping of the waste. But then the question in front of us is that why capping, why biomining? First requirement is that in most of the municipalities, because land for waste management is a big problem. Wherever you want to put up a waste management facility, there's tremendous protest from the local population. So we really don't want to do that. So we would like to recover the land which is available to us as much as possible so that we don't have to go to new lands. Also, new land means environmental clearances, the process is longer, the local permissions have to be taken, more complicated. So I would rather take the old land, clean it up, and then re-put my waste management facility on top. So this is one very important requirement where all of us want to go back to bioremediation. Biomining or bioremediation, what is it? Not for capping. The second reason is that lot of this waste, the old landfill sites were actually outside the city, but today they are all inside the city. And so the property value of this land is so high that if I clean it up, I can actually buy a bigger land outside and take it forward. So it sort of makes sense for me to go back and clean up the land and recover investment and then go back. This is very clearly there in Belgaum. There's a very nice site in Belgaum which is right inside the city. If you clean it up, you can make a lot more money or reuse this land in better fashion than possibly doing the cost of the biomining operation. So these are the 2 critical requirements. If these 2 requirements don't exist, then I think it's more simpler to just simply do capping, close it off, and then use the land for a landfill garden or whatever else and keep going. So now the question is that we sort of have described where we would rather do biomining. There's also this third point which the Council General pointed out, saying that we want to do circular economy and we want to try and recover as much as possible from this waste which has been put at the back. And can we really talk of this? So that's where the next part comes in terms of biomining. What is the biomining, bioremediation effort which we are doing, which is the core of this. One thing which is there is whenever we are doing biomining, the volume of the waste or the quantity of the waste does not come down. I think that's one thing which all of us need to understand. The only thing which gets out when we are doing biomining is the moisture. And typically how much moisture gets out depending upon whether it's a fresh waste, old waste, etc. My own judgment is about 20% of the waste moisture gets out during the biomining process. It's not more than that. So if 20% of the moisture is going out, that means 80% of the waste which is there has to be removed and transported out of the location. Now that's, I think, the crux of this whole exercise. Now what does this mean? 80% has to be transported means what we essentially are doing, we are basically segregating the waste. We are trying to take out whatever is useful. So we might take out some metal, we might take out some useful plastics, etc. and do the recycle. 2%, 5%, 6%, that's the kind of number. It is not anything more than that. So that means we still have the 75% of the material which is lying there. This 75% of the material then is getting divided into, based on size primarily, but based on also quality, into broadly three categories. One category is sub 4 mm, which we are calling as the bio-earth. And this bio-earth or the compost or soil is going back to the soil as compost. How good is this bio-earth? this bioearth does not meet the FCO standard. You have to be very clear. It doesn't meet the FCO standard. So if we really want to do it, we'll have to do addition to it. We have to do value addition. We have to mix it with existing compost, etc., and go back to the soil. So there's a certain bit of effort out there. The second part is the burnable material. Burnable material would be about 35-40% of this out of the 75%. This material is very clearly, nicely, where you can go off to a power plant or something, or to a cement plant. But unfortunately, today the cement plants are not very enthusiastic to take it. They are not very close to us. The costs are very high, and then all these questions come into us. There is this whole possibility that there is one particular option available now to give it also to power plants, some 5 or 10% commitment of trying to use MSW, renewable sources, etc. is there. So maybe it could be linked to that and taken there. Then there is this intermediate phase item, which is basically almost another 25-30% of material, which is basically the thing which is normally would be more than 4 mm size and less than 35 mm size. So this is the inert material. What do we do with this inert material? So there are 2-3 options there. One option there is that we can go and use it as a sort of a sub-base somewhere in some road construction or low-lying filling area for low-lying areas, or building up a quarry back to the original level, and so on and so forth. So these are the 3 options which are available to us, and this is exactly being practiced at this point of time, either officially or unofficially. This is what is being practiced. This is the 3 things which is being practiced, and I think that is where the next point which I see is very important when we go forward in Karnataka for this, is that we need to have a manifest system of documenting where our waste goes after biomining. It's a very critical requirement. Unless we do not want to move a problem from point A to point B, C, D, E, F, G. No, we don't want to do that. We have to have a mechanism where we are going to have a manifest system where all the segregated material, there is a record which is maintained as to where it has gone and where is the end use which has happened. Unless we can put together this manifest system and there is a clarity that yes, it has gone to where it was agreed to upfront, this is not a good idea to be, then biomining loses the purpose, because we are essentially distributing the problem rather than solving the problem. So I think that's one very important requirement. I think that particular in the policy or the regulatory aspect, I think this thing needs to be taken into account. And in this, there's one elephant in the room. The elephant in the room here is fresh waste. Biomining, when it is being done, the understanding is we are basically taking the old waste. But then if I don't have a system for treating the present waste, my today's waste also become biomining. So if when I'm doing a design for a biomining facility in some particular town, I will say, okay, fine, it will take me 2 years to do the biomining effort. For the next 2 years, what the waste is going to come, because my land area is not available, I don't know where to put it, I will have to throw it, so I will put it in the same landfill area, and then what is ending up happening? I'm actually designing my system to say, okay, next 2 years I'll get so much extra waste, so my biomining facility will be based on what is legacy waste plus the fresh waste for the next 2 years. Now, this particular thing does not make sense, point number 1. Point number 2, when we are looking forward, we also have to ensure that by the time the legacy waste, assuming even we accept this logic, over the next 2 years when the waste has been cleaned up, are we again going to recreate a legacy waste so that by 2036 we come back and say, okay, we want one more legacy waste project? That doesn't make sense. So we have to have a mechanism of managing the fresh waste concurrent to the legacy waste project, otherwise it is not going to work. We can have simple solutions. Let us see, if in legacy waste I can divide it into 3 parts and find 3 different ways to handle the waste, why can't I do it with the fresh waste? Maybe I should be possibly able to do better is what my call is, but I think, although I'm, it's very easy to talk on this podium, I know the experienced people are there on the other side who know exactly what the concerns are and what works and what doesn't work, but I think from a person who is talking at this start of the conference, not at the end of the conference, I think I have got this liberty to tell that, this is the kind of thing which needs to be done. The last point of all this is the following. We have got a solution, we have got a plan, we have got an execution, but what is very evident is this legacy waste project in each of the town, we are going to be possibly, Karnataka possibly has got about 240 towns. Maybe out of this 240 towns, maybe 100 towns or 120 towns will be requiring this legacy waste management, I would presume. If you're talking of 120 towns wanting legacy waste management, each town has a unique condition. So how are we as a system going to handle this? That one thing which you have to be clear is there's a learning effort in this. There's a learning and coordination. There is no, the private sector is the villain, the government is the nice fellow. No, not true. The government and the private sector, the municipality and the department and the private sector and whoever is doing this work are part of a common system. The knowledge, where is available, the consultants, the experts, all of them have to be part of a system which tries to find out solutions as we go forward. Unless we are going to be able to take this particular role forward and say, okay, fine, we are working together for this to improvement. We are not trying to find fault, but we are trying to find a common solution. Like one simple thing, if this material of between 4 and 35 mm is lying there, where do I find a low-lying area? Where can I get to the road? Where can I put it as a sub-base? Unless we have an understanding, which I am sure the private sector, somebody is coming in from Tamil Nadu and doing the work in possibly Davangere, that person does not know what is Davangere. And suddenly we are saying, Davangere mein karo yaar, how you do this? Madri, yellon kada ನೀವು ಹುಡುಕ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. That is not going to work here. We have to be able to, the government has to be part of this system, the municipality has to be part of the system, there has to be a coordination and a conscious learning effort which has to go on. Then I'm sure this thing can be actually made to work along the line. Okay, I think I will end with telling two scenarios which I am seeing, One is the best case scenario as I see it another 3 to 5 years down the line, because I am sure in the way things are going, in the next 5 years we are out of the legacy waste problem. I'm fairly sure the kind of investments which are being done by the department, the kind of money which is being put in, and the kind of interest which is being coming in from the consultants and the contractors and others. 5 years is the kind of time frame I am giving myself in Karnataka for us to solve this problem. Now, if you are taking 5 years as a time frame, elsewhere people are being more aggressive, but I am, slightly more, because I have seen Karnataka for the last 30 years of my life, and I have been with this team here for the last 30 years of my life. I am a bit more, 5-year kind of a reasonable time frame we should put. What is the best case scenario and what is the worst case scenario, which we are going to be looking at? The best case scenario, the legacy waste is out. All the waste which has been separated and given out elsewhere is done in a very environmentally friendly fashion. Third thing, we have already a good alternate system for managing the fresh waste into place. So that after that, we are not coming back to this legacy waste. That's my best case scenario. What's my worst case scenario? Worst case scenario is that we are basically doing random dumping of waste. The waste from the legacy waste goes into some sort of an uncontrolled mechanism of dumping. That means we have distributed the pollution. Worst case. The fresh waste is not treated. So you are again recreating a legacy waste, so that 15 years down the line, we are again coming back and saying, okay, we have to have a legacy waste problem. Let's solve it. I think this is my thing is the two best case and the worst case scenario. I would hope that I'm sure we are not going to be in the worst case. I hope we are as close to the best case as possible. I'm 100% sure that, at all the locations, the best case may not be possible, but at least if we are at 70 to 80% towards the best case, I would be thrilled. I thank the team for inviting me, and thanks everybody for listening to me patiently, and the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me that those were words of high positive intent, and in the next 5 years, hopefully we'll be out of this legacy waste. Thank you, sir, for your highly thought-provoking keynote address, Sri Sampath Kumar. Well, we now move on to another important aspect of today's conference, the context setting for legacy waste management. We'll start with the topic on the key facts on legacy waste management. We have with us Dr. Richa Singh, the Deputy Program Manager at Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi. She's currently working on Forum of Cities that segregate initiative and integration of informal sector in the waste management chain. She has close to 15 years of experience working in the solid waste management and various other sectors. She has worked in commercial hazardous waste treatment, storage and disposal facility in Indore and various other aspects. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and let's welcome Dr. Richa Singh for her setting the context on key facts on legacy waste management.
hope it is visible to everyone. Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction. And hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Richa Singh, and I'm from Center for Science and Environment. So in this presentation, we'll talk about and we'll discuss about the key facts about legacy waste management and dumpsite remediation. So before I go ahead, I'd like to brief you a little about my organization. In CSE, it's a research and advocacy organization which is active since 1981. It's a policy think tank which is active in national and international environment and climate change policy ecosystem. It has, besides India, we have presence in 26 countries in Asia and Global South, and our core expertise is in the area of capacity building, research and advocacy. With regard to dumpsite remediation action plan, we have been helping the cities, and as of today, we have trained nearly 400 cities across the country. We are also working on publishing a toolkit which will have all the key considerations related to different aspects of legacy waste management and dumpsite remediation. We were also the part of a series of workshop and capacity building programs organized by MOHUA. So let us talk about the current status of legacy waste management in the country. So we all are aware about the fact that urban India is actually contributing, and it accounts for nearly 1/3 of the India's population, and we are generating nearly 55 million tons of waste every year, out of which a significant fraction of waste is actually ending up into the open dump site. We have been following a classical linear economy model, which is based on the principles of take, make, and dispose, where the natural resources are first taken up from the environment, from the nature. It is converted into a commodity or product, which is then further used by the consumer, and towards the end of its life, when it attains its end of life, it is disposed of indiscriminately into the open dumps. As a result, we are now witnessing the problem of dump site issues, including the environmental hazards as well as the health hazards. As per the CPCB report, we are having 3,159 dump sites currently operational in our country, which is an offshoot of waste mismanagement for the last 3 decades. We have to deal with nearly 1,300 million tons of waste if we talk about the national level value, and it is occupying an area of nearly 10,000 hectares of land. So if you want to visualize that land, you can imagine that this is equivalent to nearly 14,700 football grounds. And the estimated cost of remediation that we have estimated is nearly 1,04,000 crores of rupees, which is equivalent to 74% of the total amount, the total budget outlay by the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0. These are some of the dump sites. The 3 are in the capital city itself, and you must be hearing and reading a lot about the fire outbreaks in Bhalswa and Ghazipur dump sites. So the best part, earlier these dump sites were in the outskirts of the city, but as the cities are expanding, they are right in the middle of the city, and the story is same in almost all the metropolitans of the country. So why dump site remediation is required, and the government has mandated that the cities having more than 10 lakh population, they are required to clear their dump sites by 31st March 2024, and the cities having less than 10 lakh of population are required to clear their dump sites by 31st March 2023. So basically, we have a couple of years to remediate all these legacy waste dump sites. Now, it's very important to understand that legacy waste is very different from the fresh municipal solid waste, and how it is different, if you see the slide, we are disposing of mixed waste, so unsegregated waste, when it reaches an open dump site, and if there is a piling of waste every day, there will be anaerobic conditions in the dump site. The dump site start acting as an ecosystem itself, where there is interaction between the biotic and abiotic factors. There will be various biochemical reactions, and as a result, a lot of methane is produced in the process. Also, it is considered as a pollution hub because a lot of leachate is produced in the process, because our waste is having significant proportion of organic, biodegradable organic fraction, which ranges between 50 to 60% of the total waste. And that this contributes significantly in the production of leachate. And this leachate has a potential to seep through the waste and ultimately affect the groundwater quality as well as the surface water quality. There are other hazards also related to land pollution, fire hazard, gas, rodents and pests, all sort of bioaerosols and all of that. So that is why the government has mandated now to all the ULBs to clear the dump sites as soon as possible. So if you have seen in this slide, one of the major the difference between fresh and the municipal solid waste is the fact that the legacy waste or the old waste which is lying in the dump site, in the lower strata of the dump site, is basically having a huge quantity of fine fraction, fine soil-like material, which is nothing but it's a combination of inert fraction, the decomposed organic waste, and the street sweepings and all of that. So basically anything which is below 5 mm in size. The coarser particles such as broken bricks, stones, etc., which might contribute 20 to 25%. Now it is important to understand that the composition of legacy waste is different in different kind of dump sites. So it is entirely dependent on the fact that how old is the dump site. If it is old dump site, the fraction of fine fraction would be high. If it is a newer dump site where you are also disposing of fresh organic waste, then the composition will be different. So this is this pie chart is representing the waste composition in Pirana dump site in Ahmedabad, which was considerably old dump site. And the Indian dump sites are generally a combination. If we talk about the dump site waste in Indian dump sites, they are basically the combination of legacy waste as well as fresh municipal solid waste, because most of them are still operational. So it will have partly decomposed material. It will also have undecomposed material and completely decomposed material, and it will vary as we go below at different strata of the dump sites. So approaches to dump site remediation and legacy waste treatment. So in India, we are adopting 3 approaches or 3 technologies. The very first is biomining of the dump site, where it's a scientific process of stabilizing the legacy waste and excavating it in a scientific manner and then processing it as per the size. And then we have to make sure that the mine fractions are getting utilized for various gainful application. And in this process, we recover the entire land that is occupied by the legacy waste. And that is why this is considered as the most environmental friendly technique for dump site remediation. In the second case, which is biocapping of the dump site, so basically in most of the cases it is not considered as, in fact the NGT, in many of the NGT orders, this is seen as a least preferred option. Why? Because we need to understand that we are not dealing with scientifically constructed and operated landfills. We are dealing with the dump sites which are devoid of any kind of barrier layer. There is no mechanism for the leachate collection and treatment, and same holds true for landfill gases also. In case of biocapping, the concessionaires, they claim that they install the gas vents and they have a mechanism to collect and treat the leachate, but it is not possible to do that. It is practically impossible to recover 100% of the leachate as well as the landfill gases where there is no mechanism for doing it. So and also in this case, we are not recovering the land, which is the most important resource that we are looking for. And the third model is hybrid model, which is a combination of biocapping and biomining. And in this case, a fraction of waste is treated, a fraction of land is reclaimed. So basically they have, if the ULBs are not able to gainfully utilize all the fractions recovered during the biomining process, they use a certain land to cover that material, biocap that material, and rest of the land is reclaimed. I think we will get to hear about this model from Bhopal Municipal, from the representative from Bhopal Municipal Corporation. So if we look at the different steps which are involved in biomining, the very first step is pre-feasibility assessment, including thorough site investigation, surveys, and waste characterization. I think this is very, very important, and all the ULB should do it. And this is something which is doable at the ULB level itself, where we know that, okay, this much waste, we can go for contour surveying and things like that to understand what is the volume of the legacy waste, how much is the quantity of the legacy waste, and that will help you to plan. And also the composition of the legacy waste is very, very important, because it will help you to plan for the disposal, the ultimate disposal of different fractions that you are getting. Suppose if you are getting 20% of the scrap combustible material, you need to identify the nearby cement industries, which can be, those are going to be the end user of your material. If you have 70% of the inert fraction or the fine fraction, you need to find some low-lying areas where you can use it, or maybe some potential technological interventions for the gainful application of the recovered fractions. The second is systematic excavation of the legacy waste, followed by stabilization by spraying bioinoculum. This is also very, very important. From our experience, what we have seen, many people, many concessionaires, they think that just trommeling of the legacy waste, they call it biomining, which is not true, because I think it's, as I mentioned, in Indian dump site, we have a combination of all sort of waste, including the partially and completely decomposed material. So the material which is partially decomposed, it is very important to stabilize that material in order to facilitate the process of sorting later. So I think that is very, very important, and this is steps where you provide some bioculture to the waste heaps. It's very, very critical, followed by processing of the excavated fraction, and then utilization of extracted waste fractions in various gainful applications. So here, one of the important step which is missing is conditioning of the land. Once the landfill or the dump site is clear, you have treated all the legacy waste, you have to make sure that your land is free from any kind of contamination, be it heavy metal contamination or organic contamination, something like that. And there is a policy loophole also, which so the Central Pollution Control Board or the State Pollution Control Board, they have to develop some monitoring protocol to inspect the quality of land that has been recovered. Gainful application of biomine fraction, easier said than done. It's true, like the fractions that you are getting, I think it's in the planning phase itself, the ULB should prepare a disposal plan. For example, the fine soil like material, the potential application could be it can be used for earth filling material, road making, as a substitute of clay in construction industry, but at the same time there are environmental and health hazards associated with it. If suppose you are planning to put the fine fraction in some low-lying area, you have to inspect it, you have to analyze it for the presence of various environmental contaminants. If it is free from it, then only you should use that material, otherwise you have to make some alternative arrangements. Same holds true for other fractions also, and one of the reasons why cement industries are not willing to take the scrap combustible material is the fact that most of the time it is seen that the waste is not completely stabilized. As a result, when you do sorting of the waste, a lot of polymeric waste which is recovered is contaminated with inerts, and that increases the ash content, and that is one of the reasons why the cement industries are not willing to take that material. So these are the key considerations that ULB should consider while planning for their biomining project. Now there are various challenges associated with dump site remediation, including the operational challenges, infrastructural and financial. Operational is of course the sale of RDFs or the scrap combustible material or fused derived fuel, tie-ups with the nearest cement plants, high transportation cost and difficulty in the sale of inert fraction. Infrastructural is of course the availability of space, because our dump sites are not scientifically constructed and there is no space for installing the machineries and equipments. Availability of customized equipment and skilled manpower. I repeat, skilled manpower is very, very critical, because we need to build the capacity of the officials from various ULBs and also the people who are directly or indirectly involved in these processes, because this is a very, very scientific process. Financial, most of the biomining projects are under budgeted. The reason, of course, the fact that we are not being able to estimate the right quantity of the waste in the legacy waste dump sites, and also how much is going where. And this is also one of the reasons, financial constraints. If we look at the dump site remediation in India, the current status, I think this is very important, where you can see that Karnataka is having nearly 157 dump sites currently operational in the state. And out of 3151 dump sites, this is as per the CPCB reports, annual reports 2019-2020. The dump site which has been reclaimed or capped is 87, and dump site which has been converted to sanitary landfills is 14. So there are few case studies, in fact many successful case studies in the country, and I think many of them are going to be discussed here, but this is one of the case studies which I think is very interesting to share. It's Indore, the Dev Guradia dump site in Indore, which is now 100 acres of land is now converted into city forest, and they have converted the entire area into an integrated solid waste management facility. If you go there, you will find that there is a 550 tons per day capacity bio-CNG plant, there is a C&D waste processing plant, and there is a lush green forest which is shown here. And they have remediated nearly 15 lakhs metric tons of legacy waste, and the site looks like this now. So I'll end my presentation with the last slide, which is on a roadmap to successful dump site remediation action plan. And thank you, sir, for mentioning the fact that, my previous speaker, for mentioning the fact that legacy waste is important, but at the same time, fresh waste management is something that should not be, these are the two things that should complement each other. Because we are removing the legacy waste in one side and creating one another garbage mountain for our future generations, that should not be done. I'll give you one example, because I come from Delhi and we are dealing with these 3 man-made mountains of garbage in Delhi. So in one of these plants, I don't want to take names here, but what they're doing is they have they're doing the biomining process. They are excavating and processing 2,000 tons of waste every day, and they're putting to 2,500 tons of fresh waste every. So it becomes a vicious circle. It is never-ending process. So you cannot do a successful biomining project if you do not have an alternative plan or city solid waste action plan for dealing with your fresh waste. And that's also one of the key mandates in the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, which suggests that only negligible fraction of waste should ideally go to the landfills. Landfills means the sanitary landfills. And the key for successful dump site remediation is maximum utilization of mine fractions, so that maximum land can be reclaimed. It should not be like a dislocated pollution that you are just extracting waste from one site and putting it somewhere else. You have to make sure that you have a proper plan for the gainful application of the mine fraction. As I mentioned, the city solid waste action plan is crucial to ensure that dump sites, no further dump sites are created in the future. And also the waste hierarchy system. I think every one of us we know these 3 R's, the 3 R's of sustainable solid waste management. It is also mentioned in our own regulation, solid waste management regulation, which says that recycling is must and landfilling is the least preferred option in the integrated solid waste management system. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
It ended with, let's build a zero landfill nation for our future generations. Very ideally said at the end of the day, end of your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Richa, for your presentation. We have another context setting with regards to the legacy waste management, the policies, provisions, and statutory compliance for legacy waste remediation. We have with us Dr. Himanshu Chaturvedi, SWM expert, Mahua, who will going to join us on virtual mode, who has got close to 2 decades of experience working in projects related to legacy waste management, C&D waste management, and so on. He's also the member of the National PMU for SBM Engaged with Mahua. I would now request Mr. Himanshu Chaturvedi, the solid waste management expert, to take over. Yeah, can you hear us, Mr. Himanshu?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. And good morning to State and Municipal Administration, distinguished speakers and friends. I am Dr. Himanshu Chaturvedi, and on behalf of Mahua, I am presenting some highlight points, although some has been covered by Dr. Richa as well. But yes, there are some policy-related things. There are some what we require as of now for legacy waste remediation, and how we plan this thing. Actually, the planning is one of the important aspects for this, and still we are in developing phase of remediating the dump sites we have in most of the unwarranted sites we have in our cities. So I'm sharing my screen. I request please give me a sharing rights here. Or if somebody from the admin, if they can share their screen.
Wait on other people to be what you've been called to be. You can't wait on their affirmation. You can't wait on their approval. You can't wait on their support. Sometimes you just got to run and look behind you and say, everybody who wants to run, run, but I can't stop running because you're not running with me. Listen, hear me. You can't stop chasing your dream just because somebody in your life
what Dr. Richa said, this is some of the unwarranted sites in our cities, and most of our cities having the old dump sites, and the unlined dumping of waste for decades. These have generated these dump sites, and as on date we have more than 2,000. Actually, the number is still counting. So we have more than 2,000 big or small dump sites here, as per the records we have in Mahua. And so initially they have been started with, as Dr. Richa said, that started with the outskirts of the city, and now the part of the main city and these are these poses a serious environmental impacts like groundwater pollution, odor problem, air pollution, vector warnings, hazardous fire, and as well as the anesthetic appearance. And the release of methane is one of the main cause of, say, the emission of greenhouse gases, climate change, and all. So we have dump sites which have a waste quantum, legacy waste quantum of, say, starting from 1,000 TPD to say the biggest one in Mumbai with almost 2 crore metric tons of waste. So this is the size we have of different dump sites. The provisions under solid waste rule says that this is the duty and responsibility of local authorities and village panchayats to ensure, analyze all the open dump sites, biomine them, bioremediate them, and take all the necessary actions to reduce the pollution and recycle or remediate the land. The closure and remediation of these dump sites is again a challenge for all the ULBs as of now, and we are trying to get the way out for remediating these things in a scientific manner, because this is one of the statements of our Honorable Prime Minister, that we want to remediate all these mountains of garbage at earliest, and in Mahua under the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0. This is one of the component for central financial assistance, apart from the other solid waste management related activities. So yes, we all are trying hard to remediate all these dump sites, and we need the hand holding for each and every ULBs, all the ULB officials to learn, because there are a number of dump sites which are which either remediated or in process of remediation. So what we need to do, we need to learn from the peer experiences actually, and that is one of the key to get these dump sites remediated at early as possible. So policies actually, we only have one guideline from CPCB as on date, which is how to do, what to do, and what are the environmental measures need to be checked while starting this remediation work. We have a advisory from Mahua as well on legacy based remediation, dump site of legacy based remediation, and we are in process to form a kind of SOP, because what the issue which are touched upon by Dr. Richa as well, that what exactly we are segregating, is that it has been required for the end use, or it has been substandard, be it RDF, be it the soil inert, what we are getting. So we are in process of forming this framework for policy and for policy, or the framework for remediating these dump sites in detail, and the SOP is required. So the agencies are working to formulate the standard operating procedure, what to do and how to do to remediate these dump sites. So what is the dump site process flow like? So there are two process flows actually. One is a important aspect is the processing and remediation, and other one is important aspect, the transportation of the waste. So as we all know, the excavate, the stabilization. Now the excavation is one part, the stabilization is other part. But for how many days we need to stabilize this? There is no SOP as of now. Some operators, they are stabilizing waste for 5 days, for 10 days, for 20 days, and it actually depends how much the moisture content in your legacy waste. So the stabilization rate, because stabilization is what other is the requirement. If you stabilize the waste, the moisture reduction is around 15 to 20%, then your processing will work. Otherwise, the processing, the segregation will not be as per the requirement, and you will end up the excavating one mountain into making the 4 smaller mountains of the same volume. So then processing, and there are 3 components, especially we can at 4 or 5, whatever it is, but there are basically 3 components: organic, soil fraction, which can be utilized as inert as well, then inert C&D waste, combustible fraction, or RDF. So these are the major fractions which are coming out from the any legacy waste dump sites. And the other challenge is the transportation. So where we need to transport the soil, this RDF to be transported to either waste to energy plant or cement factories. And again, the challenge is here is this RDF is very low calorific value RDF. So there are very limited takers of this. It need a thorough processing. While we want to, if we want to sell it or utilize it somewhere, we need to strengthen our process to produce this RDF with at least the quality in which the end user can take it. And the higher cost is basically we have limited waste to energy plants, limited cement factories in our vicinity. So this and the percentage of this RDF is say 15 to 20% in this remediation work. Then disposal of inert in low-lying areas, roadside embanked, etc. And these are one of the type in Delhi which we are trying in all the 3 dump sites, that the use of this disposal, say inert and C&D waste, is one of the way out, because this is around 60 to 70% of the total excavated material. So this can be utilized in the base formation for any kind of national highway. NHAI is taking this waste from different dump sites in Delhi as well, and that is one of the most important and useful aspect of remediation, that for the utilization of this segregated fraction. So these are 3 methodology Dr. Richa has also touched upon, so I will not go in deep. But we, because NGT has now is not saying that you go for the complete remediation without land recovery. So that is one of the challenge here, and solid waste rule says that all these can be utilized. And in Mahua, we also suggest that go for the complete remediation with land recovery. But in certain cases, as you see in the slides, that bioremediation model for Nasik and Bhopal, where 65 to 75% is waste is excavated, and then processed as per CPCB guidelines, then the rest with the inerts, some quantum of inerts being capped. So this can be utilized. This method can be utilized actually in some cities with due approval from the competent state authorities, where there is a lack of disposal facility available or the transportation cost is so high. So this method, the second method, partial remediation and partial capping, can be utilized with the due approval from the competent authority. Otherwise, it's the best way to reclaim 100% and have the land recovery. So I would like to add one point here as well, that land recovery, because land, maybe there is in some cities it's a part of city only, and the land is quite expensive over there. But even though I request you that don't go for some kind of developing the green cover and all, because this land will be required for you, for ULBs in future, for other solid waste related activities. And we all heard about the NIMBY syndrome. So nobody wants to give their nearby piece of land for any solid waste or waste management facility. So utilize this land for waste management facility as much as possible. Otherwise, if you hand over this land, you will get the land in the outskirts again, and then the cost of your transportation and other NIMBY syndrome, the getting EIA is again a tough challenge for you. So key consideration for dump site remediation is volume of waste dumped. So there are few techniques as of now. The one is a topography, is a geotechnical study, the borewell study to get the the density of dump site. There are few surveys from drone as well. So this is one of the key challenge here, to get the right volume of waste dumped. And we suggest, because we normally provide the trainings for filling the action plan. This is one of the key questions from all in most of the ULBs, that how to get the waste, the right quantum of waste. So again, because the dump site depends on the age. If the age is this old dump site, so density will be the higher, and waste content will be different. And if there is a influx of fresh waste, as in most of the cases, the same dump site is used for remediation and for dumping the fresh waste, the density will be different. So first, the volume identification is important. And at this point of time, I would like to add here that it is good to go, if you're going for a tender, if you're going for a remediation tender, go for the tonnage basis, not on the volume basis in the cubic meter, because after stabilization, it is good to have a tonnage based payment after stabilization, and this will help you, because whosoever the bidder is coming, that the operator is coming, the add of this he will add that risk of having different density in the waste in his cost. So finally the cost for ULB will be higher. So I suggest that go for a tonnage based quantum for payment of remediated or for the remediation. The waste characterization is one of the important aspect, what you are going to get when you use this material. So whether it is 50-60% of inert, you have to arrange for that. Whether it is 15-20% of RDF, what is the moisture content, because that all will have a common impact on your costing and the disposal cost as well. Because what we are giving you, I will discuss in detail when come to the action plan point. Then the one of the important aspects, operational time frame. In most of the country, bearing the typical south region, where the rain is more than 3-4 months, you say around 270 days or 250 plus some few days, they are the basically time for in a year to get these dump site remediations done. So while planning your this operational time frame, we must consider the lag between this rainy season and days. In I've gone through the operational time frame where the ULBs have taken all 365 days for remediating the dump site, and this is not possible at all. So at least the 3 to 3.5 months, 2 or 3 months, depending on your geographical conditions, you must consider those days as a zero days for processing the waste, and then the utilization plan, disposal, what you are getting, how much you are getting, and where you are disposing. So these things should be done prior to going for any tender. Any This is the first part of planning: volume, characterization, time frame, and the utilization plan. So other points what you consider successful implementation for this uh, legacy waste dump site remediation. One is space management. First, earmark the space where this is legacy waste is dumped over there. Please avoid mixing of fresh waste into the legacy waste, because that will add in your cost, and that will again add in your worries as well, because the fresh waste have different characteristics of say organic fractions and the inert and the combustible fraction, and the old waste has different characteristics. So space management.
Recording in progress.
So space management in terms of space management in terms of fresh and legacy waste, as well as the space for setting up the machinery for remediation, because there are dump sites which they don't have any space there to even set up the remediation equipments over there. So these things should be considered while planning for going for this remediation, because this will eat a lot of time if you do these space management, because this operator will come and ask the space for first for setting up here for setting up their equipments and all. Then the odor, fire, dust issues, because most of these dump sites are now in the part of city. So dust issue is one of the odor, the gas collection system, the leachate management system. So these are the important aspects to consider, and these have been covered in the advisory provided by MAUA as well as CPCP guidelines for remediation work as well. So use of reclaimed space. This is I have discussed that don't go just in sake that we'll give this land to development of infrastructure other than solid waste. First, have a look what you required for your future expansions in solid waste management or waste management activities. Then only give that land to any other department. This is my suggestion, Soti. There is nothing. This requires actually a lot of discussion within the municipal administration as well as the state administration to hand over that land or to utilize that land for solid waste or waste management related. The scientific process is again what kind of process you are adopting, because as said there is no SOP as on date. So the stabilization again, some if you've gone through the details, or there is n number of operators working in this sector, and they all have their different processes. So we need to standardize the process, because stabilization is one of the important aspect. It will help ULB, it will help operator to reduce the moisture content. If the moisture is higher, say increase the stabilization for few more days. That will reduce the cost of your processing as well, because the moisture content in any legacy waste dump site, depending, it varies from 15 to 25% in most of the cases. So if you reduce this moisture while stabilizing, spraying culture, so stabilization will give you two distinct features actually. One is a moisture reduction, and one is actually when you turn this waste is while stabilizing, adding culture, so the lump form during the stacking of these dump sites, they will disintegrate actually, and your segregation will be better as compared to the moist based air. Then linkages of sale, use of segregated material. Again, what industry you have, if you're planning for say using some there is some RDF utilization industry like cement and waste to energy, go discuss them at what quality they want. If they want some size reduction, if they want some kind of some percentage of moisture over there, go for it. Because if you add these things while planning your process, then it will be easy to dispose this or provide it and get some good revenue out of that from the industries as well. So this is the module 2 of solid waste action plan, the legacy waste remediation. We have received say around more than 700 action plans pan India basis. So this is a self-explanatory remediation action plan. One, the total existing legacy waste in tons. Here we understood that the quantum of waste is not exactly quantifiable in most of the cases. So you take 15 to 20% of margin. 10% is the normal practice we follow in some civil works as well. So here you can take a provision of say around 20% of the waste quantum, then land occupied by the dump site in acres. So while submitting these action plans, I request you to please carefully mention the units, because we are going through the process where the quantum is mentioned in the tonnage and the land occupied in dump site is mentioned in the meter square. So don't mix those units actually. Otherwise, there is a issue with the reviewing your action plan here in the MOUPA. So proposed method of remediation. So now we only have two methods to be proposed. One is a complete remediation and one is a partial remediation and partial capping. But the second one needs a proper approval from the competent authority of the state that why you are going for this. So you have to check down all the points why you are going for the partial remediation and partial capping. Then action plan for recoverable materials. So what you are going to do? What is the utilization of segregated material? Where you are going to transport it? Because in this legacy waste dump site remediation, the central financial assistance is rupees 550 per metric ton of waste, and that again depends on the category of your ULB. If the ULB is less than 1 lakh category, you will get the 50% central financial assistance against the project cost. If the ULB is 1 to 10 lakh, then the share will be 33% of central financial assistance. And if the city is more than 10 lakh, then the share will reduce to only 25% of the estimated project cost. And that too within the allocated fund of your state under solid waste management. So these things to be properly discussed while submitting these action plans here. The land use of remediated dump site. I've talked much on this because this is one of the important aspects. Don't go blindly on any kind of use of this. Then the estimated cost. So estimated cost again it varies because this 550 does not have any transportation cost inbuilt in it. So this is pure processing cost, and I request you to just assess first because this transportation cost is going to be a major challenge for any ULB because the ULB, there's waste to energy and cement factories are limited. The utilization of inert may take a longer than envisaged earlier. So this cost have a major impact on your overall project costing.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, request you to kindly close, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest. Yeah, thank you.
So these are the some under this modules details to be filled by state. What are the action plans? How many ULBs to be covered? This to be filled by the state, and because we want to remediate as these dump site within this mission period. And you all are aware that this we all need to be GFC 3-star rating by the end of this mission period. And remediation is one of the key component while getting this 3-star rating. So you need to be all remediation dump site to be remediated by say 2024 or by the end of this mission period. Some overview I've already discussed the percent. Some overview of other central financial assistance in terms of 15th Finance Commission. So there is a good amount here under million plus cities and other ULBs under the solid waste management and sanitation head. You can utilize this amount as well. These are the tied grants actually with respect to GFC rating. So please consider these grants and get those certification at earliest to utilize the entire fund. The total cost is again the excavation and processing of legacy waste will comprises of 70 to 80%, and the transportation cost is again 20 to 30%. So cost is highly variable and opportunity costs are high. Some bottlenecks, this is my last slide actually, some bottlenecks: availability of land, disposal of inert and fresh waste, high cost of transportation, challenge in assessing the legacy waste quantum, use of inert waste material, obtaining clearance, because this is a submission from most of the operators that different state have different clearance and statutory compliances for this legacy waste remediation. So we need to form a simpler form to invite and attract private players here. To be simple, a single window clearance system from the state level will required and help private operators to get their job done at earliest, and the storage and utilization of RDF. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Himanshu Chaturvedi. Sorry for the intervention. We were running short of time. We have now Srimati Bhanumati V, AEEE.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bhanumati. I'm from Directorate of Municipal Administration. As mentioned by the earlier speakers, uncontrolled dumping of solid waste has resulted in huge heaps of solid waste, and there's an urgent need from the cities to clear these waste. These are the policy mandates for legacy waste management. The solid waste management rules 2016 emphasizes on bioremediation and biocapping of dump sites. The detailed procedure for biocapping and bioremediation has already been provided by the CPCB guidelines. And in this regard, the Swachh Bharat Mission guidelines and state policy and strategy for solid waste management also focuses on legacy waste management, especially the dump site remediation and biocapping. And as we all know that NGT orders, we are committed to clear these dump sites in a time-bound manner. When we look at the scenario of Karnataka, we have around 312 urban local bodies which are spread across 31 districts of the state, and 196 cities have the dump sites. The total quantity of legacy waste in the entire state is around 180 lakh metric tons of waste, which is spread across 11,177 acres of land. And in the recent affidavit that we have submitted to NGT, BBMP has committed to clear the dump sites by December 2024. Accordingly, 29 months is left out. And other cities have committed to clear the dump sites by December 2023. In this regard, 17 months is left out for our cities to clear these dump sites. When we analyze the quantity of waste in detail, we find that BBMP as a major portion of legacy waste. It contributes to around 54% out of the total waste that has been accumulated. And the 10 city corporations contributes to around 17.2%. These bigger city corporations almost covers around 71% of the total quantity of legacy waste. And other cities like 54 CMCs contribute to around 15%, while 83 TMCs contribute to around 7.7%, and 48 town panchayats contribute to around 5.5% of the total legacy waste in the state. In this regard, a lot of initiatives have been taken at the state level. We created a state level advisory committee, especially for clearing these legacy waste projects. And the state has also delegated the power to the deputy commissioners to clear the legacy waste project up to 5 crores. And in this regard, we have also prepared a draft model RFP documents. As a part of capacity building, one level training has already been given to all the environmental engineers and AEEs. And field visits were arranged to Coimbatore, where the bioremediation projects was going on. Regarding the RFP documents, in fact, we have 2 scenarios. If an urban local body wants to take up tender individually, we have a RFP in place. While if the district administration want to go for a cluster model, we also prepared this is in the draft stage. And when we look at the procedures of how legacy waste management projects are cleared, initially the urban local body selects an agency and prepares the DPR. These DPRs are then submitted to the district level, wherein if the project cost is less than 5 crores, this is verified at the district level and it is placed before the district level committee, which is constituted under SBM. Further, once the committee approves this, it is approved by the concerned superintendent engineers, technical sanctions are obtained and tenders are invited. While if the project cost is more than 5 crores, it is submitted to the state, wherein it is reviewed at the state level and placed before state level advisory committee and the state high-powered committee as well. And further, once the administrative approval is issued, technical sanctions are taken and tenders are invited. All those projects which are approved at the district level will further be ratified at the state level. And when we look at the status, implementation status in the city corporations, we have around 10 city corporations. 4 cities have already have issued the work order. Bangalore, Tumkur, Bijapur and Shimoga, work has already been started there. And Mysore is still in tendering stage. And 4 city corporations have finalized their DPR, which is yet to be placed before the state level committee. And 1 city corporation is preparing in a DPR preparation stage. When we look at the scenario of other small cities, 1 CMC has issued the work order and 9 urban local bodies are in tendering stages. 23 ULBs have finalized their DPR and 153 cities are still in preparation stage. And the source of funding for this legacy waste management, we rely on Swachh Bharat. According to the Swachh Bharat Mission guidelines, the state action plan has been prepared for solid waste management, and legacy waste is also a part of the solid waste action plan. In this regard, in the state we have around 180 lakh metric tons of waste, and the total project cost as per the guidelines and the costing which has been fixed by the Government of India, it's 550 rupees per ton. Considering that the total project cost is around 989 crores, out of which Government of India share will be 322 crores, and the state has to give around 210 crores, while other urban local bodies have a liability of 456.96 crores. But actual cost of remediation is comparatively high, so the cities have to mobilize their funds for the remediation of the sites. These are some of the photos where the works have been carried out. This is a city of Bangalore city photos, wherein 9 lakh metric tons of legacy waste has been estimated, which is spread across 42 acres of land. And the remediation cost, the capex cost is around 212 rupees, and the opex is around 413 rupees. The work is initiated. And this is the case of Tumkur. The quantity of waste here is 90,000 metric tons, which is spread across 3.74 acres, and the operational cost is around 547 per metric ton. Till now, 11,700 metric ton of legacy waste has been cleared, and 0.5 acre of land has been reclaimed. This is a Shimoga SWM site, wherein 27,000 metric tons of waste has been estimated, which is spread across 27 acres of land, and the operation cost is around 787 per metric ton, and 14,670 metric ton of legacy waste has been cleared till now. This is the case of Bijapur. Bijapur has around 80,000 metric tons of waste, which is spread across 14 acres of land. The operation cost is 528 per metric ton. Presently, they have remediated 69,000 of metric tons. 87% of the work is completed in Bijapur, and around 13 acres of land has been reclaimed. DMA is facing DMA and also other urban local bodies are facing concerns and issues in remediation projects. As mentioned by Honorable Justice Adi sir, we are committed towards remediating these dump sites in an environmental sound and time-bound manner. These are some of the concerns which you are facing. In fact, from this workshop, we look forward for a fruitful discussion, and also the learnings and insights from this workshop will help us to address these issues, especially to understand the models and approaches for legacy waste management in smaller municipalities. And most of our smaller municipalities are still in DPR preparation stage. And we also look forward for the inputs for finalization of these DPRs. There are certain operational, O&M and administrative challenges which we are facing. I hope to address these issues as well. And we can also learn from the best practices which has been practiced in other states of across the India. So thanks for the.
Thank you, Bhanumati, for sharing the Karnataka scenario. Always SWM section and Director ma'am is there for your help. ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಿಮಗೆ approaches, you can approach ma'am directly. And we are breaking for tea. 10 minutes you have to come back, please.
long way towards giving us an insight into how different case studies have been successful and how they can be implemented in different parts of our country. First of all, we have land reclamation for productive economic use, a case of Bhopal City Corporation. We have with us the Assistant Engineer of Bhopal Municipal Corporation, Mr. Saurabh Sood, who has been working as a part of the Swachh Bharat mission for more than 7 years, and is carrying out his duties in Swachh Bharat Mission Department. And through these years of experience, he had successfully executed the work of bioremediation and scientific closure of Bhanpura dumpsite, construction of scientific landfill site, and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause, and I would request Mr. Saurabh Sood to kindly come over and present for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Saurabh Sood. I am working as an assistant engineer in Bhopal Municipal Corporation in Swachh Bharat Mission. I'd like to present the case of Bhopal Municipal Corporation, how we executed the work of bioremediation and scientific closure of our existing dump site at Bhanpura. So, as said by our previous speakers about the legacy waste and how to manage it, it's a hybrid model where we separated the case in 3 parts. That is, firstly, we bioremediated and biomined the fresh waste that before the closure of that dump site. Secondly, we went for the land reclamation project. And thirdly, we kept and scientifically closed the existing dump site. So these are the kind of salient features. Firstly, for the existing dump site, what we did was that it started from an NGT order where the existing dump site was in the center of the city. It was consisting about 1.1 million cubic meter of legacy waste, which was spread over 37 acres of precious land in the center of the city. The order came where NGT directed to close the site and bioremediate and make it comfortable for the citizens living around. So in 2017, we started preparing the DPR. We hired the consultants. We hired ICUC consultants for preparation of DPR, in which the outcome was that our legacy waste was spreaded over 37 acres. So we decided about the contour survey was done, in which 37 acres of land was completely filled with the legacy waste containing height of about 5 to 8 meters. So we divided how we progressed towards this project. It is that firstly we identified the key issue. Uncontrolled waste dumping was going on. The waste stream was having a mixed type of nature, and it was unscientifically laid around. That caused contamination of soil, groundwater, and ambient air quality. It was also a health hazard to the neighborhood settlement. These were the salient features of the project, in which 37 acres of land was identified carrying out the legacy waste. The waste quantity that came out from the contour survey was about 11 lakh cubic meters. We went for the capping, in which the tender was floated in such a way that we hired the concessionaire, giving us the maximum land of reclamation. So the L1 bidder, which was Saurashtra, was giving us the maximum land to be reclaimed. That was about 21 acres. And the 16 acres of land was to be kept and closed scientifically. So when we went on with the execution of work, we have to utilize the waste that was about 30%. So that the project has to be done in 3 years of time. we went for the processing of about 1,80,000 tons of waste that was put down in the recent times. And for this, we proposed a 600 TPD waste processing plant and also a leachate treatment plant having a capacity of 50 KLD. These were the activities done. Like I said, there were 3 parts. Firstly, it was a biomining and reclamation of land. Secondly, we did for closure of dump site. And thirdly, the post-closure of the site. The contract was broken up in 2 parts. That was firstly a capex part and then secondly an opex part. The capex part consisted of bioremediation of the waste, secondly the capping, and thirdly the land reclamation. Then the opex part was considered to be 5-year post-closure plan. The figures are there mentioned. So these are the activities step by step that were taken at Bangalore dump site. Firstly, we collected all the data, the dump site containment, closure plan, and cross sections of the profiling we made. Stormwater management plant, leachate treatment plant, the gases, the harmful gases that were generating in the waste, that was taken care of. Then plan for reclamation of land, bioremediation and waste processing plan, environment management plan, and then all these step by step we took about. This was the area I want to show in the kind of plan. It is a plan of the existing dump site. You can see that this contour was surveyed about 37 acres land, which was near about the overbridge, which was approach of overbridge, and nearby the railway line. So all we know that when we go for a dump site, the waste was put on uncontrolledly. So the fresh waste was nearby where the vehicles can approach, and the back part of the site was the legacy waste, more about having the waste of 30 to 40 years. So we kind of proposed this kind of plan that for the fresh waste, where the fresh waste was put up on this site, we have to bioremediate it and we have to biomine it, and then we have to reclaim that area. And then where the inactive waste was there, which was not having any biological activities and which needs to be kept with this scientifically. This is the cross section area where we went for the capping. Firstly, the profiling of waste which was inactive, then we covered it with gas drainage layer of about 300 mm. Then we went for a leachate collection system, and then we put a geoclay liner, or you can call it as a geomembrane. Then there was a gas drainage layer, HDP liner, and then after the geomembrane, it was being covered with the soil of about 450 mm. To retain the soil in a profile which was having a level difference of 1:3 slope, we put in the geocell for stability, soil stability. These are the major project benefits what we get out of this waste processing. That there was an environmental and social aspect which was solved out about after the project, which also this project also helped us in commercial aspects and reduction of greenhouse gases and giving employments to the person involved. About the project, it was about 52.38 crores was spent on this, which was break in 2 parts. The capex was 42 crores, and then post-closure plan of 5 years, which costed us about 10 crores. BMC reclaimed about 21 acres of land. That was a major part of the project. BMC reclaimed 21 acres of precious land, which is now worth about 105 crores in the collector guideline. So the project, we the money we spent on this project was about 52 crores and we got the double the amount from this. Also, the 52 crores grant was got by us from two parts. That was central share was 35%, the state share was 23%. So that's how we financially progressed in the project. These are some pictures before the project. The waste was dumped in a haphazard manner. You can see the waste lying near the overbridge. Then we set up the waste treatment plant. Then this is how we went for the profiling work. This is a gas drainage system which laid about 300 mm. Also, the fruitful part was that the 3R concept which we hear about, that reduce, recycle and reuse. The construction and demolition waste that was recovered from this site was used in the toe wall construction and the drainage layer. So this was the kind of 3R use of the recovered material. Also, Bhopal is having C&D plant, construction and demolition waste recovery plant. So the construction and demolition waste that was generated also was being processed by the plant, and we made the paver blocks out of it, which was being used in this whole project. This is a leachate system and leachate treatment plant. This is what it looks like after the completion of project. The front part was reclaimed part, and then the capping was done in the rest of the area. These are the geocells that we use for the stability of soil, to maintain the stability of soil. The soil filling we did, and now for development as a green area, we encouraged it. So this is the final look what we did out of land reclamation project. Also, the test reports are being shared with you for the betterment, how it improved the air quality and water quality, surface water and bore water. The results shows the improvement. Also, our Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh appreciated this work and visited the site personally, and he appreciated a lot for this project. We also got support from print media about this project. Thank you. I'd like to share a small video for this project. We prepared it.
नगर निगम भोपाल सीमा क्षेत्र अंतर्गत भानपुर डंप साइट, जिसमें लगभग 40 से 45 वर्षों से कचरा डंप किया जा रहा था। यह डंप साइट 37 एकड़ भूमि पर फैली हुई थी। इसमें लगभग 12 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर कचरे का ऊंचा पहाड़ बन चुका था। एक और जहां गंदगी एवं बदबू से आसपास के रहवासियों का जीना दूभर था, वहीं दूसरी ओर भूमिगत जल प्रदूषण, भूमि प्रदूषण एवं वायु प्रदूषण का खतरा भी बढ़ गया था। अंततः नगर निगम भोपाल ने 3 वर्ष पूर्व स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अभियान के अंतर्गत इस डंप साइट के साइंटिफिक क्लोजर का निर्णय लिया।
भोपाल नगर निगम के एरिया के अंतर्गत भानपुर क्षेत्र में कचरा की डंपिंग होती थी। लगभग 50 सालों से उधर इतना कचरा डल गया था, प्रॉपर रूप से डिस्पोजल ना हो पाने कारण उधर 12 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर की कचरा इकट्ठा हो गया था। इससे मतलब पर्यावरण के दृष्टिकोण से काफी दिक्कत हो रहा था। 3 वर्ष पूर्व उधर कचरा डंप करना बंद करके एक प्रॉपर साइंटिफिक रेमिडिएशन और बायो रेमिडिएशन काम प्रारंभ किया गया था। इससे टोटल 37 एकर्स की जो एरिया है जहां पर कचरा का डंप थी, उसमें 21 एकड़ की लैंड रिक्लेम किया गया और 16 एकड़ की भूमि पर ग्रीन बेल्ट की डेवलपमेंट हो रही है। जो 21 एकड़ की भूमि रिक्लेम किया गया, उसमें म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के द्वारा एक ISBT बस स्टैंड को विकसित किया जा रहा है और कमर्शियल एरिया एक रेसिडेंशियल प्रोजेक्ट भी लिया जा रहा है। ये एक अच्छी एग्जाम्पल है जहां पर पूरा का पूरा पर्यावरण के दृष्टिकोण से भी और स्वच्छता के दृष्टिकोण से भी भूमि को वापस अच्छा से रीउपयोग करना और रिक्लेमेशन मतलब प्रॉपर साइंटिफिक रूप से करते हुए ग्रीन बेल्ट की डेवलप करने के लिए काम किया गया है। ये भोपाल नगर निगम के लिए भी और भोपाल शहर के लिए भी एक गौरवपूर्ण उपलब्धि है, जो सबके लिए हम लोग धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं इसमें प्रोजेक्ट में जिन्होंने सहयोग किया है। थैंक यू।
नगर निगम के द्वारा अनुबंधित व अधिकृत एजेंसियों के द्वारा वैज्ञानिक पद्धति से कचरे का जैविक उपचार कर रिसाइकिल करने की प्रक्रिया शुरू की। इस प्रक्रिया में बायो माइनिंग, बायो टैपिंग एवं बायो रेमिडिएशन पद्धति से कचरे का पद्धतिकरण एवं उपचार किया गया। कचरा पृथक्करण के दौरान प्राप्त ज्वलनशील अपशेष प्लास्टिक आदि को RDF के रूप में सीमेंट एजेंसी व वेस्ट टू एनर्जी प्लांट में भेजना सुनिश्चित किया गया एवं शेष कचरे को जैविक खाद के रूप में रिकवर कर पार्क, गार्डन एवं हरित क्षेत्र में भेजा गया। साथ ही शेष CND वेस्ट को भी क्लोजर की संरचना में उपयोग में लाया गया। इस तरह उपचारित कचरे को 27 मीटर ऊंचे पार्क के रूप में विकसित किया गया। यह ग्रीनफील्ड 16 एकड़ में बनाया गया। शेष 21 एकड़ भूमि को पुनः उपयोगी हेतु रिक्लेम किया गया। यह देश का पहला ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें अधिकतम भूमि रिक्लेम की गई है। भानपुर डंप साइट रेमिडिएशन से न केवल पर्यावरण संरक्षण होगा बल्कि क्षेत्र के आर्थिक विकास में भी गति आएगी। नगर निगम भोपाल ने इस अभिनव प्रयास के द्वारा कचरा प्रबंध और लीगेसी वेस्ट के रिक्लेमेशन के क्षेत्र में सर्वोत्कृष्ट उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है।
मैं पिछले 10 साल से भानपुर में रहता हूँ। इसके पहले यहाँ पे कचरे और खंती की वजह से बहुत सारी गंदगियाँ होती थी, आग लगने का डर होता था, आग लगती रहती थी। लेकिन पिछले कुछ सालों में देखा जाए तो अब यकीन नहीं होता कि ये इतना बड़ा जो कचरे का ढेर पहले हुआ करता था वो इतने सुंदर गार्डन में बदल गया है। और पहले यहाँ पे जीना मुश्किल था, गंदगी, बदबू, बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती थी, अब वो सब नहीं होता है।
पुनः उपयोगी हेतु प्राप्त भूमि पर व्यवसायिक गतिविधियों के माध्यम से रेवेन्यू जनरेट करने की भी निगम की योजना है। इस तरह से नगर निगम भोपाल शहर में स्वच्छता बनाए रखने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध एवं दृढ़ संकल्पित है।
Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Shri Saurabh Sood. We now move on to the next presentation, the case study of financing legacy waste remediation for large cities. We have with us Shri Akshay Sridhar, the Commissioner of Bangalore City Corporation. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Akshay Sridhar.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I am Akshay Sridhar, Commissioner, Bangalore City Corporation. So, in Bangalore, just like in all other cities, we have this persistent problem of legacy waste, which became more pronounced in 2019 following heavy rainfall. And unfortunately, because of the Pachanadi dump sites, unique terrain and Bangalore's unique geography, the problems that we were facing only got multifold. So with that as the challenge, so we had to take up the entire exercise of legacy waste management. And today in these 10 minutes, I thought although the specific topic is to speak more on how to finance the legacy waste project, especially in case of big cities, I also thought it will be pertinent to share what Bangalore went through, what are the challenges that Bangalore uniquely faced, and how the entire idea of financing that came about. So a bit of background before we jump into the actual issue. So Bangalore is prone to heavy rains, which very heavy rainfall ranging from 3 to 6 months a year. So in 2019, what happened is once the heavy rainfall started, our dump site area, which was situated on a bit of a hilltop, so started sliding, and suddenly in July 2019 the slide became more pronounced, and about 17.25 acres of area was engulfed with waste, which included 24 houses, acres and acres of plantations, and even one temple. So and the bigger environmental issue was that a small stream of river which eventually connected to Maravur Dam was also lying just beneath the area where this landslide had happened. So burdened with this and also not sure how to proceed at that point of time, since in 2019, we were still in a very nascent stage of handling legacy waste, and nowhere in Karnataka has it been done so far, and even the DPR had to be prepared immediately. And also Honorable High Court of Karnataka had a PIL filed by the State Legal Service Authority in writ petition number 9367, in which the corporation, the government, and Karnataka State Pollution Control Board were made parties. So on this case also made us to accelerate the entire proceedings. So these are some of the facts from the heavy landfill landslide that happened in 2019. So parts of two villages were engulfed in waste. So total area, right now it stands at 77 crores. The earlier dump site area was about 25 crores and 25 acres and 17 acres were added with the landslide. So 42 acres of waste is what we have right now, and the estimated waste is approximated to be about 9 lakh tons of waste. So we had to take up all immediate evacuation measures of the people, rehabilitation, awarding of compensation and all of it. So at the same point of time, we also had to ensure that this problem does not come up any further, because every kg of waste that we are going to add to this dump site without having adequate processing capacity in the corporation was going to be an environmental burden, and also an economic as well as a social burden. So these are some of the pictures from the time the landslide happened. The first picture on the left is a drone image that was captured when the monsoon was happening, and the second and third pictures show how the areas got affected. Some more pictures from the damage that actually accrued. So the damage was not just restricted to these 17 acres, but also we had heavy leachate issues because of the rainfall and the slopey terrain. We had heavy leachate issues, because of which open wells in the surrounding areas were affected. Crops growing in the surrounding areas were affected. Drinking water sources were affected. So we had to tackle multiple problems at the same time. So these are the factors that we considered while conceiving the legacy waste project. We actually basically studied multiple models that were carried out across the country. Just before me, the speaker presented the case of Bhopal. So we referred to Bhopal, we referred to Indore, and we thought what could work out the best for us, because we realized none of the cities that we studied had this unique problem. None had a terrain that was slopey, where the difference between the top and the bottom was about 30 meters in height, and none had persistent rainfall like what Bangalore had. And there was no other alternative dump site also. To close this site, the immediate orders from the Pollution Control Board was to close this site. But unfortunately, we still do not have any other area in the city which is plain, where we could dump waste till an alternative solution is found. Of course, now we are enhancing the processing capacity, and the dumping of waste has come to a minimum. But at that point of time, we had to deal with the daily problems. So first we started thinking on whether incineration could be taken up through waste to energy models. In fact, KPCL had come forward to prepare a DPR to this effect, to handle both legacy waste as well as daily waste management through waste to energy. But then we realized the scales and volumes won't be adequate, because they said at least 500 tons per day has to be generated to ensure that incineration works. Then we moved to bioremediation, just like what was explained in Bhopal. And there again we thought how we could play with the cost to ensure that we could carry out this smoothly. So we analyzed 3 kinds of model, which I will be subsequently explaining also, on how to take up the cost benefit analysis and what will work best for Bangalore. And we also had to take care of so many other costs, because we had to not just processing, we also had to ensure that the RDF is properly handled, the leachate is properly handled, there is no odor and no smell, because there were residences surrounding the area. We had to ensure that they were not getting affected anymore by it. And we also had to, more importantly, handle the daily accumulation of waste in it. And for options of financing, we looked into various central and state finance grants and our own revenue sources as well. But however we saw it, we realized that we are heading into an inadequate terrain and territory, and we had to come up with something innovative to solve the problem. And as I explained previously, we had various other location issues also. So as far as the execution is concerned, as I said, the terrain was slopey, no other land was available. And again, because of heavy rainfall, doing bioremediation after heavy rainfall is also very, very difficult, because without the waste getting dried, without getting the moisture out, as one of the speakers rightly explained, it is almost next to impossible to process the waste. So moisture had to be taken out, and so we calculated that we are going to be getting only 5 to 6 months per year where we can actively process the waste, because 4 months of rainfall and 2 months of drying, so 6 months approximately gets lost. So so this we had to get the best of machinery to do it, because any time that is getting lost, especially in the productive months from November to May, was going to be one step towards more danger. And again, handling RDF was a bigger issue, because since from Bangalore, the closest cement factory was about 700 kilometers away, and we also had the Western Ghats in between. So the transportation cost, when we asked for quotations and when we called for tenders, were coming to about 2,500 rupees to 3,000 rupees per ton. We knew that not at that point of time to handle the regular mixed waste was okay, but in the longer run, we knew that is not going to work out at all, that it was not a sustainable way to handle things at all. So with this, so we thought how we could go ahead and execute it. So with the 3 models, we thought, if we are going to completely outsource the project, then we are going to have problems in having control over the project. And if you are going to invest in plant and machinery, here, unlike other cities, apart from plant and machinery, even the other civil infrastructure works that had to be undertaken to ensure that the plant and machinery installed itself was huge, because we did a rough estimate and we thought if the plant and machinery for having 4 lines of bioremediation, trommels and everything is going to cost about 12-13 crores, then the civil infrastructure required to set that up, because we had to cut hills, set up flat terrains and everything. So that was again going to cost 6 crores just for the foundation and to set up sheds alone. So that was a major issue. And we also thought how this could be made as a revenue generating project, at least partly. So that angle was also explored into. And so this with all this, we thought we'll also go for competitive bidding, taking up QCBS method for tendering rather than the lowest cost method, because we thought this is a very critical project, and just going for L1 model might not be very useful. So as far as going for an adoption of a model is considered, we first evaluated turnkey model, where the contractor will come and install and everything. But as I said earlier, the risk will be very, very high, and we thought for this kind of critical project with so many factors that were already hinging upon us, we thought that would not be a very bright idea. So second, we thought whether we can rent all the equipment and MCC itself can handle it. But then we realized with the we have a shortage of staff and everything, and with that will be impossible to run the project on our own. And also renting also didn't make sense at that point, because we thought if we are going to use it only for 5 months, still we are going to pay the rent for the whole year. It ended up the cost ended up being more than the cost of actually investing and purchasing it. So we went with the third model, with the hybrid model, where we purchased the equipments but still had an outsourced contractor to run it. So the assets were transferred in the name of MCC, so that if there are some other issues with the contractor running away tomorrow also, we thought we could still go ahead and handle it. We at least had the machineries with us, and we also had a control of what machineries are going to be installed, what is the quality of the equipments that are going to be used and all of it. So these are the reasons why we went with the hybrid model. So and here also we only fixed on the machineries, and as far as we from various other models, we realized it was the RDF transportation costs that were actually running very, very high, and we thought that if we are leaving that end open in the tender, we do not force anyone in the estimates to only transport it to a cement factory or anything. So we left RDF disposal as a model open in tender, so that we thought let people come ahead and use their technological skills and find alternative methods. Because when we were doing our pre-bid evaluation, someone came to us and told that they can use pyrolysis method. Someone said that they can use other types of technologies where they can in situ process the RDF also. So that is what we are also looking at. And we also estimated what sort of revenue the contractor might get from the existing dump site in terms of sale of recyclables and compost. So this was also taken into account. So as far as the project cost is concerned, the major calculation went into cost of civil structures and fixed plant and machinery, and also operation and maintenance AMC for this was calculated for a period of 5 years. And also all other incidental charges like manpower and material handling charges were considered, and more importantly revenue from disposal cost was considered, and that was deducted from it. So these are the rough numbers within which we handled it. So the fixed cost in terms of machinery and civil projects came out about 19 crores. On the operation cost we estimated for a period of 4 years. Since we thought it normally takes for 9 lakh tons of waste, based on all calculations, it was taking about 20 to 24 months. So we are going to get only 5 to 6 months a year. So we thought 4 years will be the period that will be required at maximum. So we estimated for a period of maximum 4 years. But at the same time, if we also put an incentive clause in the tender saying that if someone finds a way to do it faster, we are going to provide them with monetary incentives. So that was also added. And as the last but previous column, we have also directed the cost of recyclable materials. We have taken 3% as the value of recyclables that you can deduct. So we deducted from the total cost so that to make the tender more competitive. So this was the final price of the contract that was awarded. So the total project cost came to about 56 crores, or to approximately about 620 rupees per ton, including both operational and fixed costs. But since the fixed costs themselves were higher, they themselves were coming to about 212 tons. So the operating costs came out directing the sale of recyclables to be about 413 rupees. So which we believe is one of the lowest that has ever come out of bidding. And actually this was not the lowest cost. As I told you earlier, we use QCBS method. So we wanted to ensure that the right person also takes it. But anyway, this is a work in process, and we'll have to see how the outcomes actually turn out to be. So as far as financing is concerned, so we applied for soft loan from KUDFC, who agreed to sponsor, give a loan of 70% of the project, not sponsor, but loan of 70% of the project, and the remaining 30% we agreed to bear from our own sources. So RDF processing, the contractors agreed to set up a pyrolysis plant, so that eventually cuts down cost to a great extent, which could actually be sort of a game changer. But again, that risk we have drafted upon him, because if that is not coming out successful, then he has to bear the cost for transport to alternative sites or to cement factories. So so the question that eventually came when the tender was being discussed and the conditions were discussed was, how do you ensure that the safeguards are given? What if, because you are going to own up the machinery, what if he installs the machinery and what if the contractor is going to run away? How are you going to manage it at 413 rupees? Who is going to come? To ensure that we in the RFP only we included certain clauses where we ensure that only 50% of the cost of the machinery is paid upfront, and the remaining is paid only in terms. So until the second year of the operations are over, he does not get up to 95%. So this ensures that the contractor who has bid also stays in and operates the project, and there is no scope for manipulation here. So, and again, the payment on operation cost is also based on per ton basis. So, and that also we have coupled with IoT tools to ensure that per ton base is also strictly maintained. And another reason why we have considered only 5 months is because in monsoon season, the weight of the garbage will be higher because of moisture content. So that clause has also been included so that the weight of the garbage is not increased, and that manipulation is also can be avoided. So as I said, 413 rupees is what has come out, and probably in the same scope and terrain, this might considered to be the cheapest in the country. So we'll have to see how the pyrolysis comes up. So the contractor has already shown us trials from elsewhere, but in a large scale way, once he has already started to set up. So probably in 3-4 months we'll be able to see how successful it pans out. So if we are able to realize it, then the vision of actually having a low carbon footprint can actually be achieved. So I think all the other things have been explained. So this is the rough sketch of the project site actually. So the downside of the road, whatever we see is where the garbage has slid. So sector 3 and sector 2, sector 3 is where the original waste was, and sector 2, 1A and 1B is where the waste presently is. So we'll have to actually see how this comes up, and probably I hope that in 6 to 7 months more time we'll be able to showcase how it has worked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, all of us might be thinking there might be some questions. Because of the interest of time, there are another 3 more presentations to go. After the 3 presentations, if time permits, we'll call back all the speakers and then questions can be posed. Also, if you're not able to ask the questions, they are also available offline in the lunch session. So don't worry about it. Your doubts will be cleared. This either offline or in the straight mode. Thank you. I would now request Sri Ritesh Saini, Nodal Officer, and also of Ambikapur Municipal Corporation, and Saurav Roy, City Mission Manager from Municipal Corporation Ambikapur, to kindly come over for the presentation on zero landfill model, case of Ambikapur, Chhattisgarh.
Good afternoon all. I am Ritesh Saini, Nodal Officer, SWM Ambikapur Municipal Corporation, and thanks for the organizer to giving this opportunity to showcasing the Ambikapur model in Bangalore. And in this regard, I would request to Mr. Saurav Rai, please continue and as fast as you can to present the Ambikapur model. I will hear.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Saurav Roy, working as a City Mission Manager with Municipal Corporation Ambikapur. To start with, I'll like to brief you that we have broken the presentation in basically 4 segments. The first segment will cover the profiling of the city. The second segment will cover the collection and transportation of the waste that we created. The third segment will cover the remediation that we that took place in Ambikapur, and fourth and the last segment would cover the challenges that we faced while remediation of our landfill city. So before we start, let us quickly have a look at the city profile. Ambikapur is a city located at the northern part of Chhattisgarh. It is a district and a divisional headquarter, and it has a population of less than 1.5 lakhs. The total number of wards that we have is 48. Total 135 collection bits we have. Number of households accounts to around 27,500. As far as commercial establishments are concerned, we are at 4,110. Bulk waste generators we have 10. Secondary segregation centers we have 17, and 1 tertiary segregation center. Now the principles on which Ambikapur model was framed way back in 2015, even before the solid waste management rule came into existence, the basic principles that we focused were converting the waste that was generated in the city to resources. We focused on decentralized collection of waste. Also, we thought of a setting up a mechanism which is easy and simple to operate. And since Ambikapur Municipal Corporation is not a very big municipal corporation, so budget was always an issue. So we have to come up with an idea, low cost, effective idea to really address the menace of waste management. And we also focused on the 3R compliant mechanism, and the entire process or the entire mechanism that we have developed needs to be financially viable, because during in 2015 we were not expecting much more support from the state government or the district administration. And over and above, we also plan to really put in place a system which can be easily replicable to other small cities as well. So this is a segregation mechanism we have. We started the entire process way back in 2015, before the solid waste management rule came into existence. So we don't have many more case studies or cities to refer upon. So we had to develop local techniques, local resources we have to use to really come up with a mechanism to deal with the legacy waste. We practice a three-tier segregation system, one at the household level, the second at the secondary segregation centers, and the third at the tertiary segregation centers. We have involved SHGs in the entire process of collection and processing of the waste on the same day. Around 34 SHGs has been federated, and this federation came in, enter into a contract with the municipal corporation for the collection and processing of waste. So the manpower issue or sourcing out to the other agencies, this issue was addressed by the local SHGs, and this is a classic example of convergence of National Urban Livelihood Mission with the SBM model. As far as infrastructure is concerned, we have material recovery centers, manual and battery operated tricycles. We have provided PPE equipments, weighing machines that were provided by the municipal corporation. Apart from that, we have for the primary segregation, we have conducted massive IEC programs addressing all the stakeholders in the city, starting from the schools, colleges, wards, and the different associations like the Truck Owners Association, the Colony Association, and others. As far as technology is concerned, we have evolved with a real-time ICT-based attendance system for the workers to register their attendance once they come. And we have a mobile application, and we have GPS-enabled tricycles to track the movement of the vehicles. So a citizen sitting in Ambikapur can easily track the location of the tricycle so that they can provide the daily waste. This is a picture, as you are seeing, is a typical SRLM center that we have in Ambikapur. As far as the institutional mechanism is concerned, we have a Swachh Ambikapur Mission City Level Federation, a federation of SAGs who has been given the task of really collection and processing of waste. And it consists of 471 women members who are trained and selected from NULM. We have 17 garbage clinics, technically a solid and liquid resource management center. That is a well-ventilated workshed, spacious, designed for waste segregation. We have one tertiary segregation center in place, wherein we segregate the inorganic items into 139 categories. We have double-chambered rickshaws, manual and battery operated. We have a baling unit to segregate dry waste in the garbage clinics. We have a composting unit. We have a biodigester plant that is being experimented in one of the segregation center, although its replication is yet to take place. And we have engaged vendors for the various inorganic items that we segregate in our tertiary and the secondary segregation centers. And we have consultants on board, and we conduct medical checkups for the SHG women in every quarter. And this entire process is monitored through a MIS system, and we have regular meetings held by the district collector as well. This is a typical day of waste collection in Ambikapur. The process starts with the registering attendance. Then the green warriors, we call the Safai Didis, they go out with their manual and battery operated tricycles in their respective 135 bits. They collect the waste from door to door and other establishment. They come back to the center, segregate the waste. On the same day, the organic is segregated in 17 categories, and the inorganic is segregated in 20 categories. The inorganic then goes for washing and then are kept for selling. And the organic part we segregate in 20 categories that are segregated and are used in the compost pit for composting. So this is the segregation mechanism, the primary segregation that takes place at the household level. The municipal corporation have distributed dustbins to the households, wherein they segregate the waste into dry and wet, and we have asked the citizens to use another dustbin for hazardous waste as well. The secondary segregation center that takes place in 17 SRLM centers, wherein 17 organic and 20 inorganic segregation takes place, and at the tertiary segregation center we segregate the items in 139 categories. It is wrongly mentioned 156. Actually, the entire processing of the inorganic items that we do in Ambikapur is 156 categories. The basic idea is the more we segregate, the more the revenue we earn. These are some pictures of the Safai Didis working in the center, segregation, cleaning of organic waste. You can see the eggshells they are separating. We are making powders out of eggshells. We are making powders out of lemon peels. These are used in rural areas for washing dishes, and the eggshells powder are used as fish feeds. We have also introduced partners like cows, and as you are seeing in the videos, we have introduced cows and hens to be reared in the SLM centers, because that adds on or the generates revenue for the SHG women's. This is the tertiary segregation center. This is the tertiary segregation center. Tertiary segregation center. And at the tertiary segregation center, we are making granules out of the single-use white plastics. And then the plant and machinery has been installed by the third party. And the granules that they produce are sold to the recyclers, which are then again come back to us in the form of plastic items that we use in our day-to-day life, like buckets and mugs. As far as the colored single-use plastics are concerned, they are compressed and baled to be used as RDF in the cement plants. As far as reporting and monitoring is concerned, we have installed CCTV cameras in each and every SRLM centers to actually monitor the movement of the Safai Didis, and they have been asked to clean their centers by the end of the day, so that the next day they come to the center, they can start up with a new energy. This is one more picture of deploying technology at the place. Now coming to the zero landfill status, how we did it. We have a total around 28,000 household and around 4,100 other establishment and 10 bulk waste generators. So we have a 100% door-to-door collection mechanism. We have 100% transportation of waste processing to processing centers. We recover 100% of the waste, because the SRLM centers are not located outside the city. It is located very much within the city in dense habitation of the city. So if the waste is not processed on the same day, we people living around would have come up with a complaint. So we have ensured that the waste that we collect on a daily basis, that accounts for around 45 to 51 metric tons a day. And that too 70% of the waste comprises of the wet waste, and the 30% of the waste comprises of the dry waste. So 100% composting of wet waste we do. 100% selling of recovered waste. We are left with no inorganic items after processing of the waste, because we have entered into a contract with the vendors, and we have vendors for each and every item that we recover from segregation. And as a matter of fact, we are left with zero waste to be sent to the landfill. So this is one of the achievements that Ambikapur has achieved in 2017. And based on this Ambikapur model, the entire state has implemented a program called Mission Clean City, wherein the Ambikapur model has been replicated in the entire state of Chhattisgarh. Now, as far as the remediation of the dump site is concerned, we have a dump site located just before the onset of the city. Like one who is coming from the state capital to Ambikapur has to come across the dump site location. So it was spread across an area of 16 acres of land, and like other cities, before 2015 we were left with no ideas as to how to really go about it. So my previous speakers has already discussed how to go about it, and we did the same thing. Excavation was done, then water sprinklers, spraying of bacteria inoculum and water was done, and then there was a holding period of around 7 days, and then the same process was continued, and within a record period of 4 months we have reclaimed the entire dump site. Around 16 acres of land were reclaimed, and that cost around 25 crores, and the entire thing was done in a record time of 4 months. So the key challenges that we faced way back in 2015, we don't have any technical agencies to hire the services. Apart from that, a budget was also a constraint for the ULB, small ULB like Ambikapur. So we have to come up with local ideas, local techniques, and that was one more challenge. And Ambikapur being a small city and located in a remote area, environment engineers or consultants were not ready to really come up to Ambikapur to provide the technical services. Apart from that, implementation was also a challenge. Hiring of manpower was also a challenge. So these challenges were addressed by local resources, local scientists, local developments, and support from the citizens as well. So these are the challenges we have faced, and we have remediated the landfill site in 2017, and we have in the process we have created around 471 green jobs, and it was done in a period of 4 months, and the cost of reclaiming the dump site was 1 crore compared to the DPR that we have managed to bring from other consultant that they were asking for 6 crores. So it was around almost 10 to 20% of the cost at which we have reclaimed the entire dump site. Thank you.
Well, I'm pretty sure our speakers would appreciate the concerns of time, because we wanted to make it more interactive. That's the reason. Thank you very much. We straight away move on to the next presentation, Effective Management of Legacy Waste, case of Noida. I would request Dr. Avinash Tripathi, OSD of Noida, to kindly come over. And 10 minutes, sir. If I intervene, don't consider me as a villain. It's just in the interest of time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Vinash Tripathi and working as OSD in Noida Authority. Today I am going to discuss something about our efforts towards effective management of legacy waste. I will focus mainly on our success story in sector 54, though we are also doing the same thing and replicating the same model in sector 145. So this slide shows some recent achievements of Noida in field of sanitation in the last Swachh Sarvekshan 2021. Noida was awarded India's cleanest medium city and ranked category 1 in 3 to 10 lakh population category, and we have been also awarded 5-star garbage free city rating. Regarding some demographics of city, the area of city is around 203 kilometers and the population is around 10 lakh, though we have floating population around 2 lakh also, and this is the main concern. So we have more than 5,000 workers, both on muster roll as well as the regular staff to take care of sanitation of Noida, and we have deployed around 320 motorized vehicles, and around 31 vendors are on board for sanitation works. So we have 2 dump sites which have been remediated in recent past. We have 14 C&D collection points and 1 C&D processing center as well. We have 20 transfer stations for effective transfer of the municipal solid waste. So this is the background. I will not go into the detail, as our previous speaker, Honorable Justice Sir, he has emphasized that we need to keep a close watch on the generation of waste, so that we should not add on the legacy waste. So we used to collect only segregated waste, though we need to work more on this aspect. We have deployed 201 mini tippers and 56 secondary vehicles for collection and transportation of waste, and all are partitioned vehicles to transport wet waste and dry waste separately. So I will not go into detail. This is an important aspect. Noida is dedicated, and Noida is supporting RWAs and AOAs in establishment of the wet composting machines and biomethanization plants. Noida supports in terms of 75% capex and 20% of capex from CSR support if it possible. We have a few material recovery facilities also. 2 RDF stations are there, and the waste is being segregated in 14 categories there: glass, metals, plastic bottles, so that the valuables can be sold out and the burden on the already existing legacy waste can be minimized. We are also processing our horticulture waste by our own. We have deployed some leaf crusher machines at nurseries to process the horticulture waste. We are also digging composting pits in our gardens, green belts and parks. So we are closely monitoring this entire process through our ICCC. We can monitor the movement of vehicles, processing of C&D waste, processing of this legacy waste. We monitor it regularly. So this is the case study which I am going to discuss in detail. I will directly come to this slide. This is the approach and methodology. Previous speakers have discussed it in detail, but what method we have applied in Noida is bioremediation. The first stage is pre-stabilization, where we convert the dump in windrows, and bioculture and inoculum is sprayed on that along with the deodorizer, and then processing and segregation takes place. And after proper segregation, RDF is sent to nearby cement companies, and the bio-earth is provided to local farmers for their farms and to our nurseries and green belts also, and that is used for filling purposes. And CND debris, now we have a very good CND waste processing plant in Sector 80. So we transport entire CND waste to that processing station for proper disposal of CND waste. So this is a view. You can see the images of pre-stabilization, then segregation, and the outcome. The good earth is sent to horticulture department and local farmers, and rocks and inerts for low-lying areas as well as for processing to CND waste plant, RDF to factory. These images are showing some before and after stages of that 54 dump yard. And now this is the current situation. We have not reclaimed only our wasteland, but we have developed it into a wetland. Now it has been developed into a beautiful park. We have developed a walkway of around 2 kilometers, and we have used the water from sewage treatment plants to fill the wetland, and a children park has also been developed. And now this place is developed as a tourist spot, you can say. This is surrounded by several residential sectors, and most of the morning walkers, they don't go to other parks. They use this walkway or skyway, you can say, for their morning walk. So this is a summary. We have reclaimed around 1 lakh metric ton of waste here, and we generated around means this waste after processing generated around 20,000 metric ton of RDF, which was transported to nearby cement factories, and around 69,000 metric ton bio-earth was recovered, which was provided to our farmers and other nurseries. Around 12.5 acres of land was remediated in this project. This site is now developed in as picnic spot, and the project was also awarded under the Smart City Mission Award in 2020. So I have discussed this already. There were some challenges in this project, as the site was very close to the habitation, as I discussed in previous slide, and the site has high trespassers, resulting in very huge security issues. So security was deployed to proceed with the reclamation in a smooth manner, and sprinklers and deodorizers were used to cover up the smell. And the plant was required to be set up in a low-lying area, which was about 2 meters below from the normal ground level. So water stagnation was always a challenge. So localized bunds were made to stop water ingress, and quick turnaround was achieved by running plant 22 hours a day. Then there were other challenges also in this project, but we mitigated those. Now this project was replicable, and we have replicated the same model in sector 145, and we are continuing this. In sector 145, we have reclaimed around 10.7 acres of land, and here we have processed around 6.75 lakh metric ton of legacy waste using the same bioremediation process. Here we have recovered around 1.47 lakh metric ton of RDF and transported to the cement factories, and more than 3.17 lakh metric ton of bio-earth was recovered, which was provided to the nearby farmers, and around 81,000 metric ton of CND waste was recovered, which was used for filling of low-lying area as well as for processing. This is a small video. I think I have 2 more minutes. So can I play this? Okay. This is in Hindi. I think most of you can understand it.
नोएडा अथॉरिटी द्वारा बायो रेमेडिएशन प्रक्रिया के जरिए ठोस कचरे को उपचारित किया जा रहा है। प्राधिकरण द्वारा सेक्टर 145 में 3.85 लाख मीट्रिक टन से ज्यादा कचरे को उपचारित कर इसे मिट्टी में परिवर्तित किया जा चुका है। इससे पहले सेक्टर 54 में 1 लाख मीट्रिक टन कचरे का बायो रेमेडिएशन प्रक्रिया से निस्तारण किया जा चुका है। बायो रेमेडिएशन प्लांट में सबसे पहले ठोस कचरे को लूज कर बायो कल्चर का छिड़काव किया जाता है, फिर विंड रोज बनाकर लगभग 10 दिन के लिए छोड़ दिया जाता है ताकि कंपोस्टिंग प्रक्रिया बढ़ाने वाले जीवाणुओं की वृद्धि हो सके। इसके बाद वेस्ट की स्क्रीनिंग और छनाई की जाती है जिससे मिट्टी प्राप्त होती है। प्लांट में ठोस अपशिष्ट को उपचारित कर 70% कंपोस्ट, 20% RDF और 7% पत्थर में परिवर्तित किया जा रहा है। कचरे से 3% मॉइस्चर निकल जाता है। नोएडा प्राधिकरण द्वारा सेक्टर 54, 145, 68 और सेक्टर 138 में कुल 5 लाख मीट्रिक टन कचरे को बायो रेमेडिएशन प्रक्रिया के जरिए उपचारित किया जाना है। ये परियोजना शून्य लैंडफिल अप्रोच पर आधारित है, जिसमें भूमि का 100% सुधार करने का लक्ष्य है। यहाँ पर्यावरण के नियमों का पूरी तरह से पालन किया जा रहा है। ठोस अपशिष्ट के उपचार की इस प्रक्रिया से डंप साइट के आसपास के इलाके प्रदूषण मुक्त होंगे और भूजल का स्तर भी बढ़ेगा। डंप साइट रेमेडिएशन प्लांट उत्तर प्रदेश की सफलतम परियोजनाओं में शुमार है, जिसके अंतर्गत वेस्ट साइट को क्लियर कर वेटलैंड में परिवर्तित कर दिया गया है। इस परियोजना को स्मार्ट सिटी एम्पावरिंग इंडिया अवार्ड 2019 वेस्ट अर्बन डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट ग्रीनफील्ड डेवलपमेंट की श्रेणी में विजेता घोषित किया गया था।
So this was all about our success story in Sector 54 and our ongoing story in Sector 145. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Avinash Tripathi. And from Noida, we straight away come back to Namma Karnataka, the Chikballapur case, legacy waste remediation in a small town. We have the environmental engineer of DMA, Shri Lohit T. Bani Lohit Tare.
Thank you very much. Myself Lohit. I'm an environmental engineer in DMA. Previously, I was working as a municipal commissioner in CMC Chikballapur. So we have done a few things in CMC Chikballapur, particularly on if you talk about especially on legacy waste in smaller towns. We have two components. We should concentrate on two components. That is, one is on management of solid waste management in at city level. And second is operation and maintenance of landfill site. So these two are directly proportional. If you lose one thing, here garbage mountains will increase at landfill site. So that is why first we have concentrate on maintenance of operation maintenance of solid waste management in city limit. That is, we have concentrated on segregating 100% door-to-door collections and segregating waste. And for actually we were getting 25 tons of waste. 25 tons in that 25 tons we were getting almost 10 tons of wet waste. We have started processing for 10 tons. So we have introduced some innovative methods like bamboo composting and decentralized bamboo composting. Even STP plant we were having one separate bamboo composting unit. We made it, and even we have started segregating biomedical waste. So this is what bamboo composting at STP site, that is decentralized method. Almost 10 tons of wet waste. 1 ton 750 kg we were sending it to biomethanation plant, and remaining plants we were decentralizing, we were using for processing by using bamboo composting and vermicomposting. So remaining some fresh vegetable waste we were using for, even we were introduced cow farming and duck farming also. We purchased 100 ducks at STP plant. Those ducts are cleaning STP plant. Simultaneously, we are feeding this vegetable waste to the ducts. The ducts were giving almost 50 eggs per day. And even per day, we almost we are getting 350 kgs of vermicompost. And from biomethanation plant, almost 50 to 70 units we are getting. From that, almost around 12 to 15 the street lights we are burning from the directly we can collect as from the waste only. So next. And when for giving motivation to our parakarmikas and all, we have just grown with fresh vegetables from the landfill site, and just we have distributed to our parakarmikas. Actually, before this, we have trained our parakarmikas. We have taken our parakarmikas to other cities like Madhugiri and Bashettalli. The one parakarmikas, they become like a health inspectors. And for dry waste, we did actually Ambikapur model. What we did, we have some labor issues. So we are just directly tied up with some local dry scrap dealers. So they have secondary segregator people they have. So we tied up with them. We just brought them to our DWCC center. One is at CMC Chikbalapur and one is at landfill site. So those people came here and they started segregating, and almost from them for our parakarmikas, they are getting around 4,000 to 5,000 rupees. It's like an incentive for them. And coming to legacy, we have lot many challenges were there. First initially we have called for a tender. So one person has participated. It was single tender and he got the tender. But only after he took the tender, only 5 months he ran the tender. So unfortunately he ran away. So later we don't have infrastructure to clear the legacy waste. Then what we decided, within 3 to 4 months, we purchased one JCB and all infrastructure machineries like JCB, tractor, and even screening machines. We have purchased all the machines within 4 to 5 months, and we have started ourselves. So we have taken help from BORDA team. The young team, they just came us and they prepared a separate DPR for us. The new DPR. Initially, we were calculated around 35,000 tons. Later, our BORDA team, they came and they surveyed. They made a counter survey. They approximated around 43,000 tons of metric tons of legacy waste. By using them, we have started segregating. By using our own machineries, like all 4 mm screening machines and 35 mm screening machines, and we developed shed also. So we have started screening. Almost 43,000 tons were there. So we started getting biosoil, that is compost material. So we started selling to the farmers. Initially, we gave it to free of cost because they were not believing this is going to be useful for us or not. Later, when they've grown well for grape crops and all, so later they come up and we have collected almost 2 lakhs rupees from the biosoil or compost material from legacy waste. So these are the phases we can see. The first phase, and we have made it to 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. For phase 1, we have started 2.5 acres we have already cleared. So we are just doing, so per metric ton we are almost getting 450 rupees per ton, because we are just doing. Later in the phase 2 and phase 3, it's almost comes around 1 year of time. So we're going to clear the whole legacy waste from CMC Chikbalapur. And major challenges are in summer season, seasonal challenges, like in summer season firing is the major issue, and in rainy season raining is the major issue. When firing comes, again the whole legacy will start firing, and even our infrastructure will also start firing. But in rainy season, the whole legacy will become wet. So again, it has to dry. So we brought all wetted legacy into inside the shed, and again we made them dry, and again we started segregating by screening machines. And even disposal of RDF is also very challenging task, because there is no cement factory nearby our Chikbalapur town. Actually, we spoke to Hindupur cement factory, even they are also willing to take, but unfortunately for RDF, one Trashcon company, they came forward and they started, they're planning to make some material from our RDF material, so they took all material from our side. Yeah, processing of fresh waste and legacy waste simultaneously is a challenge, because we have to concentrate at both sides. We have to start in city limit and in landfill site also. Then only we can achieve these things. If we concentrate here, we'll lose here. If we concentrate here, we'll lose here. Simultaneously, we have to start. Otherwise, per day, our production is 25 tons per day. If we are not going to do any processing at in city limit, again the whole 25 tons will become legacy waste. And so in smaller towns, what happened, usually the private players, they won't come forward because of maybe profit margin. Usually, the one it's happened to us. One person came and he took the tender and again he ran away. So these are the things will be there. And because of legacy, the local constraints and obstructions will be common because of odor and fire, smoke, etc. So 100% suggestion is that is the ultimate solution for this. And ban on single-use plastics. Actually, in CMC Chikbalapur, we have banned 100% single-use plastic, even including plastic cups, paper cups. So that should be the motto. And decentralized and affordable technical solutions, like sustainable solutions, like cow farming, duck farming, and when we can use, so people will go for enzyme culture. So we have when we use cows, cow dung and all, that will going to be a big enzyme culture for us. And prioritizing infrastructure. Actually, usually what happen, we'll go for vermicide and compound wall and all. We have cheaper cost material. Even vermicide is also not required. So instead of vermicide, we can easily prepare vermicompost. So instead of going for drainage and even compound wall also. So other alternatives are there, like slab interlocking compound wall is there. So cost will be more than 70% of the cost we can reduce from it, like that. And main thing is IEC. That is the main important thing. So BORDA team also helped us a lot, especially in giving IEC activities, particularly for our Parakarmikas and to our councillors and to our all officers. So this is what we have done in CMC Chikbalapur. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shri Lohit. We are really running out of time. So I think all the speakers will be available as we have a lunch break now. So please have your lunch in the third floor. Kindly go to the third floor and show the ID which has been given to you in the morning, and the lunch will be served to you. And do try to come back in another 45 minutes, though I think that should be enough. Yeah. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch, and see you all in the afternoon once again. Thank you very much.
trees dance. let's go. Right, here we go now. Batman scoop on the mic, mix in the mix on the wheels of steel. This is what I was fucking born to do. Let's go.
to kindly come inside, please. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting the first session in the post-lunch, operationalizing legacy waste management. This is basically a panel discussion which will happen later on. We have 4 panelists in the beginning, 2 physical and 2 online. So they'll be doing the presentation, and thereafter the other 3 panelists will join in, and the moderator will take us through the session. So first of all, as we are all aware, this approach to dumpsite remediation key operational challenges, I would request Shri Shankar Raman, General Manager, Sigma Global Environ Solutions Private Limited, to kindly come over and initiate the first sessions. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, after food, clapping is good. Thank you.
Post-lunch is always a wonderful session to begin. So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Myself Shankar Raman, working in the capacity of General Manager, Business Development for Sigma. I'll just take you through what is Sigma all about. We are a pioneer in introducing landfill mining services, integrated landfill mining services in India. And how we say that is by virtue of having done about 250 acres of land reclamation and having processed about 74 lakh metric tons of legacy waste. So some of our credentials include, we were the first to be presented as a model biomining project by the Swachh Bharat mission, and it all started in a small pilgrimage site in South India, which is Kumbakonam. And some of our awards and accolades include the Frost & Sullivan Best Practices Award, the most coveted 3R award from the Confederation of Indian Industry with the very senior delegates. And it was awarded by the former Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister, Professor Vijay Raghavan. And Scott Silver was a recent award, and Vocational Leadership also was a recent award. We do a lot of webinars and workshops hosted by various central and state government bodies, and I happen to personally attend some 3-4 training sessions for SIUD Mysore as well. So unlike others in the industry, we follow something called the zero residue model. And as we speak today, we have employed more than 2,000 people across the country, and we process 10,000 tons of legacy waste every passing day. So these are our credentials. And what it tangibly means to the environment. So having processed 74 lakh metric tons, this is equivalent to about 51 lakhs of carbon emissions saved year on year. And the carbon sequestered as per the EPA standards is about 62 lakh acres of US forest, 1426 wind turbines running for 1 year, and 8.6 crore tree seedlings grown for 10 years. So we have grown, we have reclaimed more than 250 acres of valuable land back and handed over back to the reclaimed and handed over back to the ULBs. So these are some of the pictures of our journey in pursuit of excellence. These are some of the glimpses of the award which we have taken. And this is a very interesting tweet by the Vice President of the country, who has tweeted that if you want to learn about biomining process, take a tour of the Kumbakonam dumping yard. And this was the very first invitation given to Sigma to give the first survection exercise, which happened way back in 2016. We were the first to be invited by the mission director to give a presentation to about 500 municipal commissioners across the country. And these are where we draw this technology from is from a Korean major, South Korean major called Force Bell. And we draw the technology from them, and we assemble it in India and deploy the machinery in various dump sites. Just to give you a small glimpse of what Force Bell is all about, they have 12 international patents and 24 Korean patents. Some of very noteworthy example to mention is your Seoul Olympic Stadium. Seoul Olympic Stadium is a erstwhile landfill which was converted into an Olympic stadium by the technology player Force Bell. And some of the other complex projects include your clearing of the Fukushima radiation plant, which was devastated by the tsunami, and it was completely reclaimed back to normal order by Force Bell. And this is our national presence. Sigma is a national player. We are present in about 8 states across the country, and more so in fact Assam, Guwahati was the recent one which was added to our fold. We are also invested by a venture capitalist, which is a group company, which is Blue Planet Environmental Solutions, based out of Singapore. And as a part of their investment into this company, we are present in about 16 countries across the globe. And they are completely covering the whole spectrum of the entire waste management, starting from organic waste to bioreclamation to C&D waste and everything in the spectrum of waste management. So Blue Planet was instrumental in bringing the SBI-backed NEW fund, which is the UN Green Climate Fund, into India. And this is monitored by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India and Prime Minister of UK. And this is one good initiative which is conceptualized, designed and implemented in the Northern Capital Region of India, which is a project called Blue Nudge, where we are actually catching the school children and catching them young is the concept, where we are doing a kind of behavioral change exercise in the source segregation. This got implemented in the NCR region, and it was inaugurated by none other than the President Designate of the COP26, which got concluded, Mr. Alok Sharma, who also happens to be the UK Minister. And some of the awards which by virtue of having Sigma done the biomining, the ULBs who got the awards, Vijayawada Municipal Corporation got the prestigious Scotch Award, Tirupati Smart City got the first award for we having done the bioremediation and biomining in the Smart City category. And just to give you a perspective of what process we follow as a methodology, we follow a four-pronged approach, which is the pre-assessment and analysis of the dump site as a first stage, pre-stabilization of the waste as the second stage, processing and segregation as the third stage, and responsible disposal of the aggregates as the fourth stage. Generally, there is always a misconception that with only trommels the biomining happens. In many parts of the country, this still remains, but we clearly advocate the idea of it is not just trommels, it is a combination of various machineries which form a technology, because of which we are able to achieve the complete project execution done. So it is a mixture of, it's a combination of all these machineries, apart from the trommels, the air density separators, and some of them are mentioned here, which are all patented. This is an operation flow diagram, as I'm sure most of the experts here do know this. And from a non-sanitary landfill, after pre-stabilization, it is windrowed or coned, and it moves into the weighbridge. It is excavated and moves to the weighbridge for weighment. Then it is stored, and the segregation and the input is given to the segregation area. And the segregation, after the segregation, it is supplied to the recyclables go to the state authorized recyclers. The fine soil goes for reforestation, and the coarse soil and stones go for landfilling. The RDF goes to the cement plants. So this is the most critical success factor of any biomining project, which is the disposal strategy and the environmental compliance adherence. So here, this has been our pan-India experience, gentlemen, where we have completed about 13 projects now, in which what pans out very clearly is about, these are the percentages of our pan-India average, which is 18 to 25% of combustible fraction, which is the refuse-derived fuel. Then the fine soil or bio-earth is to the tune of 4 to 6%. The coarse soil stones form about the major constant, which is about 67 to 77%, and the negligible portion of it is the recyclables, which is 1 to 2% of glass and iron scrap. So these the most essential part of any biomining company has to be the wherewithal to identify and seamlessly dispose the RDF, which easily gets piled up because it is about 25 to 30%. So, and these are some of the last mile reporting of the co-processing certificates which we do from the biomining, from the RDF cement plants. So every fraction which goes out of the dump site is to be tested, both through NABL laboratories and from the internal laboratories. And these are the 4 major T's of our success story, which is technology, adopting to technology right from day one in the dump site, testing practices, the traceability and the transparency. And I would like to just, this in fact, this is one interesting slide where it gives a very clear demarcation of what at every minute you can, the ULB is able to monitor what kind of aggregate fractions are being generated and at what percentage. So the ULBs are generally given a link. The entire hierarchy, starting from the commissioner to the lowest down in the value chain, is able to monitor it live, and this gives absolute transparency in the entire operation of the project. So this, I take a lot of privilege and pride in giving you the before and after pictures of various completed projects. There are very few players in the country who have completed biomining projects across the country, and we are one among them. And these are the places. It all started in Kumbakonam. This is a lake reclamation project in the fringe parts of Chennai. And this is Noida, which is, this is a very thickly habitated site in Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. Again, fringe part of Chennai. Then Gujarat, Atlatara. This is in the external part of Chennai. This is a very interesting project where the dump site was alongside the river Kaveri in South India, which is Erode in Tamil Nadu, where the leachate was flowing into the river, and this was completely remediated. Now it has been converted into a Miyawaki forest now. And some of the other interesting, these are some of the ongoing projects. In fact, we are doing the largest marshland recovery in the world in Chennai, which is about 16 lakh metric tons of legacy waste clearance from the marshland. And birds from as far as New Zealand and Australia used to visit this marshland, but it's no longer coming. I hope after the remediation is done, they come back. And Kollam is another interesting site in Kerala where it is a Ramsar site, and it is alongside a lake which we have completely remediated now. And these are some of the buzzword in the waste management industry is about upcycling and resource recovery. So these are some of the upcycled products which is currently still in the R&D stage. And these are some of the other applications of RDF, where we have converted the RDF into furnitures, so which is yet to be productized. So with this, I end my presentation, and thank you very much for the valuable time.
Thank you, Shri Shankar Raman. We now move on to the next presentation by Shri Indrabhushan Gokhale, National Sales Head of Power Screen. And over to you, Mr. Gokhale. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, just Shankar told it's very difficult to get a post-lunch session, but anyway, I try to make it. It's a very it's a very serious topic we are discussing, but I try to make with some stories as I am from the sales background. So it is like that. Basically, I will give a small introduction to my company. And fortunately, we are very near to you. We are based out of Hosur. So it is just 45 kilometers from Bangalore border. So we can say that we are part of Bangalore. So it's like that. Terex basically market leader in crushing and screening sector. If many of us know about the crushing and screening, so we are in mobile crushers. We have more than 75% market share. Then we are in other type of crushers like stationary crushers and some washing plants. All solutions are there. So in terms of crushing, we have doing from 2000 almost 2000 we are doing from before that is like our dealers are there, but then after we have started our manufacturing here. We have started manufacturing in 2009, and from there means if you for us it's like a very pride that if you know any of the road projects coming there, it is a Bharat Mala project, national highway projects, or any of the road projects in there, we are present, because mobile crushers are very much integral part of any projects. So we are very proud to say that we are associate them. So we have only company which is present in all the segment of crushing, and we are among the fastest growing company of the CE. But the things will be not end here. Is like when do the crushing? If many of you knows that when we do the crushing, it is like that we have to crush the stones, and the stone used to carry the rust. So I am there in crushing industry for last more than 16 years. So most of time, unfortunately, I work for the NGOs where they have a tree plantation, everything. So most of time I have a very much not a question in my mind, what are we doing? We are creating a lot of pollution, lot of means of course it's a until unless we crush the material, how we can build the road. So it is like that. His journey has started, and then after this solution has come, and then I'm the one of the key member in my company to push this product, because this is a crushing product. What we'll see, it is a crushing product we push in the and I will take one line from Mr. Sridhar that only Trommel can't do that. We have to add the technology. So we are basically adding a technology for this. So these are the some more figures. You know, very means you people are more expert than that, but it is some of the survey. It's like that in India around 150 tons of solid waste. It is almost around 62 million tons every year. So this is basically data. So this will derive us. There's a lot of demand for this product. It is like presently it is 62 tons in 2016, 2013 it will be around 165 tons, and 2015 it will be 436. So it is basically, it is like that. It is like the material which is available for us. For in crushing, we always have a question from where the material will come. But in this case, material is ready for us. So we have started our when in 2016 or something, we started our research work. So in that we come to that the MSW municipal solid waste added what are the major contents. Everybody knows about this, and legacy waste that can be collected and kept for 30-40 years. So that basically it's a main. So we see that when our team has visited, so they see that a lot of legacy waste dump yards are there. So around 2,000 legacy waste dump yard, and it is very, very high. It is around 213 feet, 20-story building. This is one of the picture of Delhi Delhi landfill. So our team has started there, and then after they have started researching on what kind of legacy waste is available. We have done research from being a crushing manufacturer. It's a very easy job for us to take the data from us, because most of our service engineer are placed. So you see that the dump yard in Jammu and Kashmir contain riverbed material. That is it will be flooded many times. When we come down to the Latu is a place where I belongs to Maharashtra. So the experiment start from there itself. So it's contain organic waste, plastic insert, dump yard. So these are the various types of waste, and most of us know about this. So before going to this, I will tell our journey. It's on 2016. So there is also a very interesting story. Maybe in some I stayed in Hiranandani, Mumbai in 2016. 16 when this product we announced. So yeah. So what happened? Is that so I was sitting on a Sunday morning with my wife. So she said that I told today Met will come late. Means I told why she will be late. So she said she is gone for training. I also see that why she has gone for training. Means its training is required, I thought, but she has gone for training to how to collect the waste. There is here also now it is implemented that should be there in India means in our Mumbai language, ola kachra, sukha kachra. It's like that. So it is very compulsory from 2016-17. Brahan Mumbai Mahanagar Corporation, Thane Management. So it is like that. So there also I come to know that this is a problem. Is we can get some solution. In 2016 we have we done research in Latur. Then we have one of our demo machines available. So our dealer is Voltas, very well known company. So they said that why can't you give the machine? So we said that why is it going to work? Means if it is not going to work, it will come back, because customer told that I will use it. One of the premium player in this Mr. Kore is from Sagar Motor. He said that just utilize that, we will help out, because this machine I feel that it will produce. Then we'll contact our UK team and everything. So they said that let's go ahead. So we have a demo machine. So demo has run in 2017, and finally it is being tested that this machine can be utilized in place of trommel. Of course, we don't want to get into trommel. Is a big market and there are a lot of players. But it is like it can be part of your solution system. We have seen sir told so it is one of the part of the solution. It is like that whatever the trommel is used doing, because one of the case study that has came, and we are very much surprised that the first machine which has gone, it has producing 10 times more than the traditional trommel, and the cost wise, operating cost wise, so we had to let's go ahead. And then after but problem is that once we get into that, we have see this is the separation in the barrier. This is compose, insert and RDF. So the same thing what trommel is to do, it will do more than means if it is 150 200 tons in a day, it can give up to 1000 tons. So we have but once we started, we have facing a lot of challenge. I think during the seminar also we come to know that there is some ignition issue, so our machine has also catch fire, means like that it is. So we have done all the provisions, as we are the here only, so our team was there, so we have done the provision for that. You can see that the exhaust pipe, we have make the changes. These are few of the changes. Then whenever there is a bottom deck, there is a wire mesh clogging, so there we have changed the decks, where we have moved to very smaller wire mesh. Then after we change we have made the changes in the engine manpower, engine power. And then if you see the result, today we almost having the more than 53 machines located across India. It's of course none of them is a reference in Karnataka. Will definitely maybe in 1 or 2 months we will definitely get our machine, but everywhere it is present if you see, and there are a lot of orders are coming in a pipeline. So we have so again means we have done the machine. Then after we come to know from the Delhi Municipal Corporation is sometimes generally this machine has hardly fuel consumption 4 to 5 liters, but generally there it can work on if your machine can work on electricity, then it will be better. So we have now we are launching with the hybrid version which can work on electricity as well. So these are some of the that just recently sir told that these are some of the where our machines has work. And these are some of the media coverage we got it, and we are very, very proud of that. Even the Swachh Bharat mission, Urban given as a front page story. I mean, it's not story, it is just printed on their line. So better than I am telling you that what about just I will sum up my presentation with one of the videos from my client.
वेस्ट बंगाल एक ट्रॉपिकल वेदर का एरिया है, जहाँ पे ट्रॉपिकल वेदर होता है वहाँ पे बरसात बहुत ज़्यादा होती है। तो बंगाल एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पे 6 महीने पानी पड़ता है। ऐसे परिस्थिति में जो लेगेसी वेस्ट है उसमें मॉइस्चर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। जहाँ पर वेस्ट पर मॉइस्चर होता है, ऐसी परिस्थिति में ट्रॉमल जिसके सीप्स बहुत छोटे हो वो जैम हो जाते हैं, और जैम होने के कारण प्रोडक्टिविटी बहुत कम हो जाती है। तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में एक विकल्प के रूप में हमने पावर स्क्रीन वॉरियर 1200 को लॉन्च किया। उस प्रोडक्ट के माध्यम से हमने बहुत अच्छा आउटपुट पाया। यह मशीन इसका मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट बहुत कम है, फ्यूल कंजम्पशन इसका बहुत कम है, और बहुत ही अच्छे से रिलेटेड फ्रैक्शंस भी।
कोलकाता मेट्रोपॉलिटन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के साथ में, जम्मू म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के साथ और कंटोनमेंट बोर्ड में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। टोटल कैपेसिटी की अगर बात की जाए तो करीब 18 लाख टन हम लोग इसमें प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। और लेगेसी वेस्ट के ट्रीटमेंट में बेसिकली सबसे बड़ी जो बात होती है वो होती है इक्विपमेंट का सिलेक्शन। उसके लिए हम लोगों ने जो है कई जगह बातचीत की, पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड जो है हमने सर्च किया, और लास्ट में हमें ऐसा मिला वो है बेसिकली वॉरियर 1200 पावर स्क्रीन की। ये मशीन रैक माउंटेड मशीन है, साइड के अंदर जा करके जहाँ पे आपका कचरा है वहाँ जा करके काम करती है। कचरे को आपको ठो करके नहीं लाना है मशीन के पास, तो आपका जो लीड कॉस्ट है वो उसमें सेव होता है। दूसरा चीज़, इस मशीन की जो पर आवर डीजल की अगर हम बात करें तो वो बाकी टेक्नोलॉजीज के कंपेरिजन में बहुत ही कम आती है। मतलब ये हमारे प्रोजेक्ट को एक वायबिलिटी की तरफ ले जाती है, क्योंकि मशीन जो है इस तरीके से डिज़ाइन की गई है, इस तरीके से इसकी इफिशियंसी और मशीन है साइड के अंदर जा करके जहाँ पे आपका कचरा है वहाँ जा करके काम करती है। कचरे को आपको ठो करके नहीं लाना है मशीन के पास में, तो आपका जो लीड कॉस्ट है वो उसमें सेव होता है। दूसरा चीज़, इस मशीन की जो पर आवर डीजल की अगर हम बात करें तो वो बाकी टेक्नोलॉजीज के कंपेरिजन में बहुत ही कम आती है। मतलब ये हमारे प्रोजेक्ट को एक वायबिलिटी की तरफ ले जाती है, क्योंकि मशीन जो है इस तरीके से डिज़ाइन की गई है, इस तरीके से इसकी इफिशियंसी और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस किया गया है कि इसका मेंटेनेंस बहुत कम है। दूसरी चीज़ इस मशीन की है
4-5 awards. These are some of the awards we got in recently on XCon. So thank you so much. Thank you organization, and thank you all the audience for listening us. And anyone wants more information or any type of solution, so just let us know. Myself and Ramdas, he's a regional manager here. You just tell us if any of your customer or any of your consultant want to get more information. We are ready to provide us for the equipment. Thank you so much.
Well, the first two presentations in the post-lunch were on time, so we are heading in the right direction. We now have two back-to-back presentations on a virtual mode. First of all, I would request Shri Masood Malik, Joint Managing Director, Re-Sustainability. I think, can you put him on line? Mr. Masood, can you hear us?
Very good afternoon. Am I audible? And if I take, and the RDF was 18 to 26% or thereabouts, which means a majority of the waste that typically when we screen, we process, etc., we are talking about inerts. The real question is, therefore, when we look at management of these dump sites, to what extent are these projects a relocation of an existing dump? And to what extent these are not a biomining project, but essentially an inerts management project? Now, in our experience, about 80% of a typical dump site, at least the ones that we have worked on, are in the category of inerts. I'll talk a little more about this. There are some complex technical, economic, as well as environmental considerations that, in our experience, must be kept in mind as we are approaching not just the existing dump sites, but some of the biggest, more complex dump sites that are still ahead of us. I think a lot of good work has been done on small dumps, 50 acres, 100-acre dumps. But there are dumps which are 200, 300 acres. There are dumps which are millions and millions of tons. And they are right in the middle of big cities, mega cities, high population density areas. And therefore, the whole concept of biomining leading to real estate redevelopment, I think, needs careful evaluation. The reason why I say so is because, this is the typical approach. In this slide, you will see the typical approach to biomining, where there is X tons of biomining is happening every day, processing of waste. There is a lot of processing, recycling, upcycling of materials, etc. Some of the materials, in some cases, gets capped on site. In some cases, it is sent off site. In most cases, it is going off site. Typically, the fractions that get talked about are these. There is the RDF, there is the compost and the biosoils, and there is the aggregates, which are typically used as aggregates, really. The question that I have, and that we have been struggling in all the projects that we have been working with, is the quality of these products. We all know that there was never any segregation of waste that reaches our dump sites in India. It is a commingled waste, municipal waste, together with a lot of potentially hazardous substances, domestic hazardous waste, batteries, lamps, etc., that goes there. What happens over time is, we talk about RDF, or refuse derived fuel. We operate the largest portfolio of waste energy plants. We are the largest producers of RDF in India. We understand RDF. The RDF that comes out of legacy dump sites hardly has any calorific value because the volatile is already gone, long gone. The fact is that the calorific value in RDF is mostly associated with plastics. And as plastics degrade over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, they lose that calorific value. The compost and the biosoils, there is hardly any bio left after 15, 20 years of dumping. So it's essentially the soil that is left. Unfortunately, it is the same soil that tends to concentrate heavy metals, because while volatiles go away, heavy metals often concentrate and stay behind. They don't evaporate. They don't volatilize. And the same for the so-called inerts. And therefore, when we look at dump site rehabilitation, any dump site rehabilitation, I think the most important consideration, and probably something that often gets ignored in many projects, is the characterization and very detailed site-specific characterization. Another area that gets ignored is leachate. What you see above ground, that mountain that you see, is actually the tip of the iceberg. Below that, often many times bigger than that mountain, is an inverse pool of leachate that is below ground. That's the real iceberg. And that is what represents the biggest environmental as well as human health risk. How many projects are we really factoring in leachate treatment the way it should be factored? How many projects we are characterizing that leachate, treating it? It's millions of kiloliters of very complex leachate that needs to be treated. And the associated groundwater contamination, landfill gas management, slope stability issues, health and safety issues. Where is this site located? What is the likely future land use? What receptors? Obviously, there was a learned colleague from an equipment manufacturer. He's talked about choosing the right equipment. I completely agree. And depending on whether this is a small dump site or a large dump site, the equipment complexity also changes, the scale changes. The economics is as I'm sure the experts in this field will agree, is primarily determined by how much far you need to transport the RDF. What is the distance required for either dumping the so-called inerts in a low-lying area, or using it for some road filling project, or transporting the RDF to a cement kiln or to a waste energy plant. If it's really inert, what is the environmental cost of transporting it? What is the carbon footprint of transporting it? Is it really inert? And if it is not inert, is it being treated like a hazardous substance? These are some very complex issues. And therefore, when you're looking at analysis of alternatives, do I take it or do I find an alternate management direction for it? Are we really looking at both the environmental cost, the carbon footprint, and the economic cost of that treatment option? And the whole uncomfortable issue of mass balance. Everyone talks about the fact that there was a mountain there, the mountain is gone. So that's great. But again, what about the contaminants that were there in the mountain? Where have they gone? And what is the traceability of the contaminants today? Or have we essentially, like I said initially, is it a dump site rehabilitation is equal to dump site relocation? And while we are doing that job, obviously impact on the residents and number of issues associated with long-term O&M. Today, I mean, all over the world, and I have worked on international dump site rehabilitations. I worked in rehabilitation of the dump site where the Sydney Olympics was held. I worked on the dump site where the Seoul example that was given. The O&M of those projects still going on. The long-term monitoring of groundwater, the remediation of leachate in many of these dump sites goes on for decades. How many of our dump sites are true remediation projects? Or have we just removed what is visible and what is easy and cost-effective to remove? So the not so typical approach. How many dump site projects have leachate treatment plants? There is a 2 MLD leachate treatment plant in one of the projects that we are working on right now. It's extremely expensive. It's 200 odd crores of capital cost on the leachate treatment alone. How many dump site rehabilitations really take into account that kind of leachate treatment and recycling infrastructure? How many places is really an odor management system or a landfill gas management system incorporated into the design of a rehabilitation? To what extent groundwater monitoring and long-term remediation is part of a biomining or a rehabilitation project? These are some considerations that I would request and encourage become a part of the standard approach, not the not so typical approach. And there are many great examples in India of complex, large, this is a 325 acres dump site that has been, out of which 200 acres was biomined. Single location, 14 million tons using high rate biomining equipment. This is a former dump site where from the former dump now auto fuel is being made. From landfill gas is being converted to CBG. And this is probably one of the first such projects. Many, many great examples in India of solutions as well, not just challenges. My only request is that when we look at any dump site rehabilitation, we have to look at it holistically and look at both the economic cost and the environmental cost, not just with the visible component of the dump, but of the real environmental risk associated with that dump, which includes the contaminants within the dump site and the leachate underlying the dump site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. And now we have the final presentation on the virtual mode. I would request Srimati Swati Singh Sambyal, Waste Management Specialist, UN Habitat. Srimati Swati online. Can you hear us, ma'am?
Yeah, I can perfectly hear you. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Audible.
Okay. Wonderful. Just a minute. So thank you so much for this very relevant discussion and conference, and apologies for not being able to make it to Bangalore in person, but not taking much time and starting straight with the presentation. So this is Swati Singh Samyal, and I'm a Senior Waste Management Specialist with the UN Habitat India Country Office. Also, thanks to Masood ji for addressing the elephant in the room, and also sort of highlighting some of the issues that we don't often talk about, dump site remediation projects. While I'll be sharing more about Fukuoka method, which is a low-cost remediation methodology, which UN Habitat has been implementing in a few countries across Global South. But before I do that, a brief overview of our office's work in the state of Karnataka. UN Habitat as an agency is working on sustainable urbanization, primarily towards fulfilling the SDG Goal 11. We are very closely working with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and other state urban departments across the country. Specifically to Karnataka, there have been two very relevant projects that we've just finished. One, of course, is the Sustainable Cities Integrated Approach pilot that looks into integrating sustainable strategies into urban planning and basically creating green and circular investments and infrastructure with an aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In Karnataka specifically, of the 5 pilot cities, we worked in Mysuru with the Mysuru Municipal Corporation. And some of the approaches that the project entailed was defining spatial strategies, looking into solutions and direction, preparing city profiles and diagnostics based on the spatial and data analysis, and then preparing urban sustainability indicators report. So for Mysuru city, you can see that this report is readily available, basically a planning and management tool that could support 12 sectoral interventions, right from waste management to sanitation to climate change to urban transport to mobility. So if anyone in the group is interested, I'd be happy to share the details. As a city overall, Mysuru sort of topped in solid waste management, water, sanitation, finance, but we also sort of identified of the 12 sectors that we analyzed some areas where work was required, based on which key intervention projects were devised for Mysuru. One, of course, on mixed-use infill development in new neighborhood centers. Secondly, on cycling network and pedestrian infrastructure. Third, on increase and protection of green and public spaces. And lastly, on the need of digital governance initiatives. So we are very closely working with the city corporation and other stakeholders. Other area where the organization widely works is, of course, we have a global program, which is called the Waste by Cities program. Presently, we work with over 200 cities worldwide, about 40 cities in India, in fostering cross-learnings across resource efficiency, circular economy, also looking into advocacy and education, and also fostering circular financing to ensure that when such projects come in cities, there is good bankability and support. Some of the key intervention areas in India around waste management for us, of course, are evidence-based planning. We feel data is very integral to any kind of planning activity around waste management. Then around technological solutions, more looking towards frontier technologies, but also looking into social entrepreneurship, policy integration with circular economy, and capacity building of stakeholders. A very recent intervention which we just finished, and I saw that Mangaluru also presented, was a very significant project called Tackling Plastic Waste in the Environment, wherein we worked in 2 pilot cities in India, but about 6 pilot cities worldwide, including Ethiopia and Kenya. And in Mangaluru specifically, we sort of worked with local groups and NGOs as well as with the Mangaluru City Corporation on conducting a comprehensive diagnostic municipal solid waste assessment. And based on that, an action plan was developed and a circular investment proposal was developed, which is currently underway. I mean, of course, the project has been approved, but we are also looking into bringing it onto the ground within the city. So really thankful for the support that we got from the city administration for conducting this work. And some of the results that came out, typically when you look at data in cities, it's not available, but this exercise wherein we utilize the Waste by Cities tool that is developed by UN Habitat, we were able to look into the waste flow chart of the city, what are the leakages that are there in the city, where those leakages are going, and also based on that, looking into the formal and informal recovery chain and devising an action plan over a period of 1 year, and based on that, defining priority intervention areas. So that in a nutshell has been our work in the state. Coming back to the topic, which is landfill remediation, I'll be majorly focusing on this technology, which is called as Fukuoka method, and UN Habitat has been instrumental in applying it in 17 nations. We very much hope to look into implementing this affordable low-cost technology, which Mr. Malik also addressed. I mean, we have to look at holistic solutions, not just securing the top layer, but also addressing the problem which is often not visible, which is the leachate. So of course, it's a holistic, low-cost, sustainable landfill remediation methodology. If you look into what is it, it's a semi-aerobic remediation method, which was put into practical application in 1975. And in around 1975, this was adopted as a standard design for Japan's final landfill site guidelines. Now, what is the difference? Basically, compared to conventional anaerobic disposal methods, majorly open dumping, this technique sort of looks into improving the water quality of leachate, reducing the amount of hydrogen sulfides and other volatile organic compounds that are generated, looking into early stabilization of landfill and dump sites, and suppressing GNGs. As the previous speaker sort of widely mentioned, I agree the same, that most biomining and biocapping interventions do not focus on holistic aspects, but are majorly focused on the top layer. But it's important to look, at have an overall approach when you're looking into something as complex as landfill remediation. So basically, if we sort of compare a normal site and a Fukuoka remediation method, basically in an aerobic landfill method, which is widely used in developing countries, the landfill layer has an anaerobic atmosphere. There are not only problems in terms of sanitation, such as deterioration of leachate water quality, odors caused by generation of hydrogen sulfide, but there's also the risk that generation of methane gas will trigger fires. We've seen this, past few months at many sites, especially at Delhi. With the Fukuoka method, air naturally flows into the landfill layer through the leachate collection or discharge pipes, so that an aerobic atmosphere is maintained, and generation of methane gas and hydrogen sulfide is suppressed by vigorous microbial activity. And as a result of this, an odor improving effect can be expected, and the landfill can be stabilized at an earlier stage. In addition, since the design prevents leachate accumulating inside the landfill layer, this method can be expected to improve the water environment, both inside and outside the disposal site, compared to other interventions. Furthermore, by undertaking appropriate maintenance management, the final waste disposal site can be stabilized at an earlier stage, and the costs can be significantly reduced. So also with this technology, we're looking into the affordability of a landfill remediation project that is generally not looked into. So these are some of the pictures of open dumping in Fukuoka, how the site was. and how this work was in the initial years carried in Fukuoka University. And as you can see, there's a field survey going on. Some of the steps that are entailed while conducting this study, of course, is the rapid assessment, wherein an entire baseline assessment of the site is done, which is again very, very important. Then, of course, you look into the leachate, and then followed by capacity building, and then finally the implementation phase, followed by a pre and post monitoring phase. Now, if you look at these graphs, they show the periodic change of leachate quality generated from waste lysimeters, and the indicator of pollution, which is BOD and total nitrogen concentration rate. It is seen that it was largely reduced by blowing air into the landfill model tank. These are again some of the pictures from the site, and as you can see that the test tanks were dismantled after 3 years of experiment. And if you look at the 2 photos of the right side, they show the waste conditions after 3 years since it was landfilled. And top photo shows the waste degradation without direct air blowing into the wasteless. Bottom photo shows the waste degradation with air blowing. And of course, it results from the difference with or without air, the anaerobic and aerobic conditions that are created. And as you can see clearly, when you look at the leachate over a period of time, there's a drastic improvement. So these are some of the on-site pictures that were the first project site from 1973. If you look at the top drawing here again, it's a traditional landfill model. The bottom drawing is the model using Fukuoka method. And of course, I explained its details that, through the leachate collection pipes, leachate in landfill is swiftly removed to outside of the landfill. Simultaneously, fresh air naturally blows into the waste layers from the bottom of the landfill, which is due to the fermented heat convection effect generated by microorganisms activity in waste layers. Also, again, it's a natural technique, and by applying this mechanism, even without electricity, a landfill is naturally able to improve itself to aerobic conditions by installing the leachate collection pipes at the bottom of the landfill. Again, these are some of the site pictures. And if you look into the fact that you don't sort of remediate sites to sort of reuse them as landfills again. So you can clearly see this is a park. It's a tennis court, which was after the landfill remediation. It was remediated, rehabilitated to a court. This is a school. This is again a park. This is again a public garden put in use after remediation. Some of the other sites where we have worked include Malaysia, again, where a lot of work happened at its oldest dump site. As you can see from some of the pictures, the status from what the site was to what the site became after remediation and applying Fukuoka method. We have been extending technical cooperation and technology transfer in many countries worldwide and are not adopting Fukuoka method. And presently, we have completed projects in over 17 countries, of course, in cooperation with various governments, municipal departments, as well as other institutions and companies. This is these are some of the pictures of a project in Iran where Fukuoka method was applied. These are some of the pictures from Samoa where a similar intervention was used for landfill remediation. Again, in China, where there was a bilateral agreement to work and remediate a site. This is a project in Pakistan which was undertaken to remediate a landfill dump site with Fukuoka method. This is in Vietnam where it was undertaken. This was in Kenya, and the most recent one wherein in Koshe landfill in Addis Ababa as well as in Bahir Dar, we have applied Fukuoka method. And as you can see, Koshe landfill, of course, has been in use for obvious reasons. It has been a dump site that has been used forever for the city of Addis Ababa as well as outskirts. And it was a 10-month implementation project that is now under completion. And presently the work is going on in the city of Bahir Dar in Ethiopia. So these are some of the initial pictures of the site. If you look at it, the before and after implementation interventions, these are some of the drawings of how the slope would be stabilized, and then sort of the site could be reused for vegetation and rehabilitation. These are the pictures 4 months after project completion. This is after 6 months, where vegetation and sprouting was sort of tried after applying the Fukuoka method. And this was the intervention, very recent pictures taken from Bahir Dar city in Ethiopia. Also currently a project is going on in Myanmar where we are remediating a site, and it's an ongoing project utilizing Fukuoka landfill remediation method. Some of the strengths and benefits and why we feel it's an appropriate technology. Of course, it's low cost compared to other conventional technologies. It's simple technology to reduce methane emissions and pollutants, including leachate. This has been approved by UNFCCC in 2011. Of course, we look into complete reuse of land after completion and do ensure that the land is not again utilized for dumping, but these sites are either developed as integrated processing facilities or they are rehabilitated to other uses. One benefit, of course, is that we entail and localize the technology based on availability of local materials. What's available at the site, what's available with the city administration to sort of significantly reduce costs, and also look into training labor, local resources, waste picker organizations, as well as municipal staff to undertake such a project. And of course, it's job creating. It's not just a project that you finish and leave, but it also creates the strength within the city to deal with incidents like landfill fires or whatever menace that happens due to such sites. In India, of course, we did an initial Kickstart meeting in late 2020, wherein we had a meeting with CPCB, an initial dialogue with over 110 municipal corporations on Fukuoka method. It was a Kickstart meeting. After that, we've had a few consultations with Mahua. Also have been in close talks with a few cities in the country where we are looking into collaborating and working and applying this pilot low-cost affordable technology. At least it'll be the first one in India wherever we start. In terms of way ahead, of course, we all as solution providers and experts have to look into opportunities to work together and offer hybrid solutions to foster cross learnings. No technology is complete in its whole, so it's definitely important to sort of take the best from every technology and look into hybrid solutions. Of course, as we're talking about circular economy, there's a need to minimize our dependence on landfills, adopt both bottom-up and top-down approaches. Learning and replicating best practices is equally important. And also not close our eyes to more holistic interventions. And as the last speaker also said, I truly believe that composition decides technology. So evidence-based analysis is the first step towards deciding technology for remediation, and focus on G&G emission reduction, because clearly landfills are not the answer. We cannot remediate with an intention to use these sites as dump sites or landfills again, or and then seek for another site in someone else's backyard. So about time we move to circular and more holistic solutions. I think I'll close here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Stay tuned as we are going to have the panel discussion right away. Without much ado, I would request the moderator, Shri Manas Rath, Senior Advisor, BORDA Asia, to kindly come over. And also the esteemed presenters, Mr. Shankar Raman, General Manager, Sigma Global Environ Solutions, kindly come back. We also have Mr. Indrabhushan Gokhale, National Sales Head of Fast Screen. Mr. Masood Malik will rejoin us. He's already there online. Joint Managing Director of Free Sustainability. And we also already have Srimati Swati Singh Sambial, Waste Management Specialist, UN Habitat. I would also now request Mr. Sampath Kumar, founder and CEO of Tide Technocrats, to kindly come over. Mr. P.H. Jadhav, Solid Waste Management Group, Pune. And we have one more gentleman joining us on the virtual mode, Shri J.B.
Let me start with a question for Dr. Jadhav. For Dr. Ravinder at CPHEO. Sir, from the we can't. Yeah, we don't have a screen to see them, right? No. Okay, fine. They can't hear us. Whoops. What can we do about that? Can we hear the online folks? Can the folks who are online, can you hear us now? I don't think so. Let's try that. Can the online folks hear me now? Can you do a thumbs up or unmute yourself and say yes? Doesn't look like. Can the folks who are online, can they hear us now? Can you hear us online? Yes? Okay, fantastic. All right. But then whatever you guys say, they will not be able to hear you. So let's see how it goes. Maybe I'll repeat it. Okay. So I had a question starting a quick question for Dr. Ravinder. When you saw the presentations today, and given what's happening with all the various legacy waste site, landfill projects going on in India, what are some of your, where do you think they are meeting the goals and the objectives that CPHEO would lay out? And where do you think we are falling short? Or what do you think we are not yet focusing on in the landfill remediation projects underway across India? So could you, Mr. Ravinder, could you hear me? We can't hear you. He's muted. Okay, I think you'll have to unmute yourself. But is the Zoom audio connected to the main system? Okay, maybe let's start with the question with the folks on stage till we figure out our online sound. I think one of the questions I'd like to ask, and maybe Shankar, you can start with that, is what are some of the, we saw a few successful case studies before lunch, right? And a lot of projects are going on. What are some of the obstacles or roadblocks you're seeing in some of these projects, and what can be done to make the process smoother so that we have quicker completion of projects, hopefully lower cost and better outcomes in these landfill remediation projects that you're seeing?
The very first one, which I would like to mention, is about the quantification. I think the ULBs need to quantify it better. Yes, of course, the contractor has the responsibility of doing a quantification once the project is awarded, but prior to the project getting awarded, the quantification below the ground level is not quantified at all. So that is one critical point which needs to be addressed. And number two, leaving Karnataka, one state, one price across the country. This has been our experience. One state, one price is being followed in maybe states like Maharashtra, where this is not a rate contract of a product. This is a services being offered. So there are many factors which need to be factored in before arriving at a kind of price per metric ton on the tipping fee. So that is something where there are a lot of projects which has gone haywire because of this, the pricing not being budgeted properly. And thereafter what happens is, post that, there are to our surprise, we are even seeing tenders coming out for disposal of the RDF, which is after the biomining. After the biomining project got awarded, after the project period got over, now the same ULB is coming out with a tender for disposal of the RDF. So which is very strange. So I think these two are very key success factors.
Yeah. And would you say that disposal should be part of the biomining?
100%. It has to be an integrated part of it. It is an integrated approach which the ULB has to adopt. Yes.
Right. Okay. And Mr. Jadhav, same question to you. What are the kind of, in your experience, could you just, in half a minute tell us what size of projects you have worked on, and what are some of the obstacles and problems you have faced?
I had worked size of the project ranging from 50,000 cubic meter to almost 4 lakh metric ton. So I have little bit much more experience in small and bigger size.
Yes.
So I will elaborate more, Mr. Shankar's point, that cost should be also on that size of them, because capital cost varies. Otherwise, what will happen? For small, there will be no good players for this. And also, for small project, there should be infra cost should be beared by ULBs, like electricity setup, then water and shade if possible, and also weighbridge, such a facility, because cost of project is 1 crore and that setup cost is almost 30 to 40 lakhs. So this should be addressed.
Right.
Almost all points are covered.
Okay. So make sure that all the proper setup and infrastructure required, that is provided properly, and then the pricing should take into account proper local variances, including the capex requirement, integrated projects, integrated contracts, and I guess I would say better as part of the quantification. I would say really there need to be better. The process of designing the contract has to be done much more robustly with better technical expertise, better economic, so estimates, etc. So maybe more effort into the consulting side or into the DPR side of things, right? Perfect. Okay. Is online working now? Yeah, perfect. In which case, we can have the question to Dr. Ravinder. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I would be curious to learn from the presentations you have seen and also the projects that you're seeing actually happening, the contracts and the projects that are underway and getting completed. From CPHEO's technical perspective, what goals are we achieving with these projects, and what goals are we not achieving, so that when the DMA is thinking about how to do these tenders and projects, what else should they be keeping in mind from a long-term perspective, from the concept of livable cities, sustainability, and making sure that the health of both environment and people is properly protected? One second, we can't hear you. Are you on mute? No. Okay.
Good.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. And when we are looking at these remediation projects, we want to clear off these what you call in a reverse way icons of mismanagement over the years, and we would like to convert them into rather green zones. What is visible only we are attempting to clear off, and what is not visible, as some of the presenters have said, what is the groundwater contamination and the consequences of it. It is a very long-term thing, and we are not looking at it unless that area has been declared as a hazardous as far as groundwater is concerned. Then it comes into another project under the Ministry of Environment and Forests. Sorry about that. So we are basically looking at clearing of these sites so that these mountains and mounds of dirt, accumulated dirt, having a lot of socio-economic degradation of the community around there is eliminated. Those areas nowadays happen to be almost in the heart of the city. Maybe 20-30 years back they were on the outskirts. So we are basically looking at these things, that the visible ill effects of these dump sites are removed through remediation.
Yeah.
We would also like to actually do any leachate management that incidentally occurs there in a visible fashion. And once again, I reiterate that what is invisible about the groundwater contamination, etc., we are not looking at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Masood, coming back to you, the elephant in the room that you raised. I have a couple of questions to follow up on that. And actually, let me just ask, how much more time do we have on this session? I know we're running a bit late. 15 minutes? Okay, fine, great. Okay. Now, should there's obviously always, we looked at some of the big numbers this morning, how much is it going to cost to clean up the landfill, 1 lakh crore and, whatnot, right? Now, there'll obviously be a drive as this becomes a more mainstream activity and service. There'll be a drive to try and reduce the cost. And typically what we are seeing today is 450 rupees to 800 rupees per ton seems to be what it costs. And then that benchmark number kind of gets set, right? And once a benchmark number gets set in the minds of people, if there is a project which is much higher cost or much lower, it raises eyebrows. Why should we spend so much? We don't need to spend so much. You pointed out to some of the gaps, and it looks like, what we are doing is sort of jugaad the Indian way, right? Do it quick, do it cheap, do what's needed, and, sort of avoid too many questions. In your mind, good quality landfill remediation, and I know there'll be a variety based on how big it is and what the, what climatic condition it's in. But in your mind, do you have a sense of what should it be costing us if we really want to do the landfill remediation in the most responsible and proper way possible?
That's a great question, but I must state that there is no two landfills are the same, because the risk is not driven by the source. Risk is driven by the receptor. A landfill in the middle of nowhere without any sensitive ecological or human health receptor right next to it has very low risk. And the environmental controls and the remediation strategy will be different. Balaswa or a Ghazipur or a Deonar, these are very different landfills. We're right next to high density human settlements, where incidentally there is a high degree of contact with groundwater. People are actually abstracting groundwater, using groundwater in these regions. So risk is driven by the receptor, not by the source. The mountain does not drive the risk. The people around the mountain drive the risk. So there is no one size fits all. Let me just share some. There was an interesting question. Similar question was asked by the office of the PSA. The PSA himself, the earlier principal scientific advisor to the government of India, asked us this question: that what should it cost to even just study a dump site like Ghazipur, which is a large dump site? On a pro bono basis, as part of CII, investigated and prepared a detailed design of a rehabilitation for Ghazipur landfill. The cost of just the investigation was 6 crores, because drilling and profiling and coring an old dump site, especially which is 70 meters tall, is not easy. The kind of studies that are required, the kind of sampling that is required, the kind of analysis that is required, the kind of modeling that is required is not easy. Right. And that effort, the cost of that, the bare bones cost of the investigation alone was 6 crores. The cost of treatment of 1 kiloliter of leachate, 1 kl of leachate, is anything from 450 rupees to 1200, 1300 rupees, depending on the concentration. 1 kiloliter, right, which is essentially 1000 liters. So I cannot give you a uniform number. I think there are multiple approaches to landfill rehabilitation. Right now, we have identified sort of one size fits all. And I think a very good point was made by one of the previous speakers, who said that there is uniformity now that is being said. One country, one rate kind of thing. Unfortunately, it's a diverse country with diverse socio-economic environmental setting. And that setting informs what should be done, as opposed to just going by 500 rupees. Everyone is doing it, I'll do it at 500 rupees. Then what will happen? It will be a relocation of that dump site at the lowest possible cost to some place where tomorrow our children will be paying to rehabilitate that.
Absolutely. So I guess that goes back to the point that Shankar also made, that we need to do the study properly, and case by case basis, depending on the location, depending on the risk factors that are present. And I guess the larger landfills that are closer to the cities are going to cost dramatically more to rehabilitate properly. And maybe for small towns, maybe the approach that we're using is, and I won't say okay, but maybe little more okay, where one may not need to go as deep because the quantum of waste, etc., is lower, but still that characterization is necessary.
May I just make one last point on the cost issue?
Yes.
If we go into a very site-specific design and remediation strategy, it is possible that partial redevelopment of land can be used to pay back and to recover cost. Partial controlled redevelopment with zoning controls, with exposure controls, knowing what can be developed here and what cannot be developed here. And this is how it is done in other parts of the world, where actually a consortium of real estate developers actually fronts the money. And they know that they'll only be allowed certain land use for a particular duration, and that is how the cost of the rehabilitation is recovered. The submission here is typically removal of a dump site from a location results in 6 to 7 times appreciation in land value instantly.
Right.
Sometimes many times more.
Yeah.
For the neighboring landowners.
That's right.
Not just for that land. It's not that, if you clear a 50-acre land, it is that land whose value got appreciated. In a 2-kilometer radius of that dump site, land value appreciates. Economic value is being created by this whole process. We should look at it holistically and allow for a proper rehabilitation so that tomorrow it is seen as something which is truly sustainable.
Right, and so therefore that opens the avenues for different kinds of public-private partnerships, potentially for outcome-based financing or outcome-based projects. Of course, given the general reputation of the real estate sector in India, one needs to be careful. about what is actually monitored, what is reported, and what is achieved. But your point is basically that we need to, if we think more holistically, then the higher cost of doing things the proper way might become viable, at least in certain locations. I mean, it does trouble me that very often, you see, okay, land is being remediated, and then the first thing we think of doing is putting a park or a playground there, right? We take waste and we want to convert it into not office desks and chairs, but school desks and chairs, right? Now let's say, well, why do we put this into offices?
The most vulnerable of the receptors, place them there and make them play there.
Exactly,
put a pond there so that they can swim in it.
Right.
Terrible.
make them sit on it all day, and very often again, because the standards may not be there, we don't know what fumes are still being emitted and what toxins are still around. Fantastic. Can we open any questions from the audience? We've been all talking up here. Yes.
Hi, Mr.
Richa, maybe just introduce yourself for the camera.
So my name is Dr. Richa Singh from Center for Science and Environment, and my question is for Mr. Malik. So you mentioned in the very first slide, I think in the second slide, that a significant fraction of the legacy waste is inert in nature. So when we say inert, we actually are referring to a material which is biologically and chemically stable. So do you think it's correct to say that way? I mean, we should rather call it fine fraction, because it's most of the landfills that we are seeing in India are operational in nature. Like none of these landfills are unoperational or abandoned landfills. So it's difficult to believe that 60% or 70% of it is inert in nature, which cannot cause any harm to the environment.
No, I think, Dr. Singh, I think that is absolutely a very valid point, and that is why the inerts that I was referring to was within quotes. It is reportedly inert, because the moment you go into a detailed analysis of the trace organics, especially the persistent organics and trace metals, in that so-called fine fraction, very inconvenient results come. Because of those results, it is difficult to dispose of that material, because that material suddenly, would under Schedule 2 of the hazardous waste rules start getting classified as hazardous waste. Especially the fine fraction, you are absolutely right. When you classify any material, you will get a classification of different sizes. So the heavy material lumps are actually inert. And especially if you wash them, then all the fine fractions are the ones that concentrate the heavy metals and the contaminants typically. There's no once again, no one size fits all, but typically the larger particles are truly inert. The finer you go, there's a concentration of contaminants. So those fine fractions are the ones you have to be very, very careful of. And unfortunately, those are the fine fractions that get classified as landfill material, low-lying areas. They go and they get dumped there. And they are the ones that actually, and as an environmental student, they make me most uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true, and I think that's the reason we should opt for biomining instead of going for like biocapping or any other solution, because here we are making sure that we are scientifically extracting the waste and then making sure that each fraction is treated scientifically. I mean, what's your views on that?
I would request you to please study all the biomining projects and to understand whether that level of investigation alone on the trace organics and the trace metal level in the fine fraction has been done or not. If it is being done, fantastic. If it is being treated like it should be treated, if it is being stabilized as hazardous waste, great. If it is not, then we are actually creating a bigger problem than we are solving.
That's true.
My other question would be, if it is truly inert, then why are we transporting it hundreds of kilometers away? What is the environmental risk it represents?
Yeah, it needs a lot of policy interventions also. Like we need to have some standard operating. I'm so sorry. Maybe I'll restrict my question here also.
No, so good questions. I think things that need to be answered probably offline. But yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Shyam Sundar from Tata Consulting Engineers. My question is to Indrabhushan Gokhale. Actually, the equipment that what you manufacture, so it's very really fantastic, and I think whatever you supplied to Messrs. Yes to Infra, in one of the slides you mentioned, and I hope that that is for the projects of Mulund dumping ground.
Yeah, yeah, correct.
Right. So actually, the Tata Consulting Engineers, we were the peer review for that project.
Right.
And actually, the thing is, what my question to you is, basically because of that equipment,
Mhm.
whether the processing capacity of the plant, whether how much percentage it is increased with the normal trommels if you use that.
Right.
So that's my question.
Thanks for the appreciation. First of all, as I told during the presentation, is of course this means certainly in our whenever we come to some solution, it is already said keep it simple. It's like that. So whenever when we started this research, so there also we find that for example the trommel is used. So if you know about the Maharashtra, there is a earlier we have done the comparative study where the trommel is working and our machine is working. So it is like our machine is giving whatever the capacity is there. It is trommel is give for the same time. It is around 150 tons a day or something. Our machine can increase up to 10 times. But the cost of machine will be higher one. But if we see from the cost perspective here, we are telling that every step there is a, first of all we need to take care that our operating cost should be less, our initial investment should be less, and at the end of the day any contractor should earn more. So in that sense our equipments whatever even Mr. Malik has told that one of the high equipment from our industry itself is used. So such kind of technology if we used there, then really the process will be very fast for the separation, and certainly it will be, if we compare, it will be mostly around at least 6 to 7 times of the day. If it is 200 tons the day, we can 1000 to 1200 tons a day we can easily, and more than that what happen is that if the moisture content go high, so we as a manufacturer we are ready to change on the some of the equipment. But of course we can't say that in a one day that we can replace trommel, because trommel is an integral part. But if we can utilize, if you can see in my one of my video, there also it can go inside the but trommel will be the stationary one. Correct. Even sir, we are coming with a trommel maybe next year with a track mounted trommels maybe by 2024, because we also see there is a lot of business, because 58 machine is it's a big number for us in 2 years. So in that case it can go inside that. So these machines can be utilized because our crusher is also a mobile crusher. It can go inside and utilize that in the with the trommel itself. And of course we are working on the cost and whatever the customers you are using, most of things even sir can know that about in Maharashtra or in Delhi, there are a lot of customer are very happy customer, and they are getting good profit. Thanks.
Yes, yes. As per the customers' needs, you can customize the
yeah, we have done a few points.
Can we take one last question? I see one hand up here. There are no more hands up. Okay. Yes,
Namaste. My name is Hanman Kaladgi, AW Environment, Belagavi Corporation. My question is to Bhopal Corporation representative and panelist also. He said case study about Bhopal. More than 11 lakh tons he reclaimed and 21 acre and worth of 1.105 crores. Lastly, he said he is planning for construction of commercial establishment and residency. Is it viable? All case studies are for forest and other purpose. Even though we can construct a shed, storage shed also, but commercially he is telling.
Maybe we can get a quick answer. I'm not sure where there you are. Yeah. Can we get a...
Actually, what I told that we treated only 180 cubic meters of waste, legacy waste, Rest of the waste which was inactive was biocapped on that. And the land that was reclaimed has been, the proposal has been sent to the TNCP department. It's been processed with the principal secretary, sir. And when the land use gets changed, we will be using it in a commercial purpose, and also a bus terminal has been proposed there. There's no harm, but we will be getting the clearances from PCB. We will be getting environment clearances and the other committees like SIA and other things, because the land is in the most precious part. Like there is a nearby railway station, nearby overbridges there, and in front of the existing dump site there is a housing projects are very much in the lineup. So we'll be getting the clearances, and then the proposal for commercial project and ISBT will be implemented on the field.
Okay. So hopefully the clearances will be based on some of the aspects we have talked about today. Yeah. So let's do this. Let's have half a minute of closing comments by everyone. Sampath would love to hear from your 35 years looking at different aspects of waste. Maybe give you a minute to say what have you seen in this presentation? What do you think works? What do we need to be watchful about? And then maybe just half a minute for everyone to give your closing comments.
Hello. Yeah. From purely a Karnataka perspective, okay, out of these 343 towns which Bhanu was pointing out, I think, and out of the 196 towns which has got legacy waste, my own understanding would be that about 25 towns are big towns. Maybe the class 1 cities, maybe the TMCs, the bigger ones where maybe it's 50,000, 90,000, 1 lakh plus waste management. Rest of it are smaller ones. So I would sincerely request that no need to go through all these very sophisticated solutions which Mr. Malik is pointing out and the team here is pointing out. Please get a simple total station survey done, get a volume estimate in place, and go after your landfill process. Nothing more is required. Do the cleaning. Finally, the contractor we are going to get is not Sigma, is going to be some local contractor we are going to get, who is going to do this 3-part classification either with a sieve or with a Terex machine, and go ahead and distribute the waste in a more safer fashion. Please ensure it is safe. Point number 1. When the complexity of the problem becomes larger, like if you are taking Mandur you want to handle or something like that, then I think all the expertise here has to come into place. So I think that thinking process differentiation has to be there. Otherwise, we will be lost in the kind of detailing which we are looking for. I was told that we are looking at some 200 DPRs to be prepared for Karnataka for the bioremediation. I would say get 200 waste assessments done so that you have the quantity properly done. And a proper base level identification. I think what Mr. Ravinder also pointed out, that we don't want to go below ground. What is your base has to be very clearly told, because a lot of places in the past we have dug up the sites and then filled up the waste. Now we don't want to go back and create one more quarry out there and then come back and say, how do I now again fill up the quarry back? We don't want to get into that. So please come back to the base level. And I think that would be the way to go for us. For as the problem becomes more complex, like the Bangalore City Corporation Commissioner pointed out, complex problem, complex solution, care to be taken. Mysore, complex problem. Bangalore, complex problem. Please take complex answers. But for simple solutions, please take simple problems. Don't take some complex solutions. Especially in Karnataka, because in Karnataka, I think out of 343, almost 300 plus towns would have their own landfill, own waste management boundary. All this waste is lying within the waste management boundary of the towns. So that being the case, I think we should go for a simple solution. I think that's one input from my side. Thank you.
I guess.
One humble submission on the RDF disposal. Currently, apart from the cement plants, especially when the dump sites are not located in any of the 7 clusters identified across the country, then it's definitely a cost which is to be incurred with ULB. So, in this context, I would humbly request the government of Karnataka to advocate the idea of waste to energy. That's the only fallback as of now, because various other schools of thought are prevalent, but the waste to energy is still not gained the momentum as it requires. So the power purchase agreements with the private players, all those things can be relooked upon, and that's one submission which I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there, sorry, just on that, are there other industries which could use the combustibles other than cement for their manufacturing?
What is permitted by the CPCB guideline is only the cement plants and the waste to energy plants.
Okay.
Yeah, I will again sum up like that. We should use it. We should use, and we're talking about the technology. We should use the simple technology. What sir told about that, and it as a as a manufacturer, we also believe. In fact, not only me, but there are the few manufacturers, other manufacturers. The screens, they are also ready to do the changes, and we generally feel that whatever the contractors means, what sir told, that is small contractors are taking lot of machine. It's very true, because whatever the machine they are putting, they are earning there. So that is our aim, that contractor should utilize our machine, and we also want to be the part of that that process, that the cleaning should be done for the city, and then we should have a healthy atmosphere. Thank you.
My main concern is, before finishing the biomining project, fresh waste processing must be started. Otherwise, it will be never-ending process. So that's most important.
Okay. Great. And just closing out, can I, Swati, can I ask you to go first with your closing comments? And just one thing, if you could add, is the Fukuoka method. Have there been any roadblocks you're facing in getting the pilot projects going? And is there something that the DMA in Karnataka could do to maybe become one of your first partners and clients?
Thank you. I think in terms of Fukuoka, of course, one of the biggest hurdle is also corporations coming together with their strong will to do this on the ground, because it can't be done by any private company or a multilateral agency on its own. So I think a collaborative approach, of course, is a need, and we would be really happy to hear from UDD or DMA if there's any need. As I said, it's a low-cost intervention, because we look into the affordability of resources and reutilization of material, along with training the capacity of the municipality and their internal strength, as well as local workers. So happy to collaborate with the state. In terms of closing remarks, I think I would just like to say that it's very much important to identify the problem first, have a proper baseline assessment in place, and then move towards solutions. So clearly, as an agency that has been propagating on evidence-based planning, we are happy to support DMA and UDD in conducting baseline assessments if they need it for their cities in Karnataka. We've done it for Mangaluru, we've done it for Mysuru, and we're happy to provide our technical inputs for any interventions in coming time and in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And hopefully the landfill projects can then also get integrated into other circular economy, greenification of cities, and making cities more livable and sustainable through your other programs. Dr. Ravinder, your closing comments to the
thank you. Thank you, and appreciate all the experts coming in, and rather we would like to go for simple solutions. This Swachh Bharat Mission 2 has got a specific component of dumpsite remediation. It is about 9,000 crores. So comparing to the state contribution, the total cost should be around 27,000 crores to 30,000 crores. We would like to make the cities visibly garbage free at the first instance, and any challenges of any site specific problems, we welcome the experts and the development partners to come in and take it up, maybe in larger landfills. After remediation, we believe that land use conversion will be a challenge. Rather, it should be used for the city's own waste processing facilities, as many, particularly the larger cities, are facing the problem of new allotment of land for setting up facilities. At the same time, we are also thinking towards circularity, not to integrate the sanitary landfill into the integrated facility. Previously, our experience has been that plants attached to the landfill have not functioned to their potential. Rather, the landfills have been exhausted much before their estimated time. So, there is a circular economy issue also with the Ministry of Environment and CPCP. We would like to take the landfills separate. We believe cement plants are the best and not the waste to electricity. We are open to discussion, but cement plants are not uniformly spread across the country. Karnataka is lucky in that matter. So a lot of due diligence site-specific things need to be done. We agree that the RDF that comes out of the remediation may have more silt and dust and inert than the combustible matter. We need to find out a way of more shredding and maybe even washing it also to bring it to more combustible standards. Then only we can transport it to a longer distance. All of the points have been well covered, and we request experts to use their offices, good offices in their states and cities. We want to remediate the landfills as early as possible. Around 16 crore metric tons has been estimated. That translates that each person has deposited about 500 kg. That is about 25 years of legacy waste has been lying there. So if it is tackled immediately, a lot of changes in pre-qualification criteria are also required, as many experts have pointed out. We are typically looking at a project as a civil engineering project which will have a life of 50 or 30 or 50 years lifetime. It should not have any problem. That is not the way to look at it. Make it more broad-based so that the problem is tackled within the mission period. Thank you for giving me this time, and my thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. And hopefully the players here can respond to some of those things. And last but not least, Masood, any closing thoughts for us?
No, I think a lot that needed to be said has been said. I agree with a lot of the points that the previous speaker, Ravinderji, just mentioned. I will just add one closing thought. The economic viability and cost efficiency, a number of these projects is associated with one factor alone. Assuming that the media, the matrix is not contaminated, assuming it is clean, then it must be given must-buy status. If that aggregate finds its way into PWD projects or embankment development by NHAI, the landfill rehabilitation project will be viable. Because we talk a lot about RDF. RDF is 15%, 20% in these mountains. 60%, 70% are the so-called inerts. If they are truly inerts, then it should get must-buy status or must-use status. And there's enough public works happening. There's enough road construction happening in India. And I think the cost efficiency of these projects will be dependent on that one policy intervention alone. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry we did go over our time limit. I'll just close with two statements, two things I'd like to repeat. One is, as Dr. Ravinder said, landfill remediation should not be looked at as a civil engineering project. We need to look much deeper into the issues around it, and let's look for appropriate solutions based on the local conditions. But then invest enough time and energy and resources to understand the local conditions and what is needed there, instead of a one-size-fit-all or a one-cost-fit-all kind of approach. So with that, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our panelists who have come to share their knowledge today, and thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll have a very quick tea break for about 10 minutes, and then the final session, and thereafter the way forward and stakeholders' role. the panel discussion will happen. So do come back quickly in the interest of time. Thank you. In the meantime, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the final session, the way forward and stakeholder role, the panel discussion on tackling legacy waste in Karnataka. I would like to call upon the moderator of the session, Srimati Sheetal N. Singh, Director ISA, JJM and SBMG RDWSD on the stage. So please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, after that tea break. I would also like to call upon all the panelists before I hand it over to the moderator. Honorable Justice Shri Subhash B. Adi, Chairman NGT SLC Karnataka, Shri Srinivasulu, IFS, Member Secretary KSPCB, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Shri Pushkar SV, Senior Manager IIHS Bengaluru, Shri Praveen Bharadwaj, SLWM Expert NIUA, Dr. Richa Singh, Deputy Program Manager CSE, Dr. Sanjay K. Gupta, Director CARE Northeast Foundation, and Mr. Pankaj Arora, Technical Director of KPMG. Yeah, well, some of you might not have clapped earlier. They're all together now. Yes, it's now over to you, Srimati Sheetal Singh. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar eldrigu sir. Dignitaries on the dais and the esteemed panelists for today's session on legacy waste handling and management. We are all here because we are, I think, the birds of the same feathers, and and somewhere we are connected with this topic. It's always said that prevention is better than cure, but unfortunately, when it comes to legacy waste, we have to take the slogan the other side, because we have done the disaster and we are trying to remediate it now. But yeah, better late than never is said. So I would just start with one simple statement saying that recycle it all, no matter how big or small. So with this statement, I initiate this dialogue of the panel discussion. Fortunately or unfortunately, I think we have a quick 2 or 3 minutes from each one of you to quickly introduce yourself and a bit on your insights and thought process on how do you think legacy waste management challenges are ahead of us. So we have Honorable Justice Subhash Adi sir, the man, the NGT himself, what we call him as in Karnataka. So we are privileged to have him with us. Thank you, sir. I start with you, sir, please.
Good evening to everyone. Now, as it was put by Mr. Sampath, he was mentioning about how, particularly reference to the Karnataka, how you should go for legacy waste. Morning session, the DMA explained the quantity of the legacy waste in Karnataka. In percentage-wise, they put it in 54% is in the corporation, Bangalore corporation area, and 17% in other corporation area, and the remaining is almost 29% in elsewhere. Now, about more than 300 local bodies in Karnataka, and major portion is in Bangalore. It is 54 or more or something. Now, remaining is out of the 11 corporations, I think about 3 corporations have a larger quantity, about 4 to 5 lakhs tons of the legacy waste, like Mysore, like Bangalore and Hubli, Dharwad, etc. In fact, when I was in Gulbarga, the legacy waste I visited, it was a 10 acres of land which was occupying the legacy waste. And to have the legacy waste processed, I had a talk with the cement industries which are very close by. And they agreed to install the processing plant and also segregate and take the RDF, whatever is present out of it. And they include the cost also. They will say that as a gesture of goodwill, they will invest the money without any return from the government. No, that was then understanding, and that did not materialize thereafter, I don't know. Now, except this, if you look at the very small quantity, very small quantity. And now there are town municipalities, town panchayats, and other than town panchayat, there is a gram panchayat. Now, in a gram panchayat, if you know it, the volume of legacy waste is very, very minimal. Very, very minimal. You don't require any DPR and other things. And when you are talking about the integrated process, integrated process is only to see that locally it can be done. If there is a 5,000 tons of legacy waste, it is a manageable waste. It doesn't require a transformer or machineries to do it. For everything, the DPR and the approval and then the process, and it takes a lot of time. Now, how to go about the major cities? The major cities like Bangalore, major cities like the Mysore and other things. You need to have a plan. First of all, you must know what is the quantity available. Whatever is this total survey method or whatever method, estimate the quantity, and you must know what is the legacy, what type of legacy waste is there, what plan can be done, what type of processing can be done. You have methods. Now the national policy is there. National policy, that is the CPCB. They have a guidelines. They have got 2-3 methods of processing, particularly biomining. Then there is a bioremediation. Then there is also capping. Capping is out of question. That is not at all advisable, and capping is not feasible. It is not a capping where you have already done a scientific landfill. It is not a scientific landfill. It is already accumulated and it is percolating in the deep into the soil, whether it is a rock or otherwise. So capping you cannot, and it will have a larger effect on the more harmful than what is already there. Now land mining, and between the land mining and the remediation. Remediation is a simple method. It takes a little bit time. But for the small cities, small towns and other things, my suggestion is to go for the bioremediation by making a trench, or there are 5 to 6 methods, 7 methods are there. That is what prescribed by the CPCB. Apart from this, for the town panchayat, and you know the Indian culture and also the village culture, hardly there is the wet waste goes to the dumping site. What goes is the dry waste. And village level, the dry waste, my experience, the dry waste is very less. They don't carry the dry waste at all, except this plastic is coming. Now, these areas should immediately, first thing what need to be done is, it is not just biomining and bioremediation. Before that, you need to cap this fresh waste going to the dump site. Now, if you look at the legal point of this, now if you have a solid waste management rules, from 2016 they are in force. Now, from 2016, and if you look at the definitions, there are 2 definitions only. There is nothing like legacy waste. There is no definition of legacy waste in the rules, or in the Act, or in the Environment Protection Rules also, or in notification also. Now, one is the sanitary landfill, another is the dump site. Dump site is which is illegal under the definition itself, it is mentioned. Now, how can you go for the capping? The capping is like a dump site. It is not permissible. Secondly, the sanitary landfill, which is only inert, or the residuaries which must go. So, as per law, it is not something that you are doing it for charity or doing it for yourself or somebody's good. Law requires that the waste must be segregated at least in the 3 forms for the domestic, and segregated waste must be processed. This processing policy is that each of the rules, you take a rule 4 or rule 15, you find there are many places decentralized method of processing. Decentralized, it may be community processing or in situ processing. As far as possible, it is said, as far as possible. So, first thing is cap this fresh waste going to the landfill. That must be the idea of every local bodies, to ensure that no fresh mixed waste goes to the landfill. Why should it go? And you should have the planning. Every town, every panchayat, every city, they must know the city itself. The ward wise, whoever is operating, he must know what is his ward, what type of waste is coming. There is no scientific study so far made. None of that, and wherever I have gone, I have advocated it. I have said that you must study your city first. You must know what. You must know what the blocks in the ward. You must know what kind of waste is coming, so that you can prevent it. If you take a definition of waste hierarchy under 257, it says that prevention, first thing is to prevent, second thing is to reduce, third thing is to recycle, fourth thing is to reuse, and what remains is the residuary. But why it is not effectively done by the local bodies is a question. This will prevent at least the fresh waste going. Take for example Bangalore. Thousands of tons of waste, mixed waste is still going. So you are adding to the injury. It continues to add. That will not solve problem. Morning session somebody mentioned it. One side you are going for the biomining, bioremediation or processing, and second time you are creating one more. That should not be the idea. Idea should be that their fresh waste, mixed waste does not go to it. And inert and landfill are concerned, this must be very minimal. As far as possible, the all recyclable. She started, in fact, things started with that everything is recyclable. It may not be, but aim should be, see that nothing goes. How it is possible? If you do it block-wise, if you do it ward-wise, community-wise, so the maximum waste will not go to the landfill, maximum inert will not go to the landfill, it will get adjusted in the block-wise or the ward-wise or the group of ward-wise. So ensure that at the source, at the place itself, it is curtailed. Secondly, now the legacy waste, which is existing, which is a burning problem, except what need to be done there. And major cities are concerned, the planning must be perfect planning. It is not just sending some executive engineer preparing a plan, DPR, and sending it. See, there has to be a study of the legacy waste. There has to be a study what is required for, what type of processing is required. If you have enough space, for example, if you have enough space, which you can. And morning to evening, I think in the most of the session, what is discussed, even in the last the session, that what is the land available, what is the value of the land. Are you looking at the value of the land or are you looking at the processing of the legacy waste? What focus must relating to EC, environment clearance. Right, sir. And whether the rules are really effective, whether the rules really cover it, that is very important. And I saw I just had a glance of the notification also. What appears is not its consonance with the rules of 2016. It's not in consonance with the rules 2016. And this environment clearance certificate, which is issued by the authority, I said incidentally this solid waste has come in the notification because it is in clause 7I, which says that municipal solid waste facility. Now if you look at the facility word or activity, you don't find any definition. The facility word is defined under the HWM rules 2016. Facility includes even segregation. If this is the reason,
do it, and then this is the right time. And with these initial remarks, I will also put up other panelists too.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think a little more than what I expected, you have definitely defined, sir. Thank you so much. Moving on to Pushkar, sir. So I would say IHS has been involved into a lot of government bodies. You have been taking up, I wouldn't say as an outsider, but insider-outsiders approach and view, where we have requested you to be a part of us to define policies, to give us suggestions, to give us the impact of the kind of policies or the kind of implementation programs that we deal with. So what do you think, this should be a policy-driven or a people-driven kind of an approach for tackling?
We have piled up this waste from last 2 years. What we should take at this point of time is to understand that
Karnataka is geographically different from each region. The Kalyan Karnataka region of Karnataka has a different legacy waste management projects compared to the coastal and Malnad region. And because of the rainfall, I've been talking to the people who have been doing projects in Karnataka. One of the projects in Shivamogga is delayed extensively due to rainfall. So all these factors should be considered very clearly, and then I think the government should take a very clear approach and train all our ULB officers who are preparing these documents or who are overseeing supervision of this execution of these projects. May not be zonal wise, maybe a group of 2-3 districts, and understand what fits best for them. For example, Kodagu and Chikmagalur districts may have may require a different solution compared to Gulbarga and Yadgir. So I think that level of technical training is required to understand what is the nature of the waste, what is the quantity. I have done a few assessments across Karnataka, and what I realized is that estimating the quantity and quality itself is comparatively much easier in the Deccan Plateau area compared to the coastal area. So we need to take different technological options, different process options, and also different time frame. We cannot expect that the Malnad and coastal Karnataka towns will be able to deliver this project in say 12 months, because 5 to 6 months in a year are going to be disrupted by rainfall. So I think what I suggest is that there should be some technical training to ULB level officers purely on. So we are talking at broad level at this point of time. I think we should talk little more technical and help them to understand what the project flow is, what are the equipments required, what are going to be the outputs which they are going to recover, and the
someone who is not doing it. They always look towards the central government or the state government to say that if you want to take some action, then how we took. Why we always wait for NGT to do something, or a pollution control board says that maybe this quantum of waste, if they are going beyond it, then why not go and ask them to do on their own? Or maybe there should be heavy fine on it because they are earning something out of it. Extended producer responsibility is one of them. If a plastic waste is banned and someone who is doing it, they have to recycle it, so why not enforce it? So maybe it will take some time, but if you do it, maybe it'll help a lot. We know that policy is a broader framework, but apart from the policy, other smaller things which can come out with the state government, with the other people who are sitting there, if they can come with the smaller documents which can help them in implementation, it will go a long way in helping. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Moving on, probably I would keep the questions from the audience in the end, because we will probably just cover 2 or 3 more speakers that we have in the panel. So CSC, every one of us knows that we deal with everything that we know today across all the states is through the magazines that CSC has been publishing, and it's one picture in front of us that we read through it and we understand. Coming to my question, central policy, state government strategy, and a localized approach. Does this work? And if it does, what are the various factors that it would impact upon environmentally?
Hello. Thank you for the question. In fact, I was about to talk about the policy interventions that are required, and I come from a policy research organization, so this is absolutely important. So we need to understand
throughout the day and with all the relevant information. Having spent last decade in this space over the last 17 years that I started my career journey, one personal learning that I have is that there is no silver bullet for waste management. There is not a single thing that you can do that's going to take all your problems away, and that's make it more interesting. There are a lot of opportunities for everyone in this scope, that and it also opens up a door that it can only be solved if we work together. And it's not only somebody from a technical side, somebody from policy side who is going to develop something that's going to work throughout and that's going to solve everybody's problem. That is one. To start attempting to answer your question. So first thing is the role of the PMUs. Now, it has kind of evolved over a period of time, and something I have also learned over last 10 years, and that is one is the capacity of our existing officers. Having worked with over 50 municipalities, and right now, thankfully, we are covering right from Jammu to Kanyakumari in India. But one thing we have learned is that our municipality is really overburdened. The kind of work that they do, and a lot of you guys that you do, it's a huge respect that we have, and we have seen that personally in during the COVID times. I think everybody would have experienced that, and that is it's not easy thing to do, and we realize this because we were also part with them at during that journey, that whereby we also got to seek a special permission. I was personally held by a police inspector that what kind of work you are going to do, that you are traveling from Noida to Delhi, for an example. So coming back to the question in terms of the PMU aspect, so that's the capacity building. They are overburdened, so they need helping hands. And the second thing is, one is the helping hand, like to support, but the more importantly, it's the domain. It's that understanding that what is happening on the ground, what is right, what is wrong. And with the government job, the kind of, additional responsibilities, if I may, or the additional repercussions that might come up. Be it the procurement, be it taking a decision and then things not going the way, a lot of stakeholders being involved. So they are looking at somebody who can, provide them that kind of background, that kind of an understanding to help them fight their daily fires, as a lot of speakers have already mentioned. That they need, immediate solution, and they also need that strategic solution that they can also look at from a long-term perspective. And in my view, both for the dump sites and even the PMU, I would like to say, our job will be done if we are not needed, neither the dump sites nor the PMUs. So that's when the real thing will work. That we are in a state that, and that's something we have worked with the ministry, where we have identified that the SBM objective does not need to be necessarily to process all the waste, but it should be that there should not be any need of such mission. I mean, if we look at the last journey, we haven't had such kind of a mission. So it kind of, kept on ignoring. Now we have this, so we would reach that stage, maybe not 2025, maybe another 5 years. But by a certain stage that there should not be any need of that mission, it becomes so ingrained in our behavior change, in the way we are doing, that, takes care of its own. The third part of your question, which is that what kind of work that we are doing. So we are helping the cities and the states on the ground. And that's something, I would credit back to our strong teams, that what the kind of work that they do day in, day out. So I might not be able to tell you what you should do, but what we can definitely share is the kind of learning that we had, especially related to the dump site. I think Indore we touched upon. We have been there for last 5 years. So something I would like to take a step back, that earlier sir had mentioned, that you need to take care of the fresh waste. So it goes back to the point that Indore was not this clean since the start. They did not have a collection mechanism. I would state that back in 2015. And first time it was not Indore. I think the sir has gone out. It was Mysuru who had come out and Swachh Sarvekshan. So just to give you a background, that and since then Indore has not looked back. So the first thing that they do is they created that infrastructure, that the service delivery has to be so relevant, has to be so consistent, that nobody actually thinks about that it may not happen. That's when people start taking that as something they can rely on. That they know that there is going to be someone at their door at a fixed time who will be taking segregated waste, so that they don't need to worry about what will happen if I don't segregate, or if I need to fight with someone, if I'm not around, what will happen. So there is that base is that created. And since then, they have gone from strength to strength. And the other important aspect is, I think that's something a lot of rules have right now focused on. It's like my waste, my responsibility. That is the polluter pays principle. So that's something that, again, not only Indore, but other municipalities which have done well has really put their emphasis on is ensuring that we understand waste is as a responsibility, rather than assuming that it's a municipality's responsibility and they will take care of it. So that user charges principle, and there is a cost associated. That's something I think we need to realize this. We do focus on waste to wealth, which is in my view is very much a mirage. it can really take you in the wrong direction because there are a lot of practical issues that happen on the ground, and to make it financially sustainable, you need to make it as a society, as an individual, be responsible. One practical solution coming from the Noida case study is that we did not only focus on the legacy waste, so we had put up a line that we were catering to all the fresh waste coming in, and then we were also taking care of the legacy waste to the extent we could. Because otherwise, essentially, you are trying to row a boat which has a hole in it, whereby the water is coming in, you are trying to dump out the water. You will never be able to reach the shore. Most recently in UP, what we are doing is we are trying to see that if we can develop a business model. There is a lot of issue in terms of transporting the RDF to the cement factory. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to develop a business model using the EPR aspect or the alternate fuel recovery aspect, working with the cement industry so that they can basically fund that transport cost to make sure that it remains sustainable. So some of those are learnings. I'm not sure how much it would help. I don't have a set of checklists that these all things you should do, but happy to share our experiences and take our journey forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Maybe one or two questions from the audience? Open for questions from the audience, please. Any specific questions? You wouldn't get this panel again at the single platform. Yes, please.
So, I have respect for all dignitaries on the desk.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, myself Raghavendra. I'm an environmental engineer from TMC Shirolakuppa, sir, Shimoga district. Sir, we are from TMC. We don't have financial strength to completely finance the legacy waste project. We are dependent on SBM 2.0. And another thing is we have very less quantities. We have done the drone survey. It's around 15,000 tons, sir. So my question is whether we have to go for DPR, as you suggest, sir. Yeah, we are not going for DPR. I'm just to go for the tender because we know the CPC. We have the CPCB guidelines. SBM advisory is there for legacy waste management. So by going through all those things, we will just go for the tender. This is one question. And second question is, can we wait till we get the funding from SBM 2.0? Because we don't have that financial strength to do this project completely on our own.
Anybody would? Yes, please.
No, so I think 15,000 cubic meters, right?
Tons, sir. Metric tons.
Okay. So I think that's a smaller quantity compared to other cities. So if you have done this assessment, I suggest that also get a physical analysis and chemical analysis, which is a one day activity, and then the activities involved at this small level is basically sieving. So you have the mechanism to identify the infrastructure, basically front-end loaders with backhoe and sieving equipments required. You can take those rates from the SR and then apply for funding and then go forward and implement. So I suggest such small municipalities should start taking up projects, even if at small scale, rather than waiting for the lengthy process, because otherwise your waste keeps on piling up by maybe 10 tons a day every day.
See, this is the one issue which you need to, the DMA need to consider it, because these small quantities need not go for the DPR and all processing. So the deputy commissioner should be empowered, because he is already empowered 5 crores. He should be, yes, he should be empowered to estimate the cost of this processing and other things. Small quantity, he should ensure there only. He need not send it to the government. This will take. And your problem can be solved if you talk to the district committee, and district committee can clear it and finance it.
Any other questions, please?
So even if they don't prepare a DPR, they should have a plan. They can't immediately go for a tender without a plan. So what I suggest is, if they don't want a detailed DPR, at least they should make some plans. And I think this will be under 5 crores. So DCs are empowered to call tenders and implement it, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That was clear clarity on that.
As far as possible, they should use the resource from the local.
Yes.
So that it generate employment and integrated processing. So they should resource from the local areas.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sheetalji, may I? Here, this side.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just to add to that, so SBM2 funding is available. Just wanted to add that. Every ULB is supposed to submit a C-SWAP, which is the City Solid Waste Action Plan, which basically talks about, what all you intend to do. Respected Director ma'am, you mentioned already about that. So if you do that, the funding process will start, and, Mahua can start allocating for those projects to the state, and the money can flow back to you.
Yes. One more question.
Good evening. I am again Hanumant Kaladi, AWE, Belgaum Corporation. As Jigma sir told, one rate for one state, but already they are done in Maharashtra, but it is not possible in Karnataka because he says the rainy season and all. And one more thing, why don't you do one project under PPP? Because there is a big issues, some corporations. Why don't you take one project under PPP model for amount reduction?
Oh, is that a suggestion or a question? If it is both, then DMA madam should answer this, because
I didn't exactly understand what he is saying. Whom is he suggesting that PPP should be? Zigma.
Zigma.
Okay. So Zigma has to answer.
I would say Zigma should take it up as a CSR than PPP, have one pilot and see how it works.
No, we are open for the PPP model also, but as of now we don't have any offers. But if, as he requested, if Zigma is interested, then we can go ahead. I don't know if Zigma is here.
Something can be taken on a pilot basis. Maybe it
Yeah,
will be
I think
experience.
so. I think so, because if we are looking at Jal Jeevan Mission, we have a lot of projects in the Jal Jeevan Mission. So as 2.0 Amrut, I think there will be some guidelines on those lines as well in the second phase. It's just begun with the urban local bodies, where this is initiated as 2.0 Amrut. So I think there will be platforms coming up on those lines. I think Stanzen has something to speak. Yes, Stanzen, please.
Good evening, this is Stanzen from BORDA. This idea of doing a project without an DPR is great. It will save us a lot of time. But I think then if you do that, then we would violate the GFR rules. So GFR says you must have the DPR, not for the technical specification. It's more to establish a price, the cost of it, and then also the quantity and others. Otherwise, it would leave a lot of scope for a manipulation in cost and contract. So since we deal with the public money, I think DPR in some shape and form is just necessary. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one
Yes,
point. When ma'am is talking about Amrut 2.0, we have seen a lot of reforms has happened in Amrut 2.0. And it first one also talked a lot about the PPP mechanism, how to build up the municipal financials and all. Well, value gap financing was one of them. Again, the municipal bonds was one of them. And for all the 500 cities, the bigger cities have gone with credit rating and things like that. Maybe a similar kind of exercise when the DPR is being made. And smaller cities think if they can go for some credit rating, maybe they can borrow some money from the market. Again, it depends on the state, how they go forward and how they do it. Again, a municipal cadre has been established in most of the places. Maybe training the municipal cadre, doing something on the PPP basis tomorrow on, and levying some user charges which can come through property tax and all. So these kind of models can be seen, but maybe a small pilot project can be done, seen how it is going through, and then go ahead with other kind of projects where land can be one of the things, maybe user charges, some other kind of things which can be there. Because in Amrut it is said 90% efficiency in collecting mechanism, that user charges collected 90%, and most of the states have reported it. So maybe if 90% collection efficiency is there in most of the ULBs, maybe they can look into their finances again. And if there are finances available, if something can be borrowed, and something maybe Sigma and other companies are ready to do is CSR. So some pilot can be done. Thank you.
I beg to differ, sir, because that is the biggest challenge we face. 90% is a big thing. 10% is something I'm not able to collect. So it's a big number. So one last question, Mr. Lohit. Yes, please.
Myself, Lohit from DMA. The question is, the core problem for legacy waste is, as of everybody knows that is single-use plastic and shiny covers. Why can't we put more tax to them? Like, we are talking about per ton 600 rupees to 700 rupees tipping fee for processing. So at least that 50% of the amount they can bear now. Why can't you give some directions from the tribunal or from the policy making or from the Pollution Control Board? Otherwise, we can, it's already banned, single-use plastic is banned. How about the shiny covers and thermocols, those items which are not recyclable?
No, single-use plastic is already banned.
Yes, sir.
It's already banned, and effectively from July 1st, you should not use it. Now, what it cannot be used, there is no question of any imposition of any penalty. It has to be only by the prosecution and fine also. But you rightly said it, there are other kinds of plastic which there are a lot of companies, and very difficult to even to manage those plastics because they are not recyclable, reusable. Such things are there should be tax, and there should be a proper taxing method by the proper authority, so that increase in the revenue also, which will contribute instead of EPR, the tax itself which will be part of that. For example, the sachets and other things which cannot be used, which cannot be recycled also. And there should be tax, because the segregation is a very, very difficult task.
Based on the quantification, we can.
Yes, yes, definitely it can.
That is there, sir. Data is there.
Data is there, but see, you have made what is that? The common is this thing, but there is no separation. The single-use plastic, there is other plastic, and these plastics used for sachets, particularly, for example, these vapors and other things which come, they consume a lot of the time for the segregation, and they are not usable. Nobody takes it. Even it doesn't go to the RDF. So the taxing possibly you can tax more from the government side. And for example, there are a lot of resources, even under the rules itself you can generate a lot of revenues. For EPR is concerned, in fact, I had a meeting with all the brand owners in the NGT office, and we made them to agree that they should contribute directly to the local bodies, so that the local bodies can engage the NGO who is the expert in that.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, this EPR method and the CSR methods are literally causing botheration. And a lot of money is siphoned in that also. I don't want to mention it. But EPR amount which comes, we should be properly used for the purpose for which it is collected. And CSR must also be used because it is a social fund. It should be a revenue for the public. That is where. And wherever it is possible to tax, and there are user fee definition itself, even the local bodies must understand what is the user fee. User fee is the cost of the processing of solid waste management. It may be partial or full. And there are other areas where you can generate the income. And we'll separately talk, because of short of time it is not possible to explain everything. There are methods to earn also revenue from the local bodies. In fact, wherever I have gone, I advocated small town center to see that they are self-government under the constitution, and they must manage themselves. And we have shown the ways how you can manage your waste. Except the capital investment, rest of they can manage it, and few of the villages in Karnataka actually have done and they have achieved that. For example, Gram Panchayat in the rural district and some panchayats, some towns, they have done it. They themselves, they manage it. Thank you.
Okay, to sum it all, I would say a good public policy, a participatory approach, and a very clear thought process will make this mission impossible possible. So on behalf of DMA, BORDA and TIDE, I thank you all, sir, for being such a wonderful panelists here, and thank you so much.
We have a couple of talk and then followed by a colorful cultural event which is going to follow. So there's a lot of things for all of us. But we're now heading towards the concluding stage of today's conference. The way forward, key takeaways. I would request Dr. Gopal Krishna B, City Commissioner of Hubli Dharwad, to kindly come over here and give us an insight into this. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Gopal Krishna.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Adi sir, my seniors, dignitaries, and colleagues. I'm a doctor by profession. So we practice something called as evidence-based medicine. Similarly here, legacy waste management, for that matter, it has started probably a decade or 2 decades back. So we're still in the nascent phase. As a commissioner, after assuming the charge, like I've spent almost 6 months now, the best model will always be the one where we engage 4 players, that is the corporation authorities, the NGOs, the private companies, and the public participation, people themselves. So today, like almost all the 3 stakeholders were here, and we did a proper brainstorming session. It was really an engrossing one. Most of the time we commissioners will be in the firefighting mode, but today it was an eye-opener for all of us. Legacy waste management, though there is no one successful model, but some of the things that has been emulated, done in the past and probably in the last decade, it has shown the way. That is what we understood from today's presentation. During the beginning, we got a very good start by Sampatji, where he emphasized on the elephant in the room. That is the waste that is being created on a daily basis. I reiterate his point again that, door-to-door collection and waste segregation, if we can concentrate on these 2 things, we can tackle legacy waste as well as the waste management problem to a larger extent. And also, we got to know the basics, that is what, why, when, where, how, from the key speakers like Dr. Richa and others. And also, we got to know the best practices from across the country, be it Ambikapur model, be it speakers from Bhopal. They even discussed about Indore, Noida. So one thing is very common there. The public participation along with the private companies and NGOs, they have joined together with corporation and they have done their bit. Probably more such engagement by these private players and others along with corporation will definitely pans good for the state. And then coming to the afternoon discussions, where it was very provocative, invigorating, I would say, whether we should go for dumpsite remediation or dumpsite rehabilitation, or whether the term itself is right or wrong, biomining or it is inert waste management. These things definitely kindled us, kind of gave food for the thought. And finally, we got to know about the rule position, that is the rules, regulations, acts regarding the legacy waste management. And also, Srinivasulu sir taught us how to approach pollution control board as well as legacy waste management today. So, in this sense, most of the things that has been discussed, it will be a take-home message for me and my colleagues here, and we'll thank you all the organizers and DMA madam for organizing this meaningful and engaging event here. Thank you once again. Thank you all of you.
That was indeed pretty crisp. Thank you, Dr. Gopal Krishna. I would now request Shri K. Ravichandran, Interim Executive Director, TIDE, for the closing remarks.
Namaskara. Good evening. I am indeed humbled to be here with all of you, and I'm sure that we have all had our learnings and takeaways. I have had a lot of learnings, so it's all something is here. So I start by thanking Justice Subhash ji, Srinivasulu ji, Madam DMA, Stanzin, all the people who have participated today, sharing their knowledge one way or the other, listen to us. That also is a sort of learning from the or what was one of the opportunity which is available of having listened to so many people with so many different wisdoms. And most of all, I think it would be very unfair to actually not thank the effort of the teams behind each of the organizing committees, the people who have been behind DMA Madam from the Directorate of Municipal Administration, the team behind Stanzin from BORDA, and the team behind TIDE. I think from my side, I would clap and give this occasion to them because of their efforts, this whole meeting has actually come to some stage where we have been able to share our knowledge. So then the second most important people, the people who have organized this hall, the lighting, the sound, the telecast, live telecast, and most importantly, the food. I think all the people who have been involved on the back end to make this day comfortable for all of us, I think they owe a clap from our side and our gratitude, deepest gratitude for having served us today on this occasion. So I think that covers most of the thanking, and if I have missed out somebody, please do accept my sincere apologies. And coming to the thoughts on what we did today, I just wanted to share some quick learnings which I picked up from all of you. So one was that we need to learn from what we have not done correctly. So that covers what is legacy. So, and we not allow the legacy to build up as we progress. Then we need to have probably separate out this whole idea of how to approach this legacy waste into sort of programmatic way, where one of the activity of that program could be to stop the legacy from getting generated in future. So we need to have the capacity to address it that way. Then most importantly, I think it has been coming out again and again that the ULB needs to be having capacity in various different ways, from either documentation to the capacity to actually envisage and understand, plan, and go about moving and implementing a certain program. And the focus, I think, needs to move now to very clearly the small town. So we all have been caught up. There have been a lot of sharings on how we have been actually under the sun in terms of how we have handled large cities. So definitely there has been a mismanagement, and can we actually stop this mismanagement in the smaller towns and the villages and the panchayats, which are the next growing smaller towns? So it is not that the small towns are going to stop at some stage, the small towns are going to continue. So how do we actually approach that problem? I think that is where I think the role of DMA comes in, wherein we probably are envisaging you to be a leader and trying to take all of us. So on behalf of all the participants here, in terms of people like BORDA and TIDE from the civil society, all the institutions of various nature, from academics to people who have been technically working on projects, who know the machinery, who know the technology, all of us will be willing to hold hands. So we expect the leadership and probably some sort of direction to start with. From a government side, I think a lot of directions have started. There is a lot to do, but then there will always be a lot to do. So I don't think there is any stage where we will say that, okay, we have done enough. So everything is a start, and I think we have to keep our pace on and move forward. I think that is the leadership which we are looking at from DMA, and that was probably one of the major objectives of this facilitation exercise of having organized so many different people with different wisdoms. I think that could cover most of my. So actually, one of the things which I was personally reminded of in this whole story was there was this documentary by Sir David Attenborough, where he says, we are at a cusp, and we are at a cusp because it's a good cusp to have. We have all the information which we need. We are completely aware of the problem. We know what to do. On the second side, we are also equipped with all the technologies which we know of. We have enough and more technologies to look at. So what is it which is stopping us? It's only our will. I think that is the will which probably from my side as a personal expression, I would say that, that is the will joint will from all of us, which will ensure that we don't have this word legacy associated with waste anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, K. Ravichandran. In a few moments from now, once the stage is set, we'll be having a cultural event, Sammilana by Shambhavi Dance Ensemble, under the concept and direction of acclaimed and award-winning personality, Srimati Vaijayanti Kashi. But before that, we'll have a photograph for all our memories, the guests, the speakers, and yes, all the concerned will have a photograph, and the organizers. So accordingly, I think they will be called, and then the photographs will be taken. Thank you very much, but do stay back for the cultural event, because